So, when we last left off, you guys were in the desert. The Black Desert specifically, deep underneath the ground in the Darklands. Having had just a couple of recent fights with Erdefan, where they first attacked you flying on large bat scavelings, and then attacked you with some sort of a demon. You guys have dispatched both groups. The second group ended up surrendering to you.
The remainders.
The couple that were remaining, and then inviting you to join them in their local town, in the nearby camp they refer to as Spear Hill. With I believe some reluctance, you guys decided to do so, and are now heading towards Spear Hill. You have rested since that point, given the distance of travel. I believe we've already done all the fortitude saves for the ongoing radiation effectiveness. I think some of you, at least one of you, was affected already, at least somewhat.
And then we burned a cure disease.
Right, you had a cure disease that was clearing it. So you guys are now approaching Spear Hill, and the town itself looms in the distance. It glitters a little bit with torchlight in a depression between the dunes. If you recall, the entire terrain you guys are in is a ashy sand desert that stretches for miles, several thousand miles to be specific, but you guys can't see more than 20, 30 feet, or 20 or 30 miles, better said, based on the relative darkness and gloom. The place is lit only by a constant green starlight from the cavern ceilings far above.
We can actually see 20 miles.
In general, as far as looking out over the distance and the dunes and everything,
so it's damn near perfectly flat.
It's a desert. I mean, there are wind streams and so forth, and the sands do seem to shift somewhat.
Right.
Although you're not sure whether it's due to the natural air currents versus the purple worms that are common in this area. Okay. But yeah, there is some differences there. It is otherwise, when you're on the top of a dune, yeah, you can see for a very long distance because there's just a constant greenish glow to everything.
We were using her heals and my heals to clean up everything's drained condition and everything.
Right, she used a cure disease or a restoration in the morning.
It was a cure disease with that one, and the restoration we were debating whether or not to do the doomed and drained.
Yeah, because I'm drained too, is why I was wondering.
Okay, so you guys consider at this morning before you guys head out if you wish to spend any of those to get rid of the other conditions. I don't know if doomed you can get rid of with restoration.
It's a heightened level restoration.
Okay, drained I know you can. If you wish to expend the resources, then you can certainly do so.
Both drained and doomed need to have the heightened version.
Okay.
So, just keep that in mind.
Okay. How did your character die last time?
I got my soul sucked out.
By...
The demon.
Oh, the demon. I forgot about that.
I did too. That's what happens when we don't play for a month.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'll just look it up. It's fine.
Shouldn't have said anything.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
We still have his corpse because the...
Correct.
What the hell are those creatures that are with us?
Erdefan.
The Erdefan said that they could restore him back in the city. Or you said that...
Well, she can restore them with a raised dead.
Yeah.
Or the equivalent.
Because you can't actually do that, can you?
She can. She just doesn't have the material components for it right now.
Is that what it was? We were going to their city to get the material components?
And he's too high level with the raised dead spell currently.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it's
No,
only
that isn't true.
it's only like 2 levels below them, right?
No.
Okay. Let's see.
For
Raised
the
dead.
restoration.
Okay, that's what I remember last time. Is he is too high level for my level of raised dead.
You have to prepare the slot at a higher level.
Are these
Correct.
Is this radiation permanent doomed conditions?
It
or
is
temporary doomed conditions.
It is permanent. Well, it's doomed as long as you're within the area and being affected by it.
Okay.
So as long as you're subject to the disease,
Right.
it's considered permanent.
The reason I ask
Uh-huh.
is because there's a 4th level version of restoration and a 7th level, or 6th level. 6th removes permanent drained conditions, but requires 100 gold in materials, diamond dust, which we don't have.
Correct.
So, are we using the 4th to get rid of this, and then we just suck it up the next day?
If you are not currently subject to the disease, to the effects, then you can use the lower level one. If you are currently suffering from the disease, then it would be the higher level one.
But why would you cast restoration if you don't have it yet?
Because you can have the disease, cure the disease, and you still have the doomed condition. That doesn't go away automatically.
Okay.
The doomed and drained we got from that big ooze type thing that was super big.
The giant
aura.
worm.
That's
Right.
what it was from. It's not the
Right.
disease.
Okay.
Okay, and
So-
those are temporary.
All right. Then we can use the 4th level version
Correct.
to wipe it out.
So raised dead, you guys are level 14. Basic raised dead only works if they've been dead within 3 days up to level 13. So you need to memorize it as a level 7 spell. Okay. Which I believe is within your range. Okay. Then it increases both the cost as well as the maximum level. Maximum level becomes 15. So assuming you have a level 7 slot, you can raise him with a 10-minute ritual
That's it.
and supplies.
Okay, supplies. All right. I'm gonna
10,000 gold.
It's fairly hefty on the supplies.
go ahead and use my 4th level slots to get 3 4th level restoration spells, so that we have that to, because this.
It only gets rid of one. So if you have 2 doom, 1 restoration will get the 1 doom.
I understand.
Okay.
I assumed that was the case
The reason I looked
to
confused
this day, and then the
was-
next day I can do it again. But I'm not the only one who has this condition, right?
I have 2 of each.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and cast all 3 of them. Who has them as
I
well?
need 5,000 gold worth.
Are
of
you
diamonds.
drained?
One.
Are you drained?
No, I'm straight.
Andy, are you drained? I let it go.
I do not recall
Child.
being drained.
Okay, Robin.
Drain 2.
Okay, then I'm going to use all 3 restorations. You get 1.
Okay.
You're never in hand-to-hand combat, so I'm not worried about you. Robin,
Yeah,
you get 1,
You don't want to.
and I'll take 1. So that's 3.
Okay.
Dad, what I was trying to tell you was the reason I was having trouble finding the card is I don't have restoration normally, but I do have one of my abilities there. That's one of the ones I can swap out.
Restoration
Yeah, if I use this feat, I can swap a healing
for a restoration.
for either a remove curse, remove disease, remove paralysis, or remove restoration.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Not remove restoration. Restoration.
Restoration. I removed that.
Okay, how does the doom removal work? How long does it take to naturally remove?
24 hours
Minimum 24 hours.
So
per
since we-
stage.
Since we've rested, would we have gone up a stage?
Yes. And as soon as you guys have rested, everybody recovers 1 level of drained and 1 level of doomed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So now I'm
Whatever is left, you can use spells to get rid of beforehand, in case it becomes relevant when you go to this camp of the Erdefans. That would be the reason why you might want to do that now.
So, I had 2 levels of Doom. I get rid of 1. I can't use Restoration on Doom, right?
Yeah, you can.
It has to be a
just
higher
takes
level
another-
of it.
It just takes another thing.
Another thing.
I think it's a heightened level thing.
Ooh. Wasn't someone really fucking Doomed?
It was both the cleric and me, because we were both doomed 3 and drained
Technically,
3.
William was heavily doomed.
I'll get rid of 1.
His soul is getting launched on.
Well,
Right.
no. I
What,
can't.
what
Never
level
mind.
of doom are you at now?
I reduced mine when we rested previous session, so I'm doomed 2 currently.
Yeah, but you should be drained 0.
Drained 1. I already reduced it. I was drained 3 and doomed 3
Oh,
last
wow.
time.
Yeah, he got hit bad.
Yeah, him and I were at the same.
Okay, then what I'll do is I'll put 1 Doom. I'll put a drained back on me,
Okay.
and I'll get rid of 1 of your Dooms instead.
Okay.
Okay. And as far, do you have a raised dead then memorized at level 7?
Yeah, I just discarded one of my level 7 spells.
Okay, well, right now you have to have it memorized because it's 15 times 400 gold worth of materials to bring him back.
And
Oh, we don't have anywhere near that kind of money.
It's about 6,000
Yeah.
gold worth of value. Okay.
You can
And
sacrifice all my items.
And we only have 3 days.
We might have to
Do it
sacrifice
before he
some
dies.
party members too to the dark gods in order
He's-
to get enough money.
He's got 2 days left
I've got
So-
6,000
for
on
my
me.
spell to work at all.
You have 6,000 gold on you?
Every one of us does.
Yeah. Yeah, but your character.
What's
is gonna
I can
give
remember.
to
I
buy
can
your
memorize
equipment.
new spells every day, right?
Correct.
At the beginning of every day.
Correct.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I-
you don't need to have it dedicated right now. You can wait until you have the resources, so that you have the slot necessary. You just have to carry the body in the meantime.
What you can do is you can cast Animate Dead
Yes.
and have him walk with you and use him. If you were
Okay.
playing your previous character.
I'm about to say I don't necromance anymore.
You never did necromance.
That would be an
I never
option.
once saw a good
I mean,
night zombie
if you
walk
if you
around.
animate the dead, at least you don't have to carry them.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
could-
because she was a necromancer who decided to pick Pharasma as her deity.
Okay.
Yeah,
That makes no sense.
that's
Bad choices were
counterproductive.
made.
Yeah. That's a bad choice.
Yeah, the priest who trained you was misled.
Yeah. Oops.
Okay, so if I'm tracking everything right, I am now drained 1 and doomed 1.
Okay.
That's how I am too.
And are you going to memorize or raise dead at this point, or wait?
I'll go ahead and memorize it. I wasn't doing anything fantastic with that spell I just took away, so.
A 7th level heal.
Oh god.
That's only slightly fantastic.
Yeah. It only takes anyone from 0 all the way back up.
Yeah.
I'll need the 0 to
just-
max health.
Well, is that really better than coming back from the dead?
No.
Maybe not.
Because you still have a whole bunch of debuffs for a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, that goes down with me for 2 hours. Goes down to 2 hours every rest.
I stand with my decision.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so everybody has all their stuff done. Okay, so by the end of the second day, you guys have a hard march across the desert, climbing sand dunes, sliding down the other side. The Erdofan escort their bats, but otherwise walk with you. Several times they bypass groups of purple worms in the sands. They seem to know techniques in order to avoid their attraction.
Yeah.
Nothing as simple as just walking in a random pattern or anything like that.
Right.
But at least with their help, none of the purple worms seem attracted to any of you currently.
Yeah.
Then finally, in the distance, on a small mesa rising from the black sands of the desert, you see houses of dark stone standing within a perimeter fence of large spikes of metal held together by massive lengths of chain. At uneven intervals, there are several stone towers that rise above the perimeter, and as you get closer to the town, you see bodies of various stages of decay hanging impaled on the fence. Just to remind everybody, because it has been a month, Erdofan are effectively subterranean cannibals, not fully converted to ghouls, but very similar to that same sort of thing. They're intelligent living creatures with the mentality and approach of a ghoul type thing.
Well, but they're not dumb.
No, they're intelligent.
Yeah.
They're highly intelligent and very capable
Yeah.
and very strong. I mean, you guys have fought a half dozen of them or 3 of them, and they've done a number on the group, so
Yeah.
they're not weak by any means. They're leading you into a town. Looks like maybe 200 or so strong.
They just
Cool.
really like Long Pig, huh?
Yes,
Well, they're
Speaking-
they're nihilists.
yes,
'Cause they believe in nothing, Lebowski.
that's right.
Are the bodies that are hanging up, what species are they?
Most of them are heavily decayed. You're not really sure. They're medium-sized humanoid.
Okay.
Several of them appear to be human. There's some dwarfs, a handful of elves.
Where are they getting these guys from?
That's where I was going with that.
You notice a lot of them. Yeah, I mean it's a mix of different races. There's nothing that you would necessarily associate with underground races or Darklands races. Okay, they all seem to be
The dwarves are not.
not deep gnomes or deep dwarves or anything
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
What are those guys called? Durgar.
Duergar, no.
Yeah.
These appear to be surface dwelling dwarfs or elves or things like that. Many of them look like they've been there for weeks or even months.
Okay.
And it's only the more fresh ones that you're able to even recognize what they are.
Yeah.
All of them have been stripped naked and then impaled on the spikes of the wall, scattered throughout the entire place.
Neat.
Okay.
I bet the smell is amazing.
Okay, before we enter the town, if I'm not already that way, I'm gonna turn down my halo effect.
Okay.
I feel like being a little more stealthy.
Yes.
A little bit more.
Well, as it is, just going into the town, you attract all sorts of attention. The bats that are going with the guys are sent off. They fly off to several different roosts you see around the town. The entire place is built up, like I said, on a little bit of a mesa, a rocky outcropping up above the sand, and there's just a narrow trail that leads up the side, up to the actual gates itself. The entire place, although it's only a couple hundred people in capacity and size, looks like it's designed for war. Okay, I mean it could certainly withstand the purple worms. Depending, it might even be able to withstand the big Shoggoth that you guys fought, from the size and impressive nature of the thing. Reality, maybe not.
I don't think Evan's convinced.
No, I don't think so. There are numerous Urdefan that glare at you as you guys walk in through the entrance. Some of them hissing, some of them growling, a few of them spitting in your direction. They don't seem to be very happy to see you, but you're not sure whether it's anger and annoyance versus just animalistic hunger.
Well, we did just kill, 8 or 9 of them?
Something like that, yeah.
Dead
So,
body.
and you are carrying a dead body.
No, the cheeseburger.
Yes.
Amongst the starving people.
You brought lunch for them.
You're looking pretty tasty.
Okay.
Dude, if it comes down to us or your corpse,
That's right.
It's your corpse.
As peace offering, we give you the body of the barbarian.
The two guards,
scaly.
or the
I did
two
kill half of them.
Extra flavor.
the two spellcasters that are accompanying you lead you through the town to close to the center, where they bring you up to a largish building constructed out of metal plates and so forth, just sort of welded or bonded together. They open up one of the doors, point inside. Rest, surface dwellers. The great war champion Karostan wants to talk to you, but before that, he's throwing a feast. You'll join. Don't disappoint him.
A feast of us.
Inside, you can see what looks like a campsite. I mean, it's sort of living quarters, but very basic and very, very rural, or very, very
Spartan.
primitive. Yeah, Spartan.
Yeah.
There's a couple of beds. There's a large basin filled with, you hope, water. Different things like that for you guys to rest, recover, and otherwise. As you guys presumably go in, they close the door behind you. You can hear a bar being dropped down behind it, and then you hear them walking away. You guys seem to be alone at this point in this small structure.
Neat.
There's some torches on the side giving a little bit of yellow light, which is a welcome relief from the green. What would you wish to do?
Well, they just got put in prison, guys. They
Yep.
just literally walked into jail.
And windows?
No. There are cracks in the wall, which you can certainly see through. It's definitely not a well-constructed building, but it's certainly sturdy given the metal plates.
When we were coming in, did this look like a prison or was it just a...
It looked like maybe a dozen or other similar structures in the area. It doesn't look...
So this one isn't, like different from the others?
Correct. It doesn't look like this one is set aside. This just looks like a open building that they decided you guys get to go in.
Okay.
Question.
It's a new hip thing to do. We don't
The
get
doom
arrested. We just
condition,
walk into prison.
it lowered our hit points.
No.
Correct?
No.
Oh,
Drained
okay.
lowers your hit points.
Oh, okay.
Doomed lowers your death level.
The fine.
Your maximum death level goes down by your doomed level.
Okay, so how much does it lower for our drain?
Your
5
level.
times your level.
No,
Oh,
just
okay.
your level, because it's constitution based.
Okay.
Um,
I'm good with that too.
are we on
5
this
times your
one?
level would be like really
really drained.
Tail.
Really,
Drained too, you're
really
like
sad.
that.
Are we at maximum hit points?
Well, that's what I was just discussing with him.
That's up to you guys.
We should be fully healed, but if you have a drain condition, it lowers what
If-
your maximum hit points are.
Well, and you didn't necessarily heal fully previously.
So, I mean-
You had a night's rest.
I had the lay on hands thing.
Okay, so you guys are fully healed at this point.
What's up?
There's a reason why we have a champion in the move.
Which account?
What's a cow?
Which
Which
account?
It's a
She's-
quadruped
Are you logging
ruminant mammal.
into your computer, or are you logging into? I thought it was written on your little board.
What does she need?
That's a completely different thing.
Tech
than what
support.
you asked me. Did you set her Spotify password?
No.
Savannah, if I set your Spotify password, it's your name and
Shh.
0505.
Oh, I know.
I'm gonna put all kinds of gangster rap.
That's right. I'm going.
Just she's a
There we go.
like roadblock
We're gonna need to
police.
change that when you get home.
Alright, okay.
That would be funny.
She would deserve it. You guys put whatever you want on it.
Yay.
The fact that I play my music at the office on a rare occasion and I get pirate shanties popping up at random
What's wrong with that?
is awesome.
We do that at,
Really
at
great.
work. Listen to Pirate Shenanigans.
So, what would you guys like to do?
I don't remember if how long did it take us to cross the desert
To get to here,
Yes.
or from where they escorted you?
from where they escorted us?
About a day and a half.
Okay, so we've rested at least once.
You guys have rested once. You have everything that you had this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have, if there's anything else you wish to cast or use up at this point, you can.
Yeah.
From the sounds outside, you can hear drums in the distance.
Drums in the
Yes, in the deep. And it seems like you feel like you have maybe an hour or two until this feast that they referred to.
Yeah.
It seems like a party is brewing
He's
outside.
gonna try and stunt on us, isn't he?
You guys are all dead.
He's gonna gas us. Knock us out. Put us
Andy
over
keeps
fire.
getting disconnected on
I know.
Discord.
Is he?
Yeah.
He keeps getting disconnected, or we keep getting disconnected?
Keep losing you guys on Discord is what he said.
Okay.
It's in and out. It comes and goes.
As far as I can tell, we have been on the entire time, so it doesn't seem to be our end.
Yeah,
It would happen-
You guys stop broadcasting and then it comes back.
It would happen to me as
It's
well.
fine for now. Let's keep going.
Okay.
I'm gonna quit touching buttons.
Hey, Dad.
Yep. Stop that.
Just in case, I'm gonna hide
Six-
my clan dagger
6 and
somewhere.
4.
In the room or on your
No,
body?
On my body.
Put it
Okay.
in the corpse. They'll never see it.
Yeah.
Until they
Let's
go to
start-
eat it.
That's how he died.
Let's start hiding things inside the corpse.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Then they're going to accuse you of tampering with Halloween candy.
Oh no.
The pinata.
Oh, God, no.
He's daggers full of them.
It's the pinata with armor.
I'm gonna cast locate and see if the keep forgetting name.
Stone. The stone.
It's not a
Aeon stone.
Aeon stone is anywhere in
It's
this
a
area.
stone.
No, we don't.
No, there is no sign of the Aeon Stone within this region.
I
Within
keep
the
hoping-
range of the
hoping
spell.
At random, this is gonna work.
It's right here under the dirt where they
Yeah.
put you.
Yes.
Turns out he's been carrying it the whole time.
Yep. But it's in his bag of holding, so you can't find it.
Great.
Yeah, it's in a different dimension.
Okay, is there anything else you guys wish to do while you're
The
here?
goblin took it with him.
Nope. All I'm doing is making sure I throw my weapon in case they knock us out. And plus over a fire tied up.
Okay.
Does anybody have a thing to give you like better fortitude saves?
Yes.
Nope.
To give me,
Anybody alive
yeah,
goes without saying.
yeah. Your soul is being devoured slowly
Hey, it's better
by,
than hers that
by
got.
a million demons.
It's better than hers that got sucked into a portal by.
I'm not sure it is.
Maybe she wanted to go.
Okay. Well, I feel like we're about to have the scene from Indiana Jones where it's monkey brains, but it's people brains. Do you remember Indiana Jones?
Absolutely. But
Yes.
I thought you were gonna go with when they opened the box and all the spirits came out.
And all the heads.
Oh,
That'll be
no,
the arc.
that's later.
That's
but
later. That's
no.
after dessert.
That's right.
This is Temple of Doom, not Last Ark.
Yeah, this the second to worst one.
Second to worst.
Yeah, Crystal Skulls was the worst.
Crystal Skull is the worst.
Temple of Doom wasn't too bad.
I like Temple
was
of
fantastic.
No.
It's so
It's one of
cheesy.
his
That's what makes it
favorite
great.
lines.
Yes, but the other two were better as far as a
I
movie.
actually like Temple of Doom better than Last Crusade.
Yeah.
Oh,
me
you
too.
did?
100%.
Oh no, I like that one far
100%.
better.
Doom, the one with the giant boulder.
Raiders of the Lost Ark, Temple of Doom,
Nope.
Last
Nope. You
Crusade,
generally add
and those
Sean
are the only
Connery.
three movies that were ever made.
It's already a couple of points higher for me.
no.
So.
I mean, there's some great moments in the Last Crusade, but
Both him and his dad are hoes.
yeah,
It's Lost Ark, Temple of Doom for me are the top two.
Okay.
Is it Temple of the Doom with the giant boulder?
No,
no,
that's the original one.
Lost Ark.
Oh.
That's the very, very, very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Lost Ark.
All right.
Should we eat
th-
now, just in case they feed us like people?
They're gonna feed us people, dude. I'm convinced.
yes.
Yeah.
You should eat now so you're fattened up for when they eat you.
Yeah, what if you have to assume
Oh, yeah.
any meat they provide is
Do we
green as people.
do we have any I don't know. Do we have like anything that reduces nausea? Because he's gonna point and laugh at us.
Bag of Dramamine.
pocket
Yeah.
pepsids. Come on.
I don't have any on me.
Okay.
I probably do in the myriad of spells, but I can't just change them out.
Yeah.
Why don't, when they go to open the door, we all get in a bag of holding?
Doesn't work like that.
What would that
Can't
do for us?
And like our heads are sticking out, but the rest of us is gone.
All right.
Doesn't work like that.
Let's
That'd be cool.
let's do it.
Okay.
Let's
I
put
got-
on our Sunday best.
I got nothing for vomiting. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
you
I'm
don't
just-
actually have to eat the stuff.
So you had
It would be rude
you
not
had
to.
information regarding
I
Erdefan,
guess
right?
we're being
I do. Yeah.
Previously that we had shared.
Yeah.
You had succeeded on that.
Mhm.
Okay.
I guess we're being rude again.
One of the things you can at least share with the group. I don't know whether you've done any digging as far as the
Well, I've
race or not.
also they've appeared in other APs that I've.
Okay, so you're familiar already with the basics of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so fundamentally, the main thing with Erdefan, what they respect is bravery, viciousness, and not wasting resources.
Yeah.
Okay, and effectively, what this portion is about is establishing enough respect from them that they're not just going to say, "Yeah, you guys aren't worth our time and trouble. We'll just eat you." Okay. Now, to that end, you guys have already demonstrated some significant capabilities by taking out the two previous forces and then sparing the two that surrendered. To that end, you have 5 respect points that George has currently. 5 coins. Okay.
Okay.
I have, you know.
As surmised, you have a opportunity here to interact with them during this feast. The level of your interaction will be determined by your choice of actions and their level of hunger. But it gives you several different opportunities to score additional respect. If you score enough respect, then the tribe effectively recognizes you as a potential ally. If you don't, they recognize you as a potential meal. Okay?
Why are you looking at me? How did I do this?
So, about an hour and a half or so goes by. When the door suddenly opens up, you see you think the same Erdefan. They all really look pretty similar to you. Stand there with spears. Outside, the roadway is far more occupied with more Erdefan, all sort of in this fever pitch of a party type thing. And you can see out a distance away they've set up a large fire and feast table around a big circle. Okay, at the far end is a massive iron chair constructed of various spikes and broken metal, things like that. Obviously a throne for presumably whoever the leader is. The Erdefan leads you out indicate a spot for you to sit, somewhere on the side, but still obviously in full attention and visibility of the entire group, and direct you to sit down. Most of the Erdefan don't seem to speak common. They are speaking in what you recognize as either abyssal or undercommon.
I speak abyssal.
Okay.
Speak undercommon.
Yeah, so you guys can recognize it and at least communicate with them. After a short time, the party really starts to get going, and there is a steady beat over the sounds of the Erdefan as drummers are pounding on enormous kettle drums constructed from skin and sinew, it looks like.
Cool.
The music continues to rise and fall fairly erratically, and on the perimeter, scavelings tethered to poles shriek, almost as if they're trying to sing along with the music. Very heavy metal type atmosphere to it. In the center of the feast is a gigantic cauldron of something boiling. It has sort of an acrid, salty smell to it. Not directly unpleasant, but not really something that it doesn't smell like, yeah, that's what I really want.
Yeah.
And they carry out buckets or containers of stuff and pour it in. In some cases, you recognize the containers as like wine barrels or wine bottles, things like that. Other cases, you see chunks of stuff get poured in. You're not really sure what it is.
Did I call this, dude?
Yeah.
What's
it
that?
is.
So did I call this? Or
You
what?
did.
Yeah.
It's the Vata soup. That's awesome.
As it all gets started, the warriors or a couple of servants grab a large barrel or a large container of it and start moving it around. And then the various warriors grab a carved bowl. There's several laying in front of you, and each dip into it and then take a large swig. You see some sort of dark liquid pouring down their lips as they swallow it all. The servants slowly work their way around, coming up to you, and pause as if to wait for you guys to take some. Okay? You're just going to take some and put it in front of you?
All right, I'm in.
Okay?
I'm gonna drink it.
Okay?
Sure.
Turns into.
I want to see his reaction first.
Okay.
That's why I'm
Well, they're not really pausing.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so are you going to take some and or drink it or not take some?
I'll take some, but not drink it right away.
Okay, so you'll take some, put it in front of you.
Same.
Is there one particular like warrior in this group that looks?
Not yet.
There's the chieftain. But,
The chieftain's not out yet.
Okay, I understand. There's the whoever the chieftain's going to be is probably obviously going to be different looking than everybody else. But is there like an elite warrior or something in this group?
No.
Anybody who sticks out?
None that you can really tell. There are a lot of them. Right now, they all seem to be getting their initial food, and a large number of them are sort of staring at you as the food comes around to you to see what your reaction's going to be.
Okay.
So you guys fill your bowls and set them down. You fill your bowl and take a swig of it.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do?
I'm just gonna fill my bowl.
Okay, you're not going to need it. Okay,
Come on,
Evan.
guys.
I will drink some.
Okay, Andy, what would you like to do?
Oh, good lord, you beat brother horribly.
Chug a lug.
Okay, you're going to drink it. Okay, so you guys take a big drink. I need a fortitude save for everybody that drinks
Called
it.
it.
Oh yeah.
Please don't throw
This
up.
almost exact same scenario happened in a different AP that I do.
That's not uncommon. Yeah,
29.
a 29.
Would someone give me a D20, please?
Oh yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Now, are you guys the three that didn't drink it? Are you not going to drink it, or what?
I'm mainly checking to see how they react.
Yeah, I think we're waiting to see what happens to these guys.
Hero points.
If they're gonna yak all over the
I'm
table or
going
something.
to check it for poison.
So you're going to study it?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your perception?
23.
23. Okay.
I'm gonna hero point it.
Okay.
That bad, huh?
I know.
4.
I
And
know.
again, since
Not a
then,
whole lot
see
worse than
if
mine.
it's bad.
I
Hero point it.
9. It's closer to average.
It's double.
Okay, you got a 29, you said?
Critical fail.
Andy, what'd you get?
I got a 31.
37 for Troz, 31 for you. Okay, so you guys choke it down. It almost immediately gags you as it burns, and something you could have sworn is alive wiggles down your throat.
Yummy.
It tastes of blood, dirt, and ash, along with gristle and even bits of bone and things like that. Troz drinks it down, no issue at all. The two of you
Oh, he's a
choke
Juggernaut.
and become sickened. Do you wish to spit it out and vomit it out, or keep the sickened condition?
I'm going to keep the sickened condition.
Keep sickened.
Okay. You take a look at it. Floating around in it, you see all sorts of things. The most notable is it looks like a segment of a giant scorpion tail. Several plants that you know are probably poisonous. And it's basically a bone broth in the truest sort of sense.
No human. That's good.
He didn't say that.
I didn't say that. I just said what he was able to identify.
I was using the restoration spells in the morning to heal us. I've already done that for the day, correct? Okay.
So the Erdofans near you are drinking the soup up. They're all sort of staring at the four of you, or three of you, trying to figure out what are you guys going to do. You going to refuse to drink it, or do something else?
Is there any visible reaction from the other three?
Yeah, two of them look very sick.
Okay.
Like they're barely able to hold it in. Tross looks fine.
Okay.
Okay, reading the room,
Just
seeing,
like me mama used to make.
Right.
seeing that nobody actually died.
Yet.
I'll get
I'll
there.
take a drink.
Okay, you're going to drink it?
Sure.
Okay, give me a fortitude save.
Luckily, I have
Is it
really
magic?
good fortitude.
No.
Magic drink?
Yeah, she did.
Let's
No
go!
problem.
Yeah, 41. 41.
16 plus 24 is...
And
40.
that's a success. I get critical success.
She got a 40.
43 with Juggernaut.
like mama's milk.
43 with Juggernaut.
I'm a juggernaut.
41. And Juggernaut gives me
Yes.
critical success.
Okay. So the two of you, you two plus Straws, what'd you get?
40.
40. Do you have Juggernaut also? Seems everybody else does.
No, I rolled a 16 and a 24.
Okay, that's fine. So you two and Straws get a critical success. That gives you a net 6 respect points. You two failed, losing 1 respect point apiece. You succeeded, gaining 1 respect. So what is that? 7, 5 more points.
Yeah.
You guys are welcome.
So.
It's like a usual situation, you know, you gotta take the shots.
You see?
Yeah.
You see, we have
Oh.
blood tokens, and then we have.
That you do lose 2 points of respect, however, because 3 of you were very hesitant to take it.
Okay.
I'm proud
Okay.
of that.
You guys suck.
You're not alive. Be
Okay.
quiet.
That's right. As everybody's drinking the food and eating the mystery meat and so forth, a large Erdofan, easily 2 heads taller than the rest of his people, comes out of one of the buildings, sits down upon the throne of iron. Behind the throne is a 20-foot tall iron spike. Hanging from it is an impaled, largely decomposed Erdofan corpse. The crowd settles down somewhat as they see their leader arrive. Once everybody is silent, he stands up, raises a cup of blood wine in toast, shouts out to the crowd, "You like to eat and drink and fight? You want a feast? Yes? I will give you a feast." They all start to cheer and roar, and the whole festival or whatever begins in earnest. Okay.
Let's do this.
They dig into the food. While everybody starts to eat, several other things go on. You were talking about looking for the biggest, strongest guy.
Mm-hmm.
You do see several bigger, stronger guys out there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They initially there is the crowd after they have some initial food gets up, and there's a large number of them dancing around the fire ring in some sort of ceremonial dance. Some on the side start juggling torches and breathing fire. There are several of the larger ones near the fire start wrestling each other, trying to throw each other into the bonfire. Okay? And then on the outskirts, they have the Erdefans playing drums and other music and so forth. After a few minutes, you get the impression that the Erdefan are almost laughing at the outsiders. I mean, they're talking amongst themselves as if you guys don't understand them.
Mm-hmm.
Although some of the closer ones you know are intelligent enough to realize you do understand them. They're just making fun of you.
Yeah.
Commenting about the outsiders don't understand their ways and look at them just sit there like weaklings and so forth.
Uh-huh.
Is that what you guys wish to do and be? Or
Okay.
do any of you wish to participate in any of the aspects?
I wanna
need to send
participate.
Roz in
Okay.
there.
Mechanically, how hot would a bonfire be
Very.
in regards to damage?
Bonfire? Probably...
100d20.
Well, let me see. I have very high fire resistance.
Correct.
So
A
I'm curious.
bonfire of the size, mechanically, you'd say 2d10 fire.
Per
Not
round?
that bad.
Yes.
We also have to keep in mind you don't want to get shoved into the fire. The goal is not to get shoved in.
Well, I understand that, but it'd be pretty fucking baller if you got shoved in there, and just casually walked out of the fire.
You would most likely take some damage.
Yeah,
How much fire resistance do you have?
14 points.
That's pretty good.
Well, the average for 2d10 is only 10.
Yeah, the focus of the wrestling seems to be more a matter of them proving their strength and martial prowess versus
That's not me.
with the penalty of you're weaker, therefore I throw you in the fire. Now, in each of these matches, they're throwing each other repeatedly into the fire. They're getting up. They're obviously burnt and singed and everything. They brush themselves off and go right back to fighting.
So these guys are taking damage,
Yeah,
and they're not like screaming in pain and all this. other
they
shit.
are.
Tossing in the
They're.
fire.
I mean, if they go in like a particularly bad place, yeah, they obviously are taking some damage from it. They're not immune to fire by any means, but it's that sense of strength that they're trying to prove, that they're willing to take on the challenge
Right.
and risk the damage.
I'm gonna just stare at the dwarf and
Okay.
nudge him over towards the strength contest and
Okay.
do it, man.
I was going to do the same.
Stare at the dwarf.
Not stare. Yeah, not stare at the dwarf, but
Okay.
actually.
Give me one of your respect coins. As time ticks by, the
I
Erdefans.
said I was getting up. and
Okay.
getting
What are you
up.
going to do?
I said I was doing the wrestling thing.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Okay. That's fine. Well, there's still 5 other people in the group,
yeah.
so you get up
What
and
else did you say that they were doing?
the 4 main things that they're doing that you can effectively take action in, or you're free to come up with your own thing if you want. There is tribal dance around the center of the ring,
That's a neg for me.
fire juggling and fire breathing,
Huh.
which would have been helpful had you have a kobold that could breathe fire.
Yeah.
Cold for him.
Same thing.
Whatever. You could blow it up.
Wrestling and musical.
Musical.
Yeah, of course, the fucking bard is in here.
I told you every character has an opportunity eventually.
I'm gonna go out to the fire juggling and fire breathing
Okay.
because I could just set myself on fucking fire.
So
Go ahead,
fire
Sid.
juggling.
Mhm.
How would I be effective?
I don't know. Would you be effective at that?
What skill would?
I have no idea. Why don't you figure out what you're going to participate in and see if you're going to have any abilities?
Notice, Ben, nobody asked that question except for you
Uh,
because we all understand how this works.
I'm sorry, you said what, Traz?
I'm gonna be a wrestler.
Wrestler? Okay.
Right here.
No, wrestler.
Wrestler.
Wrestler, yeah.
Okay, so you and the gnome go wrestling. You're gonna go. What would you say, Thad?
I'm gonna do the fire breathing
You're gonna do the juggling,
and the fire breathing. Yeah.
and the other three are you gonna sit there and look like wimps, or are you
Um,
gonna participate?
Could I maybe use my occultism and my consult the spirits skill feat to perhaps conjure up an ancestor spirit from this place to tell a spooky story or something. I'm pulling at straws here. Call up one of my own ancestors to regale them about the great victories.
I didn't
that they
think
had.
that provided anything more than you being able to see a spirit.
I'm not sure. I'll have to look.
While he's looking that up,
Yeah.
when I'm doing the fire juggling thing, I'm gonna actually use my staff,
Mhm.
right? And I'm gonna cast burning hands,
Okay.
right? And I'm gonna kind of manipulate it so that I'm like, "Hurrah," like that, and use the burning hands to make the
Make it
fire
extra
come out of my
flashy.
mouth
Okay.
and really put on a show.
That's
I
fine.
also have the disturbing knowledge skill feat.
Okay.
I've talked to you plenty, and that is absolutely true.
Yes, exactly. So, could I tell them of occult horrors undreamt of by even the spooky cave vampires?
There were people that once did not eat each other. They
Right.
actually loved.
Let me tell you a dark tale of people who cook their meat.
Yeah.
The horror.
They ate leaves.
No. Okay, so your intent is
I
right
want
to.
to try. I want to try and intimidate them with disturbing knowledge.
You just
Okay.
walk in
Okay.
there, full
That's what I was thinking. Okay, I guess I'm gonna wrestle, but I'm gonna go down there full angelic,
wings and everything.
wings and all.
Okay.
Oh, that's gonna be
I'm
awesome. You're
going
gonna get
with
your ass kicked. Like, we just beat the shit out of an angel.
-5 respect points.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna participate in the wrestling as well. Okay, and Ben, you're welcome to just sit there and look weak if you wish.
Yeah. The
Hey, man.
I would just want to keep in mind, we know previously that this culture is heavily demon focused.
Oh shit.
DA.
Yes.
Okay, I've already made my choice.
Yeah.
I'll write it out.
Matter of fact.
Hey, you
I
forget
really
the
like her
details, you pay
character.
the
This
price.
sucks.
Yeah, I really like her character. This
I
sucks.
guess I'll go do the juggling.
You're gonna try
fire
juggling. Okay.
I
So
genuinely wish I had come up with that concept for myself.
nobody is opting to dance. So the fire jugglers, which would be you two, you guys go out there. Now, my understanding is you're going to spend a couple of spell slots enhancing your spell.
Off the staff, yeah.
Right. Okay. That's fine. Do you have anything to enhance your juggling ability, or just your natural talent? Natural talent. Okay.
I
I'm
don't think
gonna
that
help him.
performance.
You're going to help him with
I'm
what?
gonna help him. I'll whisper to him. Let's take turns. Follow my lead, right? And I'll do the whole fire thing, right? And then I'm gonna whisper to you. Just play along, right? And then I'll use flaming sphere, right, to summon a flaming sphere, and he can juggle the flaming sphere, and I'll just mentally control it with the spell.
I thought Flaming Sphere only let you roll it along the ground, unfortunately. I don't think it's a physical object.
Yeah.
I'll roll it through him. That's fine. Forget it. Never mind.
Well, that's what you could do. You could do that and roll it through the crowd, showing your bravery and skill to control fire.
Oh, I'm not done.
Yeah.
That's step one.
Yeah.
Everything I have is fire. I am finally going to El Fuego everything.
All right. Okay, so you spend three fire breaths or flame
Flaming.
Burning hands.
burning hands. There you go. 3 burning hands.
Yeah.
Okay, assuming you have that many. I'll give you a +4 on your check. Both of you give me your choice: acrobatics or performance.
Oh, definitely acrobatics.
Okay.
I only have a +1 in performance.
Acrobatics.
Man.
And that's a hero point. Here you go.
Okay.
Ooh, I rolled a 19. Got a total of 43.
Okay.
I called it right there. I said 1, and you rolled a 1.
15, baby. For you said a +4.
Only a 50.
33.
33. Okay. With your spells and everything, you manage. That was acrobatics or performance?
Why is that so low?
Seems
That's
off.
not. Yeah, that's not right. This isn't doing the math right. 35 +4, 39.
39. That sounds better.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Both of you get 2 respect points apiece as you entertain the crowd, and they seem thrilled at the fact that you guys are getting, showing off your skills and so forth with the juggling. Meanwhile, the other 3 of you head up to wrestle. Okay. Very quickly, various Erdefans are distracted and look at you. It seems like the 2 largest ones are arguing amongst themselves whether they should go for you being small or you being holy.
I'm holy and small.
Yes, but she's glowing.
She's got a glowing halo.
It's like both of them want to have the advantage to either or the
Strength.
the benefit of taking out the holy person or the ease of taking out the small one. Okay.
Okay, would this be an appropriate time to use battle cry?
That's up to you.
Can I try to demoralize them?
You can try.
Okay. I'm gonna try battle cry.
Okay.
She's learning your character.
Okay, go for it.
So,
You get down into a wrestler stance and echo a deep guttural battle cry.
Pulls her mace to deck.
okay, I've never used battle cry before. I'm assuming I roll a 20 and then add intimidation.
Yes.
Don't you have a bunch of bonuses too? Let me look up your character. I can't remember.
Okay, I rolled a
As a
14.
reference, I have
my
10
intimidation
wrestler,
is
so I don't
23.
know.
take any disadvantage.
That's fine. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I know.
So I rolled a 37.
Okay.
Or I totals a 37.
Okay. You see a momentary glimpse of fear in his face as you roar out a brief prayer to your deity and then dive across the small field into him. I'll give you a +4 on your check as a result of the battle cry.
Now,
Okay.
the question is, are you good at athletics? Or acrobatics?
Oh, I have really good athletics too.
Okay.
That's good.
So Troz, George, and Robin, because I can't remember character names consistently apparently.
This is it's been the same character the whole campaign.
I understand that. All of you give me your choice, either athletics or intimidation.
Yes,
Intimidation
I
is
will
where we're
do
going.
athletics.
You're better at intimidation
Okay.
than...
Could be acrobatics for you.
Just by one.
Acrobatics.
Intimidation's my thing.
She's yeah.
Okay.
Well, I have questions.
Okay. What are your questions?
I have skill feat, fearsome brute,
Okay.
intimidating glare, and I would like to combination those on whoever wants to challenge me.
I don't know what Fearsome Brute does. Do you know?
Fearsome brute makes your foes weak and more vulnerable to your attacks. You gain circumstance bonus to damage rolls for strikes against frightened creatures.
Okay.
If you have master proficiency intimidation, which I do, you increase this bonus to triple.
Okay, so you can do a Fearsome Glare, which might intimidate him, which would then give you the bonus. So give me an intimidation roll first.
What do I roll for intimidation here? Let's see.
You have an intimidation skill.
I have 39.
I'm looking for it.
Get your eye.
Where do I find it to roll it? That's what I'm looking for.
On your skill, it should have a dice.
No, I don't.
It will not let me roll.
Your
Proficiency.
is only up to 13.
I think you just click on the plus.
Yeah, 'cause I did on my own phone.
No, I'm saying I can select intimidation, right?
Yeah. Okay. I rolled
But
for
it
you.
won't let me. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, well, it's especially fine since I rolled a natural 20 for you.
Perfect.
Yeah. So he's intimidated, and I will give you a +4, I guess, on your athletics as a result.
Okay, +4 to athletics. Let me find my athletic guy here.
And if you can't roll, then just roll a d20. So you said you got a 37?
39.
39?
36.
36?
I love your character.
You should. You made it.
That's usually a high roll.
Would anyone like a chocolate?
No, I'm good.
Rolled an 18 plus 25 plus whatever bonus you give me.
Not got
Okay.
zero.
Well, you guys are easily outpacing this. Yeah. All of you basically line up against your respective guy. The first Erdefan tries to have an easy job of taking out the gnome and is promptly face planted in the dust next to the fire with the gnome not really breaking much of a sweat. You yell out a battle cry which momentarily shocks most of the Erdefan nearby, like they're broken out of whatever daze they're in because of the party. And then you slam into the other guy, sending him off balance and tumbling back into the fire. The Traz steps up, flexes a little bit. His shoulders pop just from the muscles, and the Erdefan in front of them gulps a little bit, leaps at him, grabs the dwarf by the shoulders, is completely unable to move him, at which point Droz picks him up and drops him square on his back where he sits there gasping for breath. All three of you get another 3 critical successes from that, so that's turning out well.
Like another 6.
Yeah, so, okay.
And suddenly we are in charge of the tribe.
Yes. After a while,
We get enough
I
influence.
think that was, you were trying to tell a story.
Yes.
Okay.
Particularly to like maybe a spell. Well, maybe not a spellcaster.
Okay.
But yeah, I wanna tell them about the dark mysteries that lie beyond the voids and the stars.
Okay.
The crawling chaos of.
What language are you
Azathoth.
using for this?
Undercommon.
Okay. Give me a performance roll.
Perform.
You're the only one.
And this is where we lose the.
I was hoping to use occultism.
No, it'd be performance because you're telling a story. You got plenty of knowledge. I grant you that, but you have to be able to tell an entertaining story.
You can't bore them to death.
He can't. He may be able to.
I want to frighten them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, give me a performance.
Oh,
Even
man.
though I have the disturbing knowledge skill.
It's. I'll give you, because of your background and your knowledge, I'll give you a +4.
Okay.
It's still a performance.
A +4% performance.
Total of a 16.
A total of a 16. Okay. So, with a total of a 16, you start telling this horrible story that in your mind would just scare the socks off of them,
Yeah.
especially since they don't wear any socks. Almost immediately, they take it more as a comedy.
Okay.
And they're just sort of laughing and drinking and so forth. They don't seem to have any sort of concept of it being scary or anything as a cautionary tale.
Yeah.
The net result is you end up losing a point of respect because they think you're more of a jester rather than a scary storyteller.
Okay.
Good thing we got rid of the previous combinger then.
Yes. However, the good news is with the rest of the group excelling at whatever they're doing, it ultimately doesn't make a big difference.
It doesn't make any difference that I screwed
The
up.
rest of us are just critically succeeding, and then
Yeah, I
we're
mean,
over there just telling a story.
about a third of the way
That's
through,
you.
about a third of the way through the story, there's the battle cry, and all their attention turns over there. They really
Okay.
don't pay much
Yeah.
attention to you at all.
Well, maybe I'll be able to start like a stand-up place. Or
There you
something.
go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do true crime. They all think it's comedy. And then this lady got murdered. Yeah.
There were these dwarves. They were cooking their food. Ha 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 ha! Completely irrelevant. Okay. Couple hours later, the party ends. You're still feeling ill. A couple of the people that ate the food and everything, so that sickened condition hasn't necessarily gone away. After the party ends or starts to wind down, the rest of the Erdefan are continuing on, but the leader stands up at one point, points to each of you, and then heads off towards his presumed lodging. Okay. Several of the guards come up to you and mention or tell you to stand up and follow them. The war leader wishes to speak to you.
Okay.
We'll follow him, yeah.
No,
Okay.
you just comedy.
Okay, fine. I'll hang out with the blood zombies.
No, they make it absolutely clear all of you are to go.
Okay.
Okay.
And
They take you over to the side where a larger building is. Looks like it used to be maybe a storehouse or something, and has been converted into this person's living area. They open up the door, and several of the guards stay outside, while 3 Erdefan, they look like more spellcasters, accompany you in to speak to the war champion. They call out to you. Go in. The building itself is constructed from irregular pieces of stone, held together with some sort of cement and bands of iron. Inside, there are torches placed on sconces, illuminating a large stone bed covered with pelts from strange beasts, and horns or heads adorning the various walls from various animals, monsters, other Erdefan, and other humanoids. Okay. The large Erdefan from the feast is sitting on a throne of iron opposite the door. He motions to much smaller stone stools near the door and calls out, "I am Karlstan, the war champion of this cult. Sit, we must talk."
What's it?
There are six crude benches or seats in front of you.
So we put the dead body on one of them?
yeah.
Well, that would be number 7.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
forgot
just
they
going
had
to
to
take a quick glance.
I'm
to
assuming the
see-
body's back where you guys originally came in at that other place, unless you've actually been intentionally carrying around a body the whole time.
No, I thought we threw it in your
Back forward.
Hey, why-
bag of holding.
Unless you want to get rid of like a lot of the food and stuff like that.
Oh no, never mind. Run out of food. Then it,
Right. So I'm assuming your basic gear is probably over where you guys originally were brought, along with the body, unless somebody's gone and eaten them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Oh god, that would be funny as shit.
We ate him.
We come
was
back.
what
We
was
just
in the box.
Yeah.
we come back. We just see a
right.
fan licking his fingers.
Waste not, want not. You carried food to them.
We should have hit it
I'm just
outside.
going to
Yeah.
take a quick glance.
could've gotten a couple
see,
more
make
respect
sure there's no
points.
traps.
Most
Okay.
people
Your
just
own
bring
party
casserole.
member?
Yeah.
We bring a
Or
plate.
just fed it to them.
The 3 spellcasters stand near Karastan. The first one, with bulging eyes, speaks first. War champion, don't let these outsiders fool you. They bring with them lies, only lies. Cut off their tongues and send them away. The second one is hunched, has overly long fingers. We should torture them for information and then kill them. The third one, his tongue lolling out sort of down to his chin, says, "We should send them to Strain to spy for us. No one will suspect these surface dwellers work for us. And if they die, no one cares." Karlstan stands up, waves his hand dismissively at his advisors. "I've heard your advice. Now, leave." Each of the spellcasters bow and then head out the room. Seemingly forcing they seem to force a smile towards him, like they don't really like what he's saying.
Before they go,
Okay.
I don't want to interrupt you, but
No,
at the same
but-
time, before they leave the
Yep.
room, I want to take a real good look at what they're wearing and what are they scrolls or shit like that? All of them.
Yeah.
Do they look like proper powerful?
They look like
spellcasters?
proper powerful spellcasters,
Okay.
demon casters.
Okay.
They have
The
new.
one that initially spoke, the one that was just like kill them outright. Is there anything interesting about that one in particular?
His eyes are bulging. That's the unique feature about him.
Okay.
All three of them are covered with totems and robes with various demon markings and other personal effects for spellcasters.
Okay. All right.
For the most part, the Erdefan, to you, not being familiar with them, they all look very similar.
Right.
His unique feature is the fact is that he has his eyes are sort of bulging out.
Okay.
Okay.
I was thinking of the whole string thing. I was going to blast his ass with lightning.
Very cool.
Okay.
Diplomatic.
Yes.
Chain lightning the four leaders.
I guess they did just threaten to kill us.
That would have been pretty fucking baller. Even if it got us all killed, that would have been.
Okay, so Karastan is now alone with you guys. Outside, you can hear the Erdefan moving about in the town, but otherwise, you guys seem to be in private here with him. He sits back down. Good. Now I can hear my own thoughts. Tell me, who are you?
Is he speaking in common?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Common, not undercommon?
correct.
We're travelers from the surface world. We're looking for an artifact to.
And who are
restore-
you?
Oh, well, I'm God Bingo, druid extraordinaire, nature lover.
And why will your name live on after your death?
Because I'll burn everything in this world down to make sure that my name stays in people's mouths.
And who are you?
Me.
Yeah.
I am Bellman.
And what makes your enemies fear you most?
My incredible aim with my bow.
Okay. He looks at Traz. Who are you, dwarf?
I'm a dwarf.
Draws, and I just hold up my axe and look at it.
And what is the riddle of steel? No.
Nice sharp edge.
He doesn't know the riddle of steel. Disappointing.
5 loyalty points lost.
Yes. Anyways, he goes through questioning each one of you basically with the standpoint of who you are, what brings you here, and most importantly to them, it seems, what is it that you're going to do in the world that makes your name live on? Is the idea of what he's getting at. After you each go through your basic introductions, he stops the conversation and says, "I have a few tasks in mind for you. First of all, I have a prisoner, a soldier of Shrain, our ancestral enemies. I want to find out if you're any better at talking to him than my warriors and my binders. They weren't able to get anything useful. I want to know 2 things. How are the forces of Shrain planning to attack our camps next? And why did they send a group of their people to the Cradle of Worms?
Cradle of worms.
So far, I'm impressed with you. If you manage to break the prisoner, I will give you gifts to protect you against the crystals in the vault ceiling. Will you take upon you the task to persuade the prisoner to speak?"
Certainly. Is
Okay.
Shrain...
You're only talking.
Yeah?
This.
Yeah? The dwarf leans over to whisper something to you.
I think that was an elbow in the gut, actually.
Shrain, did we, we've heard about Shrain once before from the Druids on the surface, right?
I don't know, did you?
I thought we did. I thought they said that that was the city. Didn't they say there was a city down here?
I think so.
Someone did,
Mm-hmm.
right? But it is.
Play the personalized station, my soundtrack from Amazon.
Alexa.
Alexa, shut off.
It's gotta be spooky music now. What?
I don't know. Alexa, cancel.
Gotta do spooky music.
Okay.
In the background, the Erdefans start playing more music.
Yeah, they start. Erdefan and Jeff Bezos. Listen to your conversation. So you don't remember whether the druids told us about
Shrain?
Shrain?
I don't remember what they did tell you about it.
I
I
think
think,
they said that there was a city.
yeah, I think they mentioned there was a city
Yeah,
by the name of Shrain, but they didn't have any more
but they
information
didn't have any more
than that.
information than that. Okay, fair enough.
Why? I would like to ask them why are they ancestral enemies?
We'll cover that later. Go. Speak to the prisoner. Convince him to talk.
Okay.
If he does talk, what's his fate after that? Will you kill him?
Of
Or
course.
set him free?
Are you gonna at least eat him if you kill him?
Yes.
Okay. Then he won't be wasted.
Correct.
Yeah.
And with that, I'm just
Again, I want to
very
know two
druidic
things.
logic.
How are the forces of Shrain planning to attack our camp's next? And why did they send a group of their people to the Cradle of Worms?
Can you speak more about the Cradle of Worms?
We'll speak when you're done.
Fair enough.
He taps on his throne. A couple of guards come in. They escort you to a nearby building where you guys are
Wait.
sent in.
Before we go in there, if we want to rescue, so we're not Erdefan, we could pretend we sneaked in, going to rescue him, so we get the information.
How big are these guards looking?
Regular Erdefan size. They're good size.
Okay,
I mean, they're roughly medium size, but they're well built.
Well, yeah. I mean, does it look like the group could take the two of them?
You could probably take the two, but the other couple dozen that are nearby in the open courtyard, probably not.
And also the other 200.
No. You guys you're not tracking. You're not
No,
even-
you guys are in the throne room. He brings in two guards.
Right.
The guards then escort you outside across the open courtyard to the other building.
The point, the reason why I was asking was if we were going to go with the idea that we're rescuing them, taking the two guards outside the door of the prison might help us get some curry favor with or
Sure.
whatever with the guys inside
Sure.
or whoever's inside.
I
It
think
was just a thought.
we need to think about who this guy is.
Well, of course, we're going to ask who he is and then
Well,
figure out
no.
his culture.
I mean, I don't know what the demographic makeup of Shrain is, but I have a guess. And they're not cool guys. And that makes me guess this guy's probably not that cool of a guy either.
Can I use religion to recall knowledge on the people of Shrain?
You don't recall any religious significance from the name Shrain.
Okay, so who has the best rating in deception?
Social?
In
Society?
deception.
You don't have any information regarding the city of Shrain.
Intimidate the knowledge out of them.
Yeah, you could.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're gonna try to lie to him, I'm not the one. But if you guys want to intimidate, I can do that.
So, anyways, they lead you across the courtyard to another section. Open up the door. Point for you to guys go in. Inside the room is dark. You see a single person tied up against the central pillar. Assuming you guys all go in,
Yeah.
they close the door and bar it behind you. One of them let you know. Let us know when you're done. We will deal with the prisoner at that point.
Well, they're not gonna let us convince them of anything.
So you guys are in a dark room. Just a little bit of greenish light coming in through the cracks. Tied up and shackled to the central pillar is a humanoid, medium size, has a pair of curved horns going back from the top of his head, sort of like a goat.
Not what I was expecting.
Looks like he has been beaten repeatedly. Has large eyes, long black hair, dark curving horns. The Erdefans obviously have not been kind to him. He looks weak, with fresh wounds on top of old scars that crisscross his body. He looks up at you, doesn't say anything. Just stares at you, almost expecting you guys to hit him again.
Well, you've gotten yourself in a bit of a jam, haven't you? I say in Undercommon.
Okay.
Does he respond?
He looks at each of you.
Uh,
He doesn't seem. He doesn't. You don't get the impression he is scared as such.
yeah.
He's just more curious as to what you guys are going to do. What approach the next torture is going to take.
Should we maybe heal this guy a little bit?
I was just about to suggest that. I'm gonna throw a level 1 heal on him.
Okay.
Can I attempt to identify like every
2 points.
Yeah.
like what species?
Yes, you can give me a social roll for that.
Does he look like he's missing any body parts or anything
No.
like that?
No.
Okay.
Looks like he's been whipped and cut repeatedly, and when it's been healed, he's been cut and whipped again.
32.
32. Recognize him as a tiefling.
Is that Faye?
It is abyssal. It is the child of a demon and a mortal.
When you're creating your character, you can actually
It,
become
it, it is one of the
It's the opposite
more
of her.
yeah, it's the one of the uncommon races, but yes, literally the opposite of her.
Well, that's going to be difficult.
Man,
You two probably have to kill it.
No.
No.
Tieflings
They're
are-
not necessarily evil.
Tieflings are mortal. They're not fiend. Well, they may have the fiend type. I'm not sure.
I think they do, just like she has the
they have the
the
tiefling
celestial.
trait, not fiend.
I'm gonna speak to him in
Oh,
common.
okay, wait a minute. Knowing what he is now, what effect is healing gonna have if you cast heal?
It's just a normal race. That doesn't have anything special.
Like you say, he's a mortal.
Not vampire.
A mortal, not
Yeah.
immortal. A mortal. He's just like anybody else.
Might be immoral,
Maybe.
but he is mortal,
He could be
not immortal.
He could be immoral.
Okay, I'm just making sure it wasn't gonna flip the spell and you're gonna cause him more pain.
Right. I heal him, he burns.
He just-
Whoops.
Oh, we interrogated him too hard. Oops.
So you cast a heal on him, level 1. Okay, how much you
That's
heal?
when we would make up. That's when we would make up information.
But yeah. Let's just
find
on
out.
him.
Probably like a D8 or D6.
3 points.
3 points. Okay.
Well, if we did a 2 action, it would be 11 points.
That's a fair point.
Correct.
No, yeah, it's 11. Yeah.
11 points. Okay. A small number of his paper cuts and minor wounds go away.
Yeah.
He looks somewhat better, almost surprised to see it. Each of you give me a perception check.
25.
25,
28.
What's that from?
It was a PBS show,
23.
36.
like Wild Nature or
He
something.
said 43 or 23.
Fuck, where's
43.
perception? I always forget.
Okay.
Oh wait, and or the natural 20.
Okay. You can tell that the creature has been subjected to physical and psychological punishments. Not just recently from the Erdothan. He has the air of a lifelong slave. Okay. And you suspect he is highly resistant and unlikely to respond to threats of violence or otherwise, because he's lived his entire life as a slave being constantly punished.
Before
Okay.
we start,
So functionally, whatever you guys could do to him, or conceivably the Erdothan, he's seen worse.
before we start questioning, do you have a zone of truth?
I do.
Okay.
But I don't think he's even gonna talk anyway at all. Much
Well-
less lie about it.
You suck. You put her in a horrible position.
Why?
Because she's supposed to be like this holy warrior, and here's this poor slave, and
Yeah.
oh man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine's anti-slave too. That's the thing.
Well, there you go. So we have to break him out of here.
I was thinking that the moment he said that we had to question a dude.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. I was gonna interrogate the shit out of this guy, but. All right, I'm gonna.
But we should get his lifelong story first.
Yeah.
Well, okay, talk to him because I'm about to throw a
Alright.
regenerate on him. Actually,
Wasn't
you
it
have.
discussing
Why am I
this?
spending heal
I-
points? You have like a
I
billion
have
heals.
no idea.
I
You're
got
so eager to
rations
do it.
myself in my bag. I'm going to give him some basic rations.
Okay, he is shackled and unable to effectively to move. His hands are shackled behind him. So you drop some rations in front of him.
No, like
Couldn't it go good threatening him?
Do you speak common?
He seems to. He doesn't. He still hasn't responded or said anything yet. Whenever you speak, he looks at you.
All right, look, man. We're not here to hurt you. We don't want to hurt you. You need to give us the information so we can tell these guys so they don't kill us, and we can try to help you get out of here.
Okay. He closes his eyes and starts rocking back and forth a little bit, and starts muttering, "I don't know anything. Go away. I don't know anything. Go away. I don't know anything. Go away.
Listen, what's your name?
I don't know anything.
No.
Go away.
Your name. You know your name.
I don't know anything. Go away." He seems to just be
He's catatonic.
chanting the same thing over and over whenever you
Yeah.
guys start trying to question him.
Probably we had a bard with some diplomacy skills.
Everyone got traumatized.
Yeah,
and,
that's a fair
and
point. I
counter
have pretty
performance.
high level fever.
Okay.
So, I want to look at his shackles and stuff.
Mhm.
Is there a way I can take the shackles off?
If you can pick the lock, sure.
Are we being watched by any of the Erdefan?
Nope. They locked you inside the room with him.
I'm going to try to take his shackles off.
Okay.
is that thievery?
Yes.
I'll try and aid with that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to use my Fey ability
Okay.
on this. So, roll twice, take a better result.
Okay.
Roll again. How do I do that? Okay. 35 with his whatever his assistant gets me.
Okay.
I aid.
I've got the 8.
Really slowing.
You're welcome.
I don't know what's going on with it. Okay. What'd you get?
I rolled a 12.
A 12.
So a total of 30.
30. Okay. And you got
35.
35. Okay. You take a minute or so. Do you have some thieves picks?
I don't know. Let me look.
Take a minute or two staring intently at the lock. Psychically.
I probably don't. You know.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
So you load him some picks.
Yeah.
So here, I shall aid you.
Yeah.
Try this.
Those are really handy. I should get some.
They're like 1 gold piece.
Yeah, it's like 1 or 5 gold.
While I understand all of this, I'm also, yeah. Whatever.
Anyways, okay, you guys working together, you managed to pick the lock.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's right.
Yeah, I really know how to pick this.
And after a moment or two, you pick the lock, releasing his hands and his feet. He just sits there, or stays kneeling, rocking back and forth, saying, "I don't know anything. Go away."
Okay, zone of truth.
Well, that,
Okay.
That's not going to help anything.
Yeah, that doesn't help anything.
That doesn't
Yeah.
help anything if he doesn't answer the question. He's not compelled to answer the question. He's compelled to tell the truth.
Yeah, he has to tell the truth. Right now,
But
he's
if
sitting,
he
he's sitting there
does-
saying over and over again that he doesn't know anything.
Okay, so he
That's
just
a
goes,
lie.
I know something. I know something. I know something. I mean, it's not going to help. Gotta build up trust with this
So this
guy.
building, is it in the middle of the overall town,
No,
or is it by a wall?
It's pretty close to the middle, yes.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like right up against the wall, and we could like break down the wall and then walk
Yeah.
out.
If only I had a bard.
Yeah, if only we had a teleporting bard.
Yeah. friend, we will go away. All right. But first, just tell me, what's your name, please? Look, I don't want to hurt you. I grew up in the slave pits too.
Did?
I did.
Okay. Give me a diplomacy roll.
Great. It's gonna make him just go completely.
Hungry.
Remember, when he's trying to do deception, don't question it.
Yeah. 17.
17.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you actually grow up in the slave pits, or are you
I
trying to
did.
lie to him?
No, I did.
Okay.
I grew up in the slave pits of Hazecraft.
Okay, so a 17. No, that doesn't seem to penetrate to him at all. He's pretty much just ignores you.
You're unable to penetrate him.
That's right.
I'm sure he's got enough of that already.
Okay, guys. So what if we just tell the guards we're done, and the guards come in the room?
No.
We don't have the information, then we stuck to where we were in the beginning.
I thought the goal was to take out the guards.
No, the goal is for us to live. For us to live, we have to get the information from this guy.
Well, what's the point in living if you don't do the right thing?
I understand that. I wasn't done speaking.
Hey, friend, is there somewhere you want to go?
I don't know anything. Go away.
I don't know anything. Okay.
Your sob story of being a slave does not seem to have penetrated.
Yeah. I guess not.
You should work on your talking skill.
My talking, my doing words.
Maybe you could do some truth, because he could just be repeating that.
Well, no, we already discussed that.
We already
then.
discussed that. Yeah. No one has charm person. No one has a first level slot for charm person. I mean, I know that's technically coercion and naughty, but
Yeah, that is naughty.
we're not asking him to do something bad. Yeah, I literally don't have anything for that.
Can I actually get charm? Yeah, I can get charm.
Yeah, you don't have
Well,
it.
I need to do it.
No, they
I need
a
it.
mercy.
You need it
Hey,
24
Dad,
hours.
Yeah.
would it be difficult to apply medicine to him right now?
No?
Nature. Well,
Friend-
do I have nature medicine?
Dude,
Well-
I have all the medicine he needs.
Yeah.
But is there any point in fully healing him?
Yeah.
Give
Friend,
him a fighting chance.
We will
I'm going to make
go-
sure. Are we having this discussion in front of him?
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, if we heal him up fully, we can at least give him a fighting chance.
to be eaten more slowly.
Well, he's now free.
I wanna-
Yeah, but I mean,
I wanna
free in the middle
lay
of
on
a
Hanson,
Okay.
camp
And
in the
by
middle
lay on
of
hands,
the
have
death
on
radiation
mercy,
desert.
which counteracts any
Well,
fear
he's
or
from the death
paralyzed.
radiation desert.
We don't know that.
Okay.
He could
How much
very
you lay
well
on
be
hands,
a
Phelan?
slave from the surface
Oh,
world who
it's
got
like-
trafficked down here.
I'm gonna
Like
look at him and go,
46.
are you from, sorry.
It's like 46, or it's a huge
40,
amount.
46 points.
Yeah, it's 6 times my spell count, so 6 times 7, so
42.
42. Yeah.
Okay. So the champion lays on hands, heals 42 points of damage. Most of his wounds between your healing and your lay on hands are now healed. He has just a few wounds left.
Are you from the surface world?
Give me a diplomacy roll. His skin looks very pale. You don't think he is.
Okay.
Why don't you bring out your
31.
giant globe?
31.
I
Okay.
never turned it down.
Hey, look. Oh.
I don't have wings anymore, but
He
I'm still going.
he feels much better at this point, and your lay on hands seems to break through his mantra. And he looks up, almost as if the act of kindness is new to him and surprising.
So you just have to be kind.
Yes.
I've been trying.
You've been
Level 1 heal.
The tiniest heal possible.
Compared to a level 7, lay on hands with mercy.
Yeah.
Anyways, he seems semi-talkative at this point. He introduces himself as a house guard of Zavazik Shrane of the Red Circus.
The Red Circus.
We have a purple surface, don't we?
He is my master. I am one of his house guards.
You're from the city of Shrane,
Yes.
and who are the people of Shrane?
House Shrane of the Drow.
Of the Drow.
What's drow? What's drow?
I don't know. I think it's better than demon worshippers.
They're the
Is it
same in this
really?
world.
Is it really?
Or
Yes, because
No,
demons
dark
are
elves.
evil that should be destroyed.
So are drow.
Well, yes, but demon worshippers are more evil.
Well,
Drow are demon worshippers.
I just
Yeah.
drow are demon worshippers.
Okay.
He describes Shrine as a city of the drow. From those of you who have history knowledge, background, etc., you have heard drow are in Pathfinder very, very rare anyways.
Yeah.
You have heard of lots of infighting amongst the drow. One of the houses by the name of Shrine was exiled hundreds of years ago from drow society because of their beliefs and teachings tended towards necromancy and a means of extending their own life.
Gotcha.
What he describes is Shrine is occupied and ruled by the drow, of which there's only a few dozen, but they are immortal liches, vampires, and undead that
Right.
rule over the city of slaves and captives.
And risen.
Right.
Good luck with the fire.
We're screwed.
Okay.
How did we come home?
He serves Zavazek Shrine of the Red Circus, one of the families. He is one of the house guards and was assigned randomly to a scout patrol. Okay, bad luck for him. Urdefan raiders attacked, killed everyone else but him, then made him walk here. Must have been over 100 miles, maybe 150.
Yeah. Which direction?
From the east.
From the east. Do you think we could find safe passage in Shrine, or would they try and enslave us?
Many surface dwellers come to Shrine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the way he describes it. It actually has routes and travelers that come from far off areas
Yeah.
and the surface, but they're all. I mean, it's a shadow city such that people routinely will disappear and be added to the
den of
slaves.
scum and villainy.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, of the worst kind.
Well, and I imagine probably body traffickers.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a hub of necromancy.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Isn't that what we're looking for to try and resurrect me?
Eldar City in 40K. That's
No,
in
we
the
just
web
need
world.
diamonds to do
I
that.
have no idea.
Come
Hey,
on.
we have a body that we can traffic.
You do have a body you could traffic.
We do have a body. That's true. We can have two now.
We can make a living off of trafficking bodies. Everywhere we go, we create bodies.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't like this concept.
Do you know of any troop movements that Shrine is actually planning with regards to?
They
Spectre?
send patrols out to fight the Urdefans with some frequency. They've
Yeah.
been at war for over 1,000 years.
Oh, jeez.
I see. But there's no siege that's planned that you're aware of.
Not since the destruction of the last settlement of Urdefan.
The last settlement.
Yeah.
Where was this?
He references battles. There were several battles over the last 1,000 years. Basically, the Urdefan are very long living based on their cannibalism and their ghoulish tendencies.
Yeah.
The Drow are immortal given their necromancy.
Right.
The two forces continuously fight.
Yeah.
Inside the Drow city, the Urdefan can't make any headway. In the desert, the Drow can't make any headway.
Right.
Except for rare times when something happens and
Yeah.
the balance shifts. And in the past, they have destroyed different Urdefan settlements. Currently, this one that you guys are at is the main one. There's a
Yeah.
couple of other ones around the desert, but this is the primary Urdefan stronghold.
Gotcha. And this last fight was hundreds of years ago.
Years ago.
Yeah, years ago.
Not really relevant as far as currently.
I see.
What's the deal with the purple worm? What's the deal with the worms?
The purple worms exist in the desert.
Yeah,
They're
but
natural creatures.
They're indigenous.
Do the Drow have plans for the Cradle of the Worms?
Do you want to pop your?
I know nothing about the Cradle of Worms.
Isn't that what the one guy asked?
Yeah.
Those are different worms.
Okay, the Cradle of what then? What was it?
The Cradle of
Just-
Worms.
yeah,
But
so-
those aren't the same thing.
The Cradle of Worms is the location.
Yeah.
Right.
The purple worms are just
Fair
worms
enough.
that live in this
I'm
area.
Tracking, I'm
Yeah.
tracking.
He says he's never heard of any such thing as the Cradle of Worms. If the Drow had any actions there, it would have been an independent operation, kept out of public knowledge on purpose. Nobody in my unit ever mentioned anything like that.
What is this Red Circus?
It's one of several houses within the Shrine Empire.
Within the strain of.
Yeah,
But
there
the
are
houses-
there are several houses, several families
Yeah.
that are all descendant from the original Shrine family
Yeah.
that have all split and take on their own particular roles and capabilities and so forth.
Yeah.
Currently, the rulers are Zira and Narinda. Narinda Strain. They've been expanding the slave stables for years. They have been recently sending out more and more scouting patrols and send house guards, similar to myself, to keep an eye on them.
Is there any particular cardinal direction that they seem to be more focused on?
No, just each of the settlements of the Erdofan. I mean, they in particular wish to take this place out.
I see.
But when we were captured, we were 100 miles, 150 miles to the east.
Gotcha.
I mean, basically, like I said, how he describes it is there's a single Drow stronghold east somewhere in the desert
150 miles.
or further.
Yeah. There it is.
That's where all the Drow are based. It's a fortress city that entertains and brings in far-off travelers from the
Right.
surface and other areas.
But who also happen to be mega creepers.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily nice people. And the Erdofan have been at war with them for 1,000 years,
Yeah.
trying to take out the Drow and destroy their influence.
Right.
Meanwhile, the Drow had been fighting back, but the Drow themselves never get directly involved.
Yeah,
Instead,
they
they
just-
send their slaves,
They have slave armies, yeah.
which are more numerous, but not nearly as powerful as the Erdofan.
Right.
So they keep an uneasy balance as a result.
Yeah. Tight. Okay.
He doesn't know anything about the Cradle of Worms.
Gotcha. So how do we get this guy out? This poor slave.
I have an idea.
Okay.
Tell them that we need a snack. We've eaten the broth, and we're gonna need some supplies.
Or we could just tell him that we want to take him as a slave.
We can do that, but why would they give up a meal?
They got plenty of meals.
Okay, either
Do
way.
they believe in slaves? Or the
Erdofan?
From what we've seen.
No, they have no slaves.
They don't have time.
Yeah, okay.
They don't have time for that. They gotta eat them.
They killed one of our party members, and
It's true.
we need to have a replacement slave.
Yeah.
Wait, are you calling me a slave?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Good body.
Also, we need supplies to get him back to life.
Yes.
So we need to negotiate that as well.
Well, we just need to negotiate. So do we have? We don't have. I feel like what's his name? Dagestan. Karungistan.
Karistan?
Karistan. Yeah. I feel like
Dagestan?
I think I'm deployed there. Feels familiar.
yeah. Is Kyrgyzstan? I think he's gonna want more than this. You know, I feel like he strikes me as a little paranoid. That that the Drow are plotting some attack, right? But this guy says he doesn't know anything specific. They just send out patrols. He was
could
in a
be
slave.
lying to us.
Huh?
That's why I asked her to pop the truth. Just,
Yeah, at this
just
point.
in case.
It's a little late for that now.
Yeah.
All right, cast a spell. Repeat everything you just said.
Yeah.
Well, he could repeat what he
Yeah,
just
he
said.
could repeat what he said. That would be a lie.
Yeah. Telling the truth. Okay. Well, we got the information from this guy.
Matter of fact, if he changes the story, that would be a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what information did we actually get?
Not much.
Nothing that's
Well,
gonna
we
stop
learned
us from
we
dying.
learned where Strain was,
Dad, are we out?
right?
I
We
didn't-
didn't know
Stairs.
before.
Well, yeah, but the chieftain wanted 2 specific details.
Those being the troop movements of of the people of Strain, right? And what else?
The
What
pit
do
of
they-
worms or whatever.
Yeah. What
Well,
are
why
they
did
doing
they
at
send
once?
a scout patrol to the thing of worms? But he says he doesn't know anything about that.
Does he know what the pit of worms is?
He said he didn't know, right? He's
Never heard of such a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can always spin off a story that sounds epic with their tactical.
Yeah.
movements.
None of us are good at lying, are we?
I'm not.
Now,
If only we had a bard, though.
if
Yeah.
you guys recall, which you may be overlooking, the Cradle of Worms is the location where you guys are headed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. That's
okay.
where they think it's where we think the ball is.
Right.
You keep saying this bard thing.
Mhm.
I remember motherfuckers when we were a bard going, man, I really wish we had a healer.
Well, yes.
Yeah, so now we have a healer.
Yeah, now we got a healer. Now we need a bard.
Yeah.
Hashtag bring back the old.
That's right.
Yeah, make that portal.
Yeah.
Stuff them in there, see if we get a better Gobdingo.
A better guy? The fuck?
A third one, not even close.
If we're upgrading.
We want to re-roll Gobdingo again.
Yeah.
The shadow plane Gobdingo.
Just keep throwing Gobdingo in the portal until the
Yeah.
right one comes out.
Yes.
You start.
If there's infinite mini worlds,
That's
there's
right.
gotta be infinitely many
Eventually, there'll be
Gobdingos.
one that's useful.
There's gotta be a good one in there somewhere.
Wait a minute, I do have a banish spell. I could send Dante.
You could
Yeah,
banish him.
you can banish him.
Send you back.
Anyways,
You can always try.
Mhm.
Everybody's gonna get burned in the process. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Okay, so we provide the chieftain the first bit of information, and then hey, that's where we're heading.
Mm-hmm.
We can investigate what is happening at the
just going
The
so slow.
goopy pit of worms.
the
What if
purple
we
pit
kill
worms.
Hear me out. Because you like to interrupt me.
I didn't. I was purposely waiting.
What if we kill this guy? Get the materials to resurrect. Leave town with his corpse, and then resurrect him.
I think there's an easier way to fake a murder without actually murdering.
Yeah, do we have hard kill?
Hmm?
Wait a
Do we have
minute,
hard
aren't you
kill?
supposed to be resurrecting me?
Yeah.
No, we can't up on you.
Andy, as a side note, I turned off the virtual camera for Discord. I think that's causing a large delay. Hopefully the audio continues going, but you should be seeing what we see on the board. Not that anything's changed necessarily.
I can cast some visibility.
Okay.
Well, the overall thing is they're going to go in there and cook him, and when he's not there, they're going to freak out.
Mm.
Yeah, well, okay.
I kind of like your idea of that, but we're going to need a lot more
Diamond dust.
diamond dust
Yeah.
that we don't even have enough to resurrect him.
But he's level 14.
Well, yes, I completely agree, but it takes some diamond dust to resurrect even a level 1 dude.
Wait, it takes diamond dust specifically?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's the problem. I have the spell. We don't have the diamonds to do
The
it.
component.
Officially, yes, it's diamond dust. The way I do it, since diamond dust is supposed to be remarkably rare. I mean, it's still based on diamonds and ground diamonds, which there's not much that can grind a diamond.
Diamond.
As far as I'm concerned, it is a sacrifice of equivalent value.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be diamond dust. If he has a magic sword that's worth 5,000 gold, fine, that gets used up in the spell. Okay. Now, if you happen to have diamond dust, great. But
Okay, actually, the card says diamonds worth a total value of the target's level,
Correct.
minimum of 1 times 200 gold per level.
correct, except with the level 7 version of it,
Mhm.
it's 15, or his level, times 400 gold. Because it's a higher level. Okay.
What's our guy's name again? The slave?
The slave,
Yeah.
his name is Kufar.
Kufar. Huh. Gotcha. Kufar, is there somewhere you want to go?
I-
Do you want to
All
return?
I know is the desert here.
You've lived in this vault your entire life?
I was born a slave.
You were born in Strain?
Yes.
Let's see.
That is just bad luck.
Yep.
That's, I mean, the house guards are all born as slaves.
Yeah.
So, do you have any particular loyalty to your house?
No. I wish them all to burn and die.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, it's a house elf.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a house demon baby.
No, the way he describes their society, basically they capture or take slaves,
Yeah.
and that first generation is used as warriors and soldiers.
Yeah.
And if and when they have kids
Yeah.
that don't know any better, they are raised as slaves, but then they naturally have a little bit more loyalty.
Right.
To him, the fact that you guys aren't beholden to the drow
Mm-hmm.
is a complete shock to him.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand that necessarily.
Right.
But given the potential that, hey, life might be without the lash, he certainly is eager for that.
Right.
He just doesn't have any sense of where he would go or what he would do because he's never known anything
Yeah.
else.
Does he have any mercy
You're a
skill?
guard, so you have combat skills.
I'm a house guard, yes.
He's
You
a
could join us in our
Yeah,
adventures.
he's effectively like a lieutenant for their army.
You could join us in your adventures.
Okay.
Well, I'm just
The angels will not
hireling.
be offended.
Yeah.
no. That's not how it works. A hireling. I mean, we could basically use him as a hireling.
Sure.
No?
Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I'm more worried about getting him out.
Yeah.
That's
we have to
the
get 'em out
primary
first.
concern.
Correct. Well, and entirely out of story, as an alternative, if you can't resurrect the kobold,
It gives him an opportunity to take over another character.
this would be
what I
a
was
character
thinking.
for him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Sean, for allowing this.
I'm not allowing it. You guys aren't. He's not out yet.
Yeah.
This may be a very short-lived character.
He's a new character,
Yeah.
and you get eaten.
Yeah.
The point being, you have this option.
Yeah.
You can either bring him as a hireling, or if somebody doesn't have a character, you got a character.
Yeah.
I'll give you some parameters, but otherwise you make the character as you wish.
Dad,
So
this is why you need to be sitting at the table and paying attention. Did you hear what Sean just said?
Yep.
What did he say?
He said you guys can either take this character on as a hireling, or another player can take him over and
correct.
work him how you wish.
No, that's not what he fucking said.
I'll give you some guidelines as to what the character is. You get the rest of the choices. So you still have to develop him as a character, but you don't get to choose the class. You don't get to choose all the options.
Okay.
Okay.
You have a set form for the character that I can alter something.
Fundamentally, I'll tell you what the class and the race is. You build the character from that with the background and concept as I've been describing.
Cool.
Okay. That's assuming they figure out a way to get him out of town safe,
Yeah, let's say at this point,
which is a
it's in
pretty
the-
big challenge for them right now.
We can dig a tunnel out.
Yes.
Why don't we just trade?
If only we had a bard with teleport.
No, we have a druid that can summon animals that can burrow.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
We need to not get this guy like. We either need to let them like gift him to us, or we need to have him like disappear in such a way that it doesn't point the finger back to us. Like
Right. Right now, you're on the good side of the Urdefan.
yeah.
They
We
are
do
a
not-
potent force. As bad as necromantic drow might seem,
Yeah, the Urdefan.
they've been holding their own against them.
Yeah, for
Yeah, they're just
1,000 years.
Well, and just as strong.
Yeah. So we can either try and fake his death as like as part of the interrogation.
Mm-hmm.
That's a possibility. Or we can request him as a gift as part of our fulfillment of this task.
Or
I like that idea.
Yeah.
I like the second idea.
Or we could trade him for.
or we tell them
Why would
we ate them.
give our beloved party member away?
That's true.
Okay.
That is not something
Our
we would do.
delicious beloved party member.
Our very delicious one.
We sacrifice our party member for your food.
Yeah.
Okay,
They wouldn't eat me. I'm all grit. And
I'm
ale.
siding with diplomacy.
Makes a
Let's
good
see
soup.
if we can talk our
Okay.
way out of this and get him
Yeah, I
Well-
mean, they did kill one of our.
Should
They killed our slave.
should
We need another one.
should we figure out a way to upscale the story? Because currently the story is he doesn't know a lot of details and stuff
Yeah.
like that, and we've not really completed the task.
Yeah.
Is there a way we could spin it off? Oh, they have this grand plot or whatever.
Yeah.
So
But-
he has all
but-
this
Well,
knowledge.
but that
But
requires
that requires us lying to them, which
which none of us are
none of
great
us
at.
can do.
Okay, so wait a minute.
Uh,
Why were we going there? Is that where we think
The
this
ball.
one
The
is?
Yes.
ball is in the pit of worms, or the is that a cradle of worms?
Cradle of Worms.
Cradle of worms. The ball is in the cradle of worms, most likely.
Okay, if we say that that's why they're going there, it's not a lie. I mean, we think it's there, so we
Yeah.
just say that's not the reason they're going there.
Oh,
I
I
have okay deception. 17 plus 17.
Yeah, we're gonna risk his life on okay.
It's not his life.
He's
It's our
deceiving you, though.
yeah. Yeah, I wonder. We never asked our guy, Kyrgyzstan, if I'm just gonna call him Kyrgyzstan.
We need to give him a nickname if
Yeah.
he's staying with the group.
Kurg.
This is
Kurg.
work.
Kyrgyzstan. We never asked Kyrgyzstan if he knows about the ball.
Correct,
And-
you didn't.
Probably because we don't want to tell him about the ball.
But if he already knows about the ball, then
Then that would explain why they.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
He's kind of friendly with us. We can trust him.
Yeah, we can trust it.
Did
Yeah.
you cast Stone of Truth?
No,
No, we never cast Stone of Truth.
Damn it.
we
It's
trust
better he
him.
not be at the table.
All right.
He's so bad with meta
Kufar, we're gonna try and see if we can get you out of here.
Okay.
Chill out. Maybe act like you still got the shackles on, but maybe keep them loose. We may have to break you out of here fast, like. So you have to be ready to run. All right.
Okay.
Things could go poorly quickly, so you have to be ready.
If only we had a bright
Okay.
Okay.
Abandoned enough.
Okay. So you guys are done with Kufar?
Yeah.
And you're
We're
going to go
gonna
back to
ask him about the
Karostan?
stone before he dies.
Huh?
Are we gonna ask him about the stone before he inevitably dies?
Oh, but he's never heard about the Cradle of Worms, right?
Yes, but he could know what the Aeon Stone is.
Kufar, have you ever heard of a great magical orb here in the desert
No.
with life-giving powers?
No.
No. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Easy.
Yep.
All right,
Secret
thanks.
solved.
Thanks, Kufar.
Okay. Before we go see the chieftain, what are we doing here? What are we saying?
We're gonna ask. We spoke to him. He didn't know anything about the credit. Do we want to tell him about the? We told him we're looking for a magical artifact, so
Does he
he
have
knows
magical
that.
capabilities, the Tiefling? The Tiefling.
No.
Okay.
Uh,
I didn't know if he was a divine caster with Play Dead as,
No.
as a reactionary
Yeah.
spell.
That'd be nice though.
that's
No.
on arcane
He,
list
he,
too.
he is a bard with teleport, though.
Oh man, that sucks.
Well, we need him then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as you guys leave, he teleports away, leaving you guys to deal with
Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan. Yes. So, okay, you guys call the guards to take you back.
Do you
Take
have a
us to
story
your
straight?
leader.
I think so. I think we have a story.
Take us to your leader.
What's our leader? Or what's not our, or what's our story?
Our story is that there weren't any specific movements towards Spike Hill, just normal patrol, right? They're on their normal patrol pattern.
No, the leader wanted to know
I'm
why
getting to
they
that.
were.
I'm getting to that. The reason that the patrol was sent to the Cradle of Worms is because there is rumor that an ancient do we know about the Vault Dwellers? Or is that
The Vault Dwellers.
they're the Vault Makers? Okay.
Not
Okay.
specifically,
Not
no.
specific.
Well,
There-
we know that the Druids told us a story about how the Aeon Stone was brought down and locked away into this Underdark thing.
Well, this is where they all came from.
Okay.
Was this vault? Yeah, and then Eridan stole them and took them upstairs.
Yeah, the Druids
Yeah.
told us about that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and we knew it too because we saw it in the cave vision thing too.
Okay.
Yeah, we went to that. Remember that cave with the puddle? We all looked in the puddle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a different character. But anyway,
I went to the pedal myself too,
yeah.
and saw the other character seeing this.
Yes, exactly. Well, we'll tell them that the drow have likely gotten wind of an ancient artifact in the Cradle of Worms, and that could perhaps swing the balance to the drow if they.
Well, then we might run into the
There's no
situation
perhaps.
of
If they get it,
That
they,
is
it
actually
will
in there. And
massively
having-
swing the balance
Yeah.
in their favor. So.
well, then we run into that one of the sides will claim it, and then we need to take it back from them.
Well, we need to take it from
Yeah, but
either of them.
if we tell them that, then the Earthfan are going to like send like a whole bunch of people there, and then it's going to be way more difficult for us to get the stone.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
if we travel with them, it'll be a lot easier for us to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Or maybe they'll attack in mass the drow.
Or maybe there'll be a giant battle.
Okay, evil versus evil. If they decide to kill each other,
Yeah.
Mhm. It's like Freddy versus
How's
Jason.
everybody?
I'm here for the ball. That's it.
Yeah, I'm here for the ball too.
The ball.
So yeah, these guys have been fighting it out all along.
Mm-hmm. Let them keep
Okay.
banging their heads against the wall.
Okay, we tell them about the artifact.
Yeah.
You call the guards?
Yeah.
Okay. Guards respond fairly quickly. They open up the door, escort you back to Karastan, leaving Kufar here. Led back into the throne room. He has several guards in the area now with him,
Mm-hmm.
all sort of watching you, trying to figure out what the next move is. And Karastan sits on his throne, scratching at the translucent flesh of his cheek in thought, waiting for you to speak.
Karastan, we have performed the task that you have put to us.
The prisoner has spoken.
The prisoner has spoken, but before I relay the information, I have a humble request.
He seems a bit annoyed.
During the fighting with your patrols, we lost one of our own, and having now performed this task, I think it would be gracious of you to provide the slave that we have thusly interrogated and broken to our will, if you would provide him to us.
Okay. You see Karastan tense up, and his eyes and face sort of curls in rage. He glares at you and growls out, "Surface dwellers will not tell me what to do."
It's merely a request.
You get the sense that he's holding back as much as he can, because from what you know of their culture, other people probably would have already been killed.
Yeah.
He refuses to acknowledge it other than that.
Okay.
Do you wish to continue pushing the fact?
No.
Okay. What did the prisoner reveal?
The prisoner revealed, while there is no specific current movements from Shrine to Spike Hill, there are whispers that the Drow are pursuing an ancient and powerful magical artifact located in the Cradle of Worms. They could perhaps tip the balance in favor of the Drow in this long conflict.
Okay. I know a group of Drow and their slaves went into the Cradle of Worms a few months ago. You will head there. Find out what the Drow are doing. Judging by the direction you were traveling, that's where you were headed anyways. Help me, and I will help you. One of my hunters, Thaxon, he points to one of the Erdefan next to him, will accompany you to the Cradle of Worms. Her presence guarantees that my raiders, or those from other cults, will not attack you. Once you are done, she will report back to me. That's all. In exchange for your service, we'll grant you safe passage through our territory. You've already impressed me more than I expected from surface dwellers. You are free to go if you do not want my aid, and you can leave this camp as my allies. If you accept the task and Thaxton brings news back to me, I promise to reward you even further.
I see.
I mean, we're going there anyway. Should we?
As I said, you were already headed there.
Yeah, this is true.
He's offering one of his warriors to go with you.
Yes. And if we encounter the patrol from Shrine, you would of course like us to kill them?
Of course.
I see.
Should we ask him if there are large amounts of worms in the cradle of worms? It's called the
On the
cradle.
subject of the Cradle of Worms, you deferred earlier. Can you tell us more about it?
Yes. Cradle of Worms is a reeking valley of the worms. It lies 145 miles to the southwest.
Mm-hmm.
That place is different. It is full of life, plants, beasts. We hunt along the edges but don't go in. With Erdofan like the open desert, our hunters are unparalleled in the sands.
But in the jungles, less so?
Correct.
I see. And you said it's full of beasts?
Yes.
Anything else? Any peoples?
Life, plants.
Any intelligent peoples?
We don't know. We don't go in it
Why not?
because we hunt along the edges. Erdofan
They
excel in the
run common
deserts.
with the jungle,
Yeah.
basically. So they stay
The
in the
one
desert.
trick ponies.
Yeah. Let's stick to what you're good at, I suppose. I see. Do I have the opportunity to confer with my compatriots?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you played it wrong. And the reason I say that is because everything we've been doing with these people up to this point has been a dick swinging contest.
Mm-hmm.
And you walked in and were
Admittedly, we let the comedy relief lead the discussion.
who? Him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's essentially the comedy relief.
Yeah.
Well, I
I
think
forgot about that.
but I think I've killed more Erdefons than anyone else in the party.
That's not the point. The point is that she, Traz, they had a greater impact on these people
Sure.
with brute strength.
Yeah.
And I think going up to him and acquiescing, as it were, was the
Should have
wrong
told him that it
approach.
was either that or I was going to kill him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe not necessarily kill him, but
We're saying we're taking him as our slave.
yeah, don't give him the option. Just say this is what we're doing, and that would have come from a place of
Yeah.
strength,
Yeah.
at
Maybe.
least from their perspective.
Yeah. But also he almost melted down as it was.
Yeah.
Maybe that's because being a bitch infuriated him.
That's right.
Hey, you were willing to try.
Yeah.
I mean, you tried,
Huh?
but you failed.
Is there like a
Time reverse. Restart the conversation.
Nope,
Yeah.
nope. There is no save game.
Save game.
Save. Yeah, I'd like to crack that guy out of there, but I'm not sure how to do it.
let's just teleport him out.
Okay,
we
so
have
you
any
guys
disguise?
want me
Stop,
to go
Ben.
for
Ben, the joke
Yeah.
has been made 100
It's over, Ben.
times.
No,
Okay.
no when to move on.
Okay, so do you guys want me to try to talk to him? Is that
Talk to who?
To the chieftain.
Oh, do you want to try and diplomatize him?
Intimidation's really more of my area, but I'm not that bad at
Okay.
diplomacy either.
Sure, yeah.
Do we have any disguise spells?
I'm not prepared.
I have elven boots and elven cloak that I can give to this guy
You have
to
to.
get him out of here.
Don't you have to sync that in a 24-hour period?
Yeah.
More than likely.
Yes, I think so. Because I have that as well.
Like I said, right now, he's viewing you guys as allies.
Mm-hmm.
He's willing to provide you with some assistance
Mm-hmm.
and one of his hunters to accompany you.
Yeah.
He obviously doesn't seem very keen on being told what to do otherwise.
What if we took the slave with us as potential barter or a sacrifice to be made if necessary?
We're still asking him for the. We're still asking him for a resource, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You just give him a better reason than.
Do it now, or we're not helping. That's a bad reason.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's volatile. He could pop either way.
Cool. What we could do is ask him for the slave as extra rations. And decline the offer of the hunter.
Well, the hunter
need
is also it's part of his insurance, right? The hunter is to watch us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys said this is a dick swinging contest. So what if I just flat out tell him, okay, in all fairness, we've defeated your guys in combat and we're not particularly impressed.
Yeah.
But this slave was able to defy your men and not give up any information at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, in all fairness, if we're going to be escorted by someone to our location, I'd rather be the slave.
Try that.
Yeah, I can try it. I mean,
This
I
guy's
enjoy making new characters.
Yeah. This guy's gonna go thermonuclear.
I do have another character in mind.
Free the slave.
Yeah.
Liberator cause. Free the slave.
Yeah. That was my. Yeah.
This is going to go terribly, though.
Personally, I don't give a shit. My character can just let this guy rot.
Yeah.
The problem is I understand that we have two characters where they cannot leave this alone. So I'm trying to help.
I'm not
Like-
sure if my character
Well,
would leave it alone either.
It's not
'cause
that
he-
they can't. It's that they have personality restrictions that make this challenging. Or it's a trade-off.
Sacrifice
Like
31
George
damage
said,
reduction,
you're good.
or save the slave.
Like George said, you can summon
Because
animals
that would be the
can
difference.
through stand, right?
Nothing in that kind of time frame, and I have to relearn the spell.
Okay, who's in the room right now with us?
You guys, Karastan, maybe a half dozen of his guards, plus a whole bunch of them outside, easily within shouting reach. That's about it. So
And
yeah,
probably
getting into a
outside.
fight with this guy would be bad.
Suicidal.
You guys are having this conversation in front of the guy?
No, they have a side. They asked for a sidebar. That was fine. So yeah, the situation here is pretty risky if you anger him. He's already fundamentally said no, outright to him. Okay, so think of it in terms of, I guess the easiest to rationalize would be your kids. They come to you and say, "I want something," and the answer is no.
I don't think this is going to work because, okay, so if we can't convince him,
I guess don't bad.
Which
That's
I-
bad for anything.
What?
what?
One of us,
I
we
was
could
joking.
we could depart as scheduled, right?
Mhm.
One of us could come back and then bust them out.
Problem with that I just realized.
Thraxton is gonna come with us, right?
Exactly. He's gonna be like, "Hey, weren't you just in jail?"
Yeah.
Where'd you
And-
come from?
Exactly. And then so we.
Well, but the worst thing that happens
Is there a
then.
requirement that the hunter comes with us?
No.
No, he said we could
He,
decline.
he said you can turn him down if you don't want the hunter. They will not send him with you.
Okay, I think I like this idea. We tell him we could use a night's rest because we did expend some of our spells in the process of the
Well,
interrogation. We stayed the
did we?
night, like I did, and he did a healing.
Okay.
Every morning I've been using my restoration spells.
Okay.
So before we go back out into the desert with worms, we should
Well,
probably
they
rest.
might eat him tonight.
That's the thing. They said once they got the information, they were going to kill him and eat him.
So we decline the hunter, depart today. One of us flies back, cuts him loose, and then hope the Urdefons don't track us with their flying mounts across
I don't.
150 miles across the desert.
I don't think it's gonna
I-
happen.
I think the strategy of asking him, can we use them as rations? Kill him.
But that's a lie, right? We would have to deceive
You would.
because we're not going to be eating him.
I don't know. I kind of like the water thing.
Maybe just the bar.
It is an acquired taste.
Yeah.
You have acquired it.
Yeah.
And it was
Except
something
for your
that
second
lies down
condition.
your mouth.
That's right.
I mean, okay,
Everybody
so
can add the feed cannibalism.
the advantage of that is we don't have to fight
turning
the
into
throne
ghouls
room
already.
full of psychos. We don't have a snitch on us. The disadvantage is we probably are not able to circumvent as many purple worms because we don't have a desert. We don't have
Or any.
a cannibal Fremen with us, and we probably pissed this guy off such that he's not going to be friends with us anymore. But who cares? We got a free night's rest and some passage through the desert. Maybe we double back to Shrain and be like, "Yo, do you want to? We'll make a deal with the liches or something."
Is that a better plan?
I don't know.
Said nobody ever.
Yeah.
If we go into Shrain, these two are going to stroke out.
Yeah, it's a city of slaves.
Yeah. I mean, probably me too, but
Okay, maybe we
How about we try to instigate a full-on war between the two of them?
I think
They're
they
already
really
in the
would,
full-on war.
Oh, no, they're really not, are
Yeah,
they?
they are. They've been in full-on war for 1,000 years.
Oh, I thought it was just sending patrols and skirmishes and stuff like that. Not,
They-
we're going to use all of our magical immense resources.
Granted,
to
right.
nuke
It's
cities
not
and
like
shit.
they have mobilized everything immediately
Right.
Yeah.
because neither of them have the upper hand.
But I feel like the leader would like knowing that there's a powerful artifact in the cradle of worms
That's why he's sending us.
that could.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
maybe,
feel
Or
like
it's
he
deniable
said
asset
just
for him.
more than like six people with one of their hunters.
Is this their capital city?
This is their current capital, yes.
I think we need to circle back to goal number 1. Goal number 1 is to retrieve the stone.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All of a sudden, we've side veered on the need to save this guy.
We need to.
Yeah.
He. Okay, but who is he again?
A slave.
A slave
And
going
who
to be.
is he actually? Like deep down,
My name's Kufar.
he is
A tiefling.
half human, half demon.
Yes.
So
That's nothing wrong to be that.
we're willing to possibly go to war and sacrifice our main goal.
To do the right thing,
The
yeah.
thing that I was literally sent down from above to accomplish for this one slave.
What's your religion?
Ah, shit. What's that?
You're pretty fucking high considering you're a holy.
No,
war.
my
no,
religious-
your actual religion.
Yes, he was asking my
What's
actual
your religion?
Oh.
I need to look up how to take away your powers.
Yeah. No, I'm just.
Yeah, I know.
Is it Pharasma, Saren Ray?
She's
Serenite,
Serenite.
Okay.
Since I don't have any moral convictions, really,
Thanks for admitting that.
Yeah.
if I just go kill this slave, doesn't that free them from their?
No.
No,
That would
it
mean
turns
they
them
make
against
hostile
you.
action against you. And that puts us in a tougher situation.
We freed him as much as we could.
We unlock
Without-
the shackles.
And we gave him food. And we healed him. We did as much as we could given the situation. So maybe that's enough to
Well,
assuage your deity for now.
no, because the deity is literally you try your best to do the best outcome. You actively try to get.
But you don't have to be suicidal.
Again, we've had this discussion before. It does not matter. You have to try to do it. The deity does not care whether or not.
No. George has more of a restriction in this case as far as the freedom because he's a redeemer, a liberator. I mean, his whole personality is freedom of choice, freedom of will.
Well, I could get this guy out of here if you give me a day to
In the case of Saren Ray, fundamentally, at least from what I'm seeing from your edicts and anathema, you don't have any preference one way or the other. You don't have anything about freedom.
Why don't
My biggest worry is there's a shit ton of spellcasters here.
Mm-hmm.
So God, and we have the three witches that were they the eyes, the ears?
No.
and okay.
No. and their demon allies, and
Yeah, I think sneaking in here is going to be incredibly difficult. So while I could try, I don't think it's going to go well.
Do you have summon animal spells?
I do. Oh yeah. Not today, but I will tomorrow. If
I
that's
could
what we
just
decide.
I could just dissolve the wall and just yank him out.
Into the alleyway.
No, I'm into high orbit. Like I'll fly in, zap the wall, pick him up, and yank him out.
Okay. My thing is, they may have magical wards or whatever to alert them that there's a flying dude coming in, or just patrols or whatever. And if you get
Maybe.
seen, you're gonna get got.
I'll be invisible.
I could do something similar. That's not my case. I just don't think it would work. I'm being a little pessimistic in this.
Being an ally to these guys will get us safely where we need to go.
That's not the point. Who
We
cares
can-
about all that? The point is this fucking slave.
Well, that is my point, is that the slave isn't worth it at this point.
I think it is
He
worth
will
it.
lose his powers.
His lay on hands will be gone.
no.
He becomes a dude, not
That dude that can only do 2d8.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's gonna be just a gnome with a fucking shield and not a holy warrior. And you, who knows what's gonna happen to you?
You'll
Well, you
lose your
just said I
halo.
don't care.
Saren Ray doesn't have a view in this situation
Okay.
as far as the slavery. If he was an evil person that wanted redemption, she would be all for it. Okay.
Oh, I should go in there and, hey, you want redemption?
Yeah.
Yes. Fuck. Why did you say no? I could have left you here, then.
Well, then she'd have
Okay.
to strike him down.
Who is
No,
your
he needs redemption.
who's your religion, George?
Desna.
Desna? Okay.
What if?
Hey, Andy, do you have anything that can contribute to this, or do you have any ideas?
He hits things with axes.
But it's the liberator. It's the liberator that adds the extra edict on me.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get Andy involved in the conversation. I've kind of ignored him for like the last 45 minutes.
How's this problem?
I don't know
What
that would
if-
be like.
What?
Andy?
Don't get your soul removed, and then you can contribute.
No. Pass your fortitude save.
Yeah,
right?
pass your save.
Yeah.
I'll have to contribute to this.
You don't know how to contribute? Okay.
Okay, so someone was
Do you-
talking about making him invisible. What if I ask the chieftain if I can go in there and give him his last rites?
That
Before
seems
he,
that's too.
before
isn't
he
that a little
meets his
suspicious?
inevitable fate.
Isn't that a little suspicious, though?
From a priest?
Well, it's like let's
That's
let's
also
get us
demanding
out
more
of here,
stuff.
right?
That's the thing.
So, as a liberator, yours specifically, not to say one way or the other, you must respect the choices others make over their own lives, and you can't force someone to act in a particular way or threaten them if they don't.
Mhm.
You must demand and fight for others' freedom to make their own decisions, and you never engage in slavery or tyranny. Okay? Beyond that, you don't care. Those are the only two things.
Okay.
So the existence of a slave does not force you to free him.
Okay.
Okay? All you care about is free will, not freedom. You understand the difference there?
I think that's a. I think you could legislate or not.
You could interpret it a couple of different ways. I'm just going directly off of what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a little
Uh,
tenuous.
I don't see the difference.
Okay,
Yeah.
that and that's fine. That's how you can interpret it.
Yeah.
What if?
I
Free
think you
will
could
and
even
freedom,
make,
that's like
make the
exact-
argument that a good deity probably looks askance.
They
Yeah.
do,
Yeah.
do. But Pathfinder has very specific guidelines around the anathema and edicts
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and penalties associated with it.
Right, right.
I mean, if like hers is not about freedom at all.
Yeah.
If I remove some of her abilities because she didn't free the slaves,
Mhm.
that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Worshippers of Sarenrae can completely own slaves as
Right.
far as the setting.
Hmm. Well, owning a slave was, or even allowing. I think it's specifically said for Artanian, allowing the capture of slaves was anathema to him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Cadian does have specific slave,
Yeah.
anti-slave ones.
And those
Right.
ones, yeah.
And I mean, in his case, as a redeemer, he won't engage in slavery. But frequently, what we run into is your religion says one thing,
Yeah.
your class says the opposite.
Okay.
Okay, that's what you run into before, I think. In our other game, we had similar things where they had two different edicts,
Yeah.
and they were direct. They had a yes or a no question in a particular situation. Either way, they broke one of them.
Right.
And then the guidelines
That's
are
kind of DM.
well, no, the guidelines specifically have a order of priority of what takes precedence and what you're supposed to do for your character. So his religion takes precedence over his class, and the first one listed is the highest priority.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
What if we asked the chieftain if we could
Chieftain's not going to change his stance. He's already made his ruling in front of his whole room of people, and he's not going to stand for being second guessed by pale-skinned surface people,
Right.
I was gonna
or
say
opaque skinned, because I guess they're
Yes.
he's the palest skinned.
Non-transparent.
Yeah, non-transparent. Opaquies.
That's right.
Um,
So now, as far as he's concerned, you guys are currently allies.
Yes.
You are welcome to stay in town.
Yeah.
You're welcome to leave.
Right.
He will send the hunter with you if you will accept him.
Yeah.
It's up to you whether you want him to go with you.
Yeah.
As far as he's concerned, the matter is otherwise closed. Now, if you have any questions about the Cradle of Worms or anything like that, he may have some information
Right.
or anything else you guys wish to discuss with him. Otherwise, at this point, it looks like he's ready to wrap things up.
Yeah. So, but he's already told us everything that he knows about the Cradle of Worms, right? Because I tried to press him. Are there people there? He doesn't know.
There are no people there that they are aware of.
Yeah, it's a jungle. Maybe before or rolling back to before we sidebarred. Are there any? Is there any particular hazards associated with the plant life that your hunters are aware of?
Nothing we're aware of that we've never gone into the area.
yeah,
They go on the outskirts. Yeah, I know.
Right.
yeah, basically a canyon.
I got it. And the name itself, the Cradle of Worms, the worms that are associated with this place are not the desert worms that you are familiar with. The name of
We're not aware of any actual worms in that area. Again, we don't go into it,
yeah.
so we don't know what creatures might reside within it.
So the origin of the name you're not.
No,
No.
it's just always been referred to it as that.
Yeah.
Fucking giant dragons.
I don't think it is. I think I know what it is, but I don't think it's that.
It's like Kong Island up in there.
Yeah, I think it may be worse.
I think we need to go ahead and address his original offer. Are we taking the hunter with us?
I don't think we need the
I'd
hunter
rather
with
take
us.
on
We may have to fight some or avoid
That's why.
fighting purple
That's why I think
worms.
he's saying.
But really, whether or not we take the hunter depends on whether or not we're going to try and free the slave, right?
Well, it's sounding like we don't have any other choice but to make the attempt.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a valid reason we actually need this hunter to accompany us?
Yeah.
Well, it's being able to avoid the worms.
That's its main advantage.
And being
And
able
the
to
patrols.
Yeah, and
Because we lost one guy to
Mm-hmm.
one patrol.
But
Two,
the
technically.
thing is, we avoid the patrols of these undead people, but we specifically become hostile to the patrols of the other faction.
The
Because
Strain
we-
I'm
Hydra.
pretty sure well, no, that's not necessarily true. Never mind, I was going to make a snarky comment, but it's not true.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question
That's-
for
that's
I have a
there.
question for the chieftain.
Okay.
Okay.
How disposable is this hunter?
How many hit points does this hunter have?
what level was this hunter?
Sorry,
Well,
I'm sorry.
No problem. Our group has concerns that the presence of your hunter will be more harmful than good for us because
He won't eat you,
I'm sure. I appreciate that reassurance. If
unless
we
permitted.
if we choose not to take the hunter's escort, is there something you can provide us as a symbol for so that we won't be attacked by your people on the route?
I'll send word out as far as the Erdofan, but I can't guarantee all patrols or tribes will listen.
There isn't a, what's the word I'm looking for?
Banner.
Token?
A banner or some sort of
Like an
symbol?
Erdofan flag?
Yeah.
Something.
No, they're unwilling to give that to you because if it falls into the hands of the drow, then it could be used against them.
Okay. And they don't do like markings or tattoos or any.
Not that you can see, no. I mean, they have transparent skin almost, so markings wouldn't make any sense.
They turned you transparent.
That's right.
That'd be kind of cool.
Hey, Sean,
Yes.
in case they do decide to, just can't resurrect me.
Mhm.
What's the back class?
The guy?
Yeah.
We'll say a tiefling ranger.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, we're gonna continue those, sweetie.
Anything else?
Sweetie, you can discuss this
No,
after.
beyond that,
At
no,
this
that's
point-
fine.
At this point, it's not looking good.
Oh.
So best not to start planning for this event because it may not happen. How do you send word to your scouts?
Skavelings will carry the messages to the other villages.
Makes sense.
They're giant undead bats.
Pigeons.
Yeah, giant undead pigeons.
Carry messages like in written form or?
Well, no, the writer will carry the message.
Oh, okay. Hopefully.
Kill this group.
Kill all humans. I really want a Skaveling. Don't you just want to ride on the back of a giant undead bat?
Yeah.
That'd be
Doesn't
kinda
sound
cool.
metal
But
as
yes,
well.
It does.
they will send word to all the other villagers that there are a group of surface dwellers in the area that should not be harmed.
Okay.
Now, that being said, without an Erdofan with you, there are occasionally other surface dwellers out here, and groups sent from the Drow City. I can't guarantee your safety in that case from the other Erdofan. That's why I offer you this hunter. In addition, their desert knowledge will help you avoid most of the purple worms and other hazards of the desert. If you have no interest in that or the reward that I can offer you if Thaxton returns, then I wish you well, but it is what it is at that point.
We've got a clear binary choice, right?
Taking one of
And
those.
we can't really probably. I don't think our paladin is going to relent on releasing of the slave, right?
What?
I don't think you're our champion. You're a hardliner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I think we have a hardline free the slave, right? So
Divine decision.
divine
Made it.
divine
Made it.
decision. Desna is very anti-slavery. So do we have a way to? I don't think we have a way to fake the death, right?
No,
Not
Yes,
in
I
that
don't.
time frame.
not in the
What?
time frame.
Would it be about the same amount of money to resurrect the slave as it would be for barbarian?
Presumably.
I brought that up a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah, here's the problem, guys. We all know what they're gonna do.
But yeah, they're gonna get it.
Yeah, they're going to kill him. And
I can't resurrect. I can't raise dead unless I have
Soup.
It's a living soup.
Can we stay for tomorrow's feast?
Yeah.
I can't put him back together.
Yeah. You
not
cast it on him while he's a soup, and he's like, kill me.
And the thing is, you put your sword in him. but
Can I
his
take the
you
soup
can't
that has
actually
his
kill him.
jaw in it?
Oh, fuck.
So
That changed
whereas
your
I
ancestry
appreciate
to
the-
soup.
Yeah.
It's good to think outside the box, but I don't think raising
Yeah.
the dead's gonna work in this case.
Kill
No,
his
I don't
slave.
think so.
I don't see us once they kill him. I don't see us getting the body back.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, we have.
As far as the current situation we're in right now, as in his throne room, and
Wasn't he going to give us anti?
But yeah, we just have to say yeah.
As part of his,
the only
as
choice
part
we
of
can
his
make right now
payment,
is
yes.
take
As
Hunter
allies,
out.
he'll give you some of those.
oh, we can even put that off till tomorrow.
Maybe.
So,
We can tell him for sure that we are going to. We're gonna go to the Cradle of Worms. We're gonna look for the. We're gonna see what's there. What's he want us to do there? Exactly. See what Shrain's up to.
Yeah, that
The
was it.
Shrainite. The Shrainite.
He wants you to. He knows that a couple of months ago, some drow and their slaves went into the Cradle of Worms. You guys were headed that direction anyways. He
Yes.
wants you to find out what the drow were doing.
Okay.
And then his hunter will report back,
Gotcha.
which he then says will give you additional rewards.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, I think we should close this conversation with him.
Yeah.
Then we can go back to the place where they had us spend the night,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll figure out from there.
Okay.
So, we did use up some of our spells during the interrogation. So, with your permission, we're going to stay overnight before we head out to.
Very well.
And if it suits you, we'll decide overnight whether or not we would require the hunter's accompaniment, and we can let you know before
Okay.
we leave town.
You are welcome to stay the night. I strongly encourage you make your travels plans for tomorrow. My hunters are hungry. Otherwise, we go in peace. So
Okay.
they take you back to that initial room where you guys were first put,
Yeah.
and lock you up in there.
Wait,
Lock us in.
I
Again,
misinterpreted that.
I thought we were allies.
Yes, it's more for your protection. It's harder for the others to get in there to eat you.
How generous.
I mean, they say if you need to go anywhere, you need to do anything, let them know. They'll let you out. That's not a problem. Otherwise, they post guards at your door because
There we go.
you're
We
still
need to-
tasty-looking morsels from the surface in a city of cannibals.
What happened
They
to
don't
the
eat each
body
other,
of the
technically, right?
barbarian?
It's still laying here.
Okay, it's not soup.
It's only partially eaten.
No, but my calculation says he has one more day
Okay.
before he turns to mush. I need a potty break. Right back. Don't eat my body while I'm gone.
Oh,
Okay.
that's cool.
We could trade the cleric in return for the slave.
I'm reworking my spells in sort of state.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you guys are free to make whatever spell changes, etc. you need.
If it any party possible.
My spells are
Okay.
prepared.
While I'm waiting to go to the bathroom, I can look and see if there's better spells.
Temporary banishment spell. You temporarily banish him to a near plane.
Okay, I already have banishment on hand, but
Honestly,
my banishment only sends them back to where they were originated from.
Yeah.
Not-
honestly, I think we should just trade the dead barbarian.
No.
See if
No.
he'd take
No.
the dead barbarian for the slave.
Down.
So you guys have a plan of any sort? You guys have spells or options?
I think they're looking at their spells to come up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the simplest one I got is I fly in while I'm invisible, I disintegrate the wall, I scoop the guy up, I turn him invisible, and we both fly away.
Okay. Now keep in mind your disintegrate is an attack spell that's going to eliminate your invisibility.
Even if
I have pass wall. I can literally just make a hole through the wall.
yeah, you probably also have rock to mud too.
I'm sure I do. Whatever level that is.
Safe.
No, stone
Yeah.
or metal. Only the chieftain's one was made out of stone.
No, I don't. It's a different spell list.
Really? Not primal?
No, that's I don't believe
It's
that.
not fifth then.
Transmute rock and mud.
I think it's like
Uh,
that.
Oh yeah, it
Transmute
is.
rock and
Transmute
mud.
rock and mud. Yeah,
Yeah.
spell fifth. Yeah, my bad. I overlooked it.
Well, like Dad said, the house that he's in is mainly metal, not really rock.
Mm-hmm.
So
I do that in RimWorld. Prisons are made of steel.
Yeah. Doesn't do any good for you though.
Hey Sean, say I, with the guy I'm making,
Mm-hmm.
say I were to have a background that gave me two forms. Like, I'm creating an Anati.
A what?
He's
What's
a
an
tiefling
Anati?
Anati. It's like a spider person.
That's not a tiefling.
yeah.
A tiefling is a race.
Yes.
It's a sub race.
It's a sub race of this where it's a heritage when you create a character.
A naughty?
No,
Yeah.
tiefling.
Anati is an ancestry.
Okay.
Tiefling is a heritage.
Why do you want to make a spider person?
You're not a spider person.
What am I?
You're a tiefling, which is either human or elf or something like that. Some normal modern or normal traditional race who has, I guess in this case, a heritage of a tiefling.
Alright.
Okay? I'm flexible as far as human, elf, half elf, etc. But a naughty is not an option.
Okay.
Okay? As far as your background, that's like slave.
Or lieutenant or soldier or whatever.
Yeah,
maybe.
soldier.
Soldier I could buy.
Maybe gladiator. Is there a gladiator one?
No.
No.
There probably is, but that wouldn't
Yeah,
apply
there
in this
is.
case.
Okay. Ooh. I can turn him gaseous.
What?
Okay.
And then he can just get the hell out
Yeah.
on his own.
Just float.
It lasts for 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He has a fly speed of 10 feet.
It'll take him a while. You better use all of his actions on moving. 30 feet per round. It's not a lot
Well,
of time.
you can cast haste on him, then do it. 40 feet. per
Fast gas.
Yeah.
Fast gas.
The point is never mind.
Do you have that hasty retreat stuff?
Hasty retreat.
Or whatever that thing that your cleric had?
I have haste.
I didn't
Oh,
know.
expeditious retreat.
Yeah.
No.
No. Okay.
And that's I think self only.
Oh, okay.
Just turn him into a fucking bird.
Sure.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah.
Bird might go out of place. You might want to do an undead bat or bat.
I can
Just
do
a
a bat.
bat.
Yeah.
Bat.
Just turn him into a bat.
Baby escaping bat.
All right.
No, that's
So
never
are-
mind.
have-
I can turn into a bat.
Well, do you have polymorph? Like the witch did to the monk.
I do have
Probably.
Drop Dead. If you guys wanted to play with the idea of him.
Well, I think
Faking
that's self.
death.
Of leaving a fake corpse. Is it self only? Oh no, it's an ally too. But they have to take damage and you cast it as a reaction, right?
No. It's an illusion.
Yeah.
The actual character, I think we've seen
But look
Dad
at-
use this one. The actual character
Turns invisible.
is invisible.
But look at the cast. What does it look like? Is it an action or is it a reaction?
A creature within range is hit by an attack from an enemy. Okay, yeah.
So you have to cast it as a reaction.
Can I use humanoid form to turn him into one of these
Creatures?
creatures? Yeah.
Sure. It's a humanoid.
But
Assuming
how does
that,
that help us?
assuming it
He
lets
just
you look
walk
like
the
it.
fuck out of the city.
Okay, but there's still. I mean, he's still missing. That's the thing, right? Because we're gonna snatch him out by some means, right? And then, in a short time later, they figure out that their prisoner got jailbroke, right?
And they're gonna obviously think it's us.
Yeah. I mean, that's gonna. I mean, that. There's a million different ways to do that, but it's just like how much lead time are we gonna? What's gonna maximize our lead
They
time?
had blood wine, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's what you all drink.
What we could do is we could feed the guards blood wine, so they have blood on their lips and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
We escape the prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
They come back. The prisoner's gone, and the guards both have blood dripping from them.
Mm.
That is very cool.
That may be a stretch, but okay.
You guys ate an entire person. 8 hours. All right.
They're hungry cannibals.
They're very hungry.
Hungry cannibals.
I mean, it makes sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's an idea.
It's an idea, that's for sure. So, pass wall, you just can walk through a wall. Do you need 2 of those?
It's not passable. It's I literally just make a tunnel through the wall,
Okay.
and anybody can just walk through it.
And how long does it last?
Yes. I don't know. Let me look. I don't even remember what level.
At
it
least
was.
a minute.
Okay. Well, I would like it to close up so that it's not obvious. That,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a temporary thing.
1 hour.
Is it passable? What level? Oh, I got it right here. Actually.
Level 5.
Yep.
But you can also
Yeah.
dismiss it as an action.
Okay.
It's not really
a section
the
of wooden
cleric's
plaster
spell
stone wall, and you said it was a
Metal.
steel wall, a metal wall. So disregard. Is the door steel as well?
Yeah, the whole building's constructed from plates of metal, scrap metal, and everything.
What are these fucking like Warhammer orcs? Ah.
It's close as far as the concept, as far as their building structure.
Well, no, they don't have them.
Yeah, even a small layer of metal in the wall prevents it from working.
This is just terrible.
So the champion's going to go out fighting.
Maybe.
Is there a great reason why I don't fly in, disintegrate, and then...
Well, they're bats.
Yeah.
Invisible.
Disintegrate gets rid of invisibility.
It's true. It's only for a round though. Is there an approach to this building that I can take where I would be out of sight? Like the wall, the roof.
You could presumably if you can get around behind it, sure.
Okay. So
I mean, it has alleyways and
Yeah.
areas like that. So yes, you could probably do something like that and disintegrate a portion or pass wall or whatever. Make an
Yeah.
opening. Pass wall wouldn't work specifically, but
yeah.
make an opening in a concealed place. Yes, that is possible.
Right. Does anyone have an objection to that plan?
Are you gonna try to do this by yourself?
Yeah.
I mean, he's more stealthy by himself, so especially with him.
Is there any way? What's that spell that we can infuse somebody with healing, so that if they get hurt, they get healed?
Contingency spell?
Yeah, I thought we had something like
Does
that.
anybody have silence? I feel like that would be like a spell, like a silence
I
spell.
have silence.
Okay. You
I do
could,
too. I just don't have that many spell slots.
you could cast that on him, then that'll give him a better chance of sneaking behind the building and
Ooh, I can
secreting
do
it.
this too. Have a specific knowledge of it.
Just turn into a dragon, lift the building up,
Yeah.
fly off with it.
Yeah.
I can turn into a dragon.
If only you had
First
the
time.
first one to actually do it.
Oh God.
You do. I can turn into a dragon. Solid fog.
Solid fog?
And say range
Yeah.
attack. Okay.
I
Cover.
could cast plane shift.
What's that?
Yeah, I go to another plane of existence.
Yeah, I've got that spell too.
Yeah.
Then you could get a different Gobdingo.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Did you have Shadow Walk?
I
I
have
don't know.
rusting grasp. Would I be able to rust a hole through the wall?
Sure, absolutely.
Shadow Walk.
If you can do enough damage to it.
Occult.
I don't know what it does, but it's
8d8.
yeah. I mean, that would absolutely do that. I mean, it's metal, so it could certainly be rusted.
That's a short.
It is
that's
rusted
a
already.
quick teleport type thing. You go into the shadow plane, walk a little bit, and then you're back.
It's on my spell list.
Now, before you go down that line of thinking, don't forget the cautions they gave you, given the radiation effects on teleportation.
Yeah.
Shadow walk is it? Oh yeah.
Anything that's a teleportation or a plane shift
Yeah. It's
would
not
be
good.
problematic.
Right.
Why don't
You and I could fly in.
Be like that.
I'm just giving you the parameters.
I could rust the wall potentially.
I
and
can
get us through
disintegrate the wall.
Huh?
I can disintegrate the wall.
What's quieter?
Great question, GM.
What?
Disintegrating the wall or rusting it?
which is quiet?
I don't necessarily see either as super silent, but
Is the
about
rust
the same.
thing an attack?
Yes. Anything that does damage or affects a target or whatever like that it would
Is
be
the
considered an attack.
Is
The-
that permanent?
Yes.
Absolutely?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Actually,
so
rusting
to
grass
us-
probably wouldn't work. How much is one bulk worth of wall?
Does it specifically do that?
Mm-hmm.
What level spell is it versus disintegrate?
Mine's only a 4. The rusting grass is only a 4.
Disintegrate, I think, is only a 4.
Like
6.
3?
6?
Disintegrate
Okay.
6?
I think so.
I thought it was starting at
You
30.
probably hide in.
No, disintegrate is baller. Yeah, it's level 6. Base.
Okay.
I can hide it too.
Okay. So I
I
mean,
can hide it to a level 7 and make it 4 bulk.
okay, and that in my mind that would be an equivalent sort of an attack against the metal buildings.
Either way.
Why don't both of you like go behind the building? One of you either disintegrates it or rusts the wall, and then you just grab the prisoner and fly him like somewhere outside
on
the
a
city.
plateau.
You
Correct.
have
Makes sense,
landed
yes.
on exactly the plan we've been discussing
How
for an
big is the
hour.
plateau
Yeah.
itself?
Why would
How
you?
big?
How
Okay.
tall and
How tall?
Finishing-
Maybe
The base
30,
of-
40 feet.
I just
Is it desert?
I hate for you to go in there alone. Even if you could do it, I mean, it just doesn't seem very smart or safe.
I know I'm bringing this back up, but you can animal shape into something that can burrow through stone. If the plateau is only 30, 40 feet tall, you tunnel down. And you're a big enough creature, you leave a tunnel.
Oh, can you turn into an elemental at this stage?
Uh-huh.
That's cool.
And do it and go through that way.
Is stone elemental burrow?
Yeah.
No, but there's creatures you can turn into that can.
Interesting theory.
Like a giant worm.
Yeah.
And then just leave a plastic spoon there,
Oh,
thinking
were you-
that
were
he
you-
escaped on his own.
You have a supply of plastic spoons? You didn't have thieves' picks. Maybe you had
I got a
plastic
crafting
spoons.
tool. I'm sure there's like a small pick or something. I could just leave.
Didn't the dead guy say he had a little pick? He was always talking about it.
Yeah, the turkey pick. They leave the turkey
Yeah.
pick there.
That's not terrible.
It's very tricky.
Thing is, then we can't sacrifice it as gold.
Yeah, but it is a magical artifact that maybe he was keeping somewhere that they wouldn't find.
At that point, you don't need to sacrifice it as gold.
Mm-hmm. We just have a cool little guy with horns.
What level is animal form?
It starts at level 1.
Going
you can
underneath
scale.
is maybe a little better than over the top
Mm-hmm.
because of their flying cavalry.
Well, what about
I'm gonna get under there and a fucking worm's gonna get me. That's all I can think.
That's my only
Well, no,
concern
this
there.
is
like,
No,
this
just that
is a
big worm.
Fremen Siege. It's made of rock, so they can't go through it.
turn into a purple worm.
Yeah, you've got purple worm form, don't you?
Then it would be just like a common phenomenon that the purple
Yeah.
worms happen to pop up and act like you ate the dude when you really just pick them up and they go under the ground.
yeah,
No.
then
Then it
spill
was
a
just
bunch of
purple
blood
worm.
all over, like something.
No,
burrowed.
I'm Ben.
Burrowing, specifically,
Uh-huh.
you cannot burrow through rock, anything denser than dirt, unless you have an ability that exclusively defines that as possible. So you need something more than just burrow.
Is there
I-
since we've kind of seemed to have abandoned bringing him back to life, because honestly, time's gonna run out before we have enough gold to pull it off.
Well, we got his
What
his
if-
sword.
What if we swap out the bodies? What if we torch the kobold and leave his burned out husk in the cell?
I think that would be recognizable, wouldn't it?
Is there a way we can make it not so recognizable?
I mean, if we had a corpse disguise thing, this would be like a whole different discussion altogether.
I mean, if you take, away the wings and doesn't he still
The
have
fact that he's the wrong size, and
Some
then he has
tieflings do have wings.
and then he has a, but not this one. They've seen him.
Don't forget to grab my stuff before you torch my body.
Dude, I don't know how the hell.
Maybe he was hiding.
Hiding away.
Yeah. Hiding his wings.
Didn't one of you have polymorph?
That's what I'm looking for.
I can cast it.
I'm finding it.
Polymorph.
To what?
Something. I think it lasts for like 10 minutes.
A bat.
A bat or just like an
What
ant
is
on you.
What is polymorph?
Well, no, but
I'm looking it up.
Okay.
Polymorph is a... Okay. Change shapes is the spell, it looks like. Focus spells, rituals...
I was looking more what the witch did to the monk.
Let's baleful polymorph.
I have baleful polymorph.
His brain will become that of a bug or whatever.
Well, as long as he doesn't critically fail.
Well, yes, but the question is, to answer the cleric's question...
But change shape is only a self spell. That's the problem with all the polymorph spells.
I understand that, but if your plan is to disguise the person, you have to have, as I understand it, something to replace him with. You have a dead kobold.
Mm-hmm.
Baleful polymorph him into the other creature.
Granted, we do this, then we lose the assistance of the hunter, because the hunter would obviously notice that our new...
Yeah,
No,
eventually it will fade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a permanent thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you transform the kobold into the
Tiefling.
tiefling. Although baleful polymorph specifically transforms a target creature into a harmless animal appropriate to the area, so that wouldn't work. But if you have something along those lines that could make the kobold's body look like the tiefling, and
I have that.
Okay, what?
I asked you about it a minute ago. It was a spell I had.
Change shape.
No, it's humanoid something or other.
Humanoid form.
Shit. Humanoid form, yeah.
Is that self only or target?
Fuck.
So you can make yourself look like a kobold, and then you
Like,
guys can get the
because-
other guy out.
And then when it fades, it's a ruse. And then they don't know that we were doing it because all of a sudden you're tied up to the post.
And in all fairness, you're not our... You're not our original one.
Yeah.
Finally, we got rid of him.
Finally.
All you have to do is be able to talk yourself out.
Yeah.
Really? We're finding this tiefling to be Big Thad's new character as we tie him up to the post so he gets cooked.
Yeah.
We're gonna
I mean,
resurrect him.
realistically, you need either something to physically change him or something to illusionarily change him, if that's your option. I don't know what options you guys have as far as your abilities and spells. You are level 14, so you have a lot of capability, especially with a night's rest.
And also, theoretically, when I made this character, I never really... Because as an arcane caster, you're supposed to have a spellbook that has all the spells you can cast in it. And it's not that hard to, like, fill your spellbook out. Like, you get new spells every level.
Mhm.
You can buy spells with scrolls. But I don't really have access to the whole spell list. And when I made the character, I didn't make his entire spellbook. So, even as I I went through, like, my...
Your spells that you cast on
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like all
And-
prepared casters do that. I feel like.
Well, no,
It's
like,
just
arcane
hard.
casters are different.
Are
Like,
you
Druid
spontaneous or prepared?
and prepared,
Okay.
but not, like,
But you only filled in your book effectively for the ones that you you
Cast.
actually happen to be using.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm fine with at some point you defining the other spells.
Yeah.
I'm not really keen on you picking the other spells now because it happens to fit the
Exactly.
situation.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm
That's a
looking-
bit of a stretch.
Yeah. I'm
Just
looking
happened
through
to
here.
find
It's
a
like
scroll under the mattress.
because I'm looking through here, because like 5th level spells, I don't really ever cast because I don't. Those aren't like the highest ones I can, and they're not like Fireball or something
Mhm.
that are like by default. It's like, well, maybe I really do know like what is it called? Like replicate, create an illusionary duplicate of a creature, but it's like I've never cast that before. I've never,
Do you
like
have stone to flesh? I could turn him to stone. He has a statue. No use to them, so we take the statue.
what?
You,
Like,
you
how is it
transform
different
back.
than him just disappearing? Like, this is him disappearing with more steps.
Okay. I've tried to come up with ideas. Or conceivably, the burrowing technique. He stones the flesh the floor.
Oh god, I don't have enough
really?
spells for that though. And
Like-
then what? Am I gonna dig through the flesh?
Maybe if you stone to flesh the Mesa, they don't need him because they got more than enough food.
There you go.
The whole thing just collapses.
Ew.
It's a drag. It's what they do.
I'd be like,
I stoned to flesh their stone table. They all dive in and start eating the table.
And while they're distracted, we might get the other dude.
I was thinking like one of those Jello mounds.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
And the city on top of jello flesh, quivering in the
But it's all
sand.
Like spam.
Yes.
what a fucking
Oh.
oh. Fucking spam. Oh. Hopefully it would smell better.
All right, is there a better plan than me going in there, blasting the thing open, snatching them, and we both escape flying and invisible? Does anyone have a better plan than that?
Did you find a creature that can burrow through stone? I think
I think the only thing that can do that is an earth elemental. So unless
Yeah.
you can turn into an earth elemental, I don't think you can.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
But he said you can't burrow through rock.
Unless it
Burrow
specifically
can't
says.
unless the monster specifically has the ability.
It's like level 6 or something, isn't it? Elemental form. Fuck. So that's the problem with I have access to every spell, so it takes a minute to.
We're buying cards. You could flip through a book just like I do.
Yeah, it won't be any faster than just Googling it.
He doesn't use books. He uses
5th level
art.
spell, elemental form. Earth, fire, water, or air or water. Earth, speed, 20 feet, burrow. That's it. That's
Nothing else in the special thing.
I can make myself huge. I can make it a level 7 spell. Then my battle form is huge.
Could he bust?
But it doesn't expand on how fast I move.
Yeah, I don't think you can go through stone as such.
It just says burrow.
Right.
I know this is probably not going through stone or going through stone, but if he like burrowed underneath the stone floor, and then he like started since
It's not a stone
we're
floor. It's a stone mountain we're
It's
sitting
a
on top
plateau.
of.
Right. It's not just not just the floor. If he was under a stone floor, could he burst up through the stone? Potentially, if he's strong enough.
Yeah.
But in
That's
this case,
what
it's a big rock that the city's built on.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Yeah, the only option I think we really have is to either go invisible and sneak in, go invisible, fly in, and that's it. I've got all kinds of cool shit I can do, except this thing's a metal box on top of stone, and that kind of really limits some of our shit.
I hate to go back to this subject because every gaming group does this when you're trying to sneak someone out or in. How much air is in a bag of holding?
Well, I have the bubble spell now.
An hour.
The air bubble of air thing we could put on him
Okay.
and stuff him in your bag.
I also have a bag.
So with that, plenty.
Yeah. Just dump it all and then put him in there.
Well,
Oh, he's got. He, as in the dead guy, he's got a bag of holding. I'm gonna dump his shit.
Yeah.
what's
He's
even
his bag
in
of holding.
his?
We were gonna have to look anyway, so now's as good as time that Indy start going through his stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go through his stuff, see what we don't need.
Okay, hey you,
I heard.
come tell us what you got on
This
you.
is always the part whenever my character dies. I
Oh,
can't
nice
bring it
face
back.
hugger.
Me reading my list of stuff.
Hey, Dad.
I was
A
expecting
living
my
crea-
rogue to do it.
A living creature placed inside the bag has enough air for 10 minutes. Assuming the bag isn't being held,
Yes.
it can
Yeah.
attempt to escape on its own with a DC 13. So it's pretty easy to climb out if it's not being held shut.
I have
He
plus 2
loves
greater
that
resilient
sword.
rhino hide.
Do we even need that?
Knapsack of halfling. No, I don't. Never mind. Not on the.
He has a knapsack.
I don't have the knapsack. My father does.
Wait a minute, do you have a bag of holding?
Yes, on my knapsack, which Dad has.
Why do I have your
Yeah,
knapsack?
the knapsack of holding is the one that's attuned to the druids. That's your key back.
Okay.
It happens to have bags of holding built into the knapsack. It's a backpack
Yeah.
with several bags.
I've got a ring
So-
of sustenance.
So yes, you guys have the capability of putting him in a bag of holding and carrying him out. Assuming you can give him more than 10 minutes of breathing, or you guys can get out of town quickly.
I have a ring of sustenance. Anyone need that?
What's that
We'll
do?
get to that.
2 hours of sleep for a full 8 hours, and you don't need food or water.
Okay.
And I got healing
Okay,
gloves
I
greater.
think we decided we're not using your bag, so we don't need you to laundry list.
And a deck of illusions.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that.
I'm sorry, everybody at the table just like every time he pulls it out, we're like,
Oh,
Oh no! Not that again.
Hey,
Damn.
it's been useful in some occasions.
Oh, we see that in your body. We take a bath.
we're going through it like, nah, not this.
It was worth
Hey
like,
guards, you want
Okay.
to get some
it
illusions?
was worth like 900 gold.
Yeah. That's like $300.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
There was no delay on that either.
No.
None.
You will accept money.
So, what's your plan, if anything?
Don't worry.
okay, guys. So I think this plan works, but one, how we get in there?
Deck of illusions.
You
No.
fly in while invisible.
I thought the goal was we were going to interrogate him a little bit more to get some final information about patrol routes, so we could avoid the enemy faction's patrol. We go and interrogate him, put him in the bag of holding, and we say we got our information. We're good.
Well, what,
And
aren't
then
they,
we
aren't
leave.
they gonna immediately gonna look in there and like see that he's gone?
It's dark inside there.
Yeah.
It's dark as this whole place.
Can't we huddle like
Everything is
Cobalt's
dark.
corpse underneath a cloak?
But there's
or
no
something
there's no
over the
starlight in
corner?
that room,
Yeah.
admittedly. But
That's a valid plan.
you,
I mean, and then like he's gone while we're still in the city. That's like to me a terrible scenario.
That's when we speed walk.
Well, no, I think we need to be on our way out.
don't mind us.
Right? We need to be on our way out. One person doubles back, snatches him, and is gone, and like catches back up to the main group. By the time anybody knows that he's missing, we're already halfway to the desert. And what are they gonna do? Send some more flying morons after us? We dispatch those pretty quick.
They said a lot more.
Well, maybe it's
That
pretty
was okay.
expensive for them.
Well, the
Now,
question
now
is,
now that they know how strong you are.
Yeah.
Now they know how strong we are. They send the first
They
one
send
down.
an equivalent force.
Wait.
Since you guys excelled at your strength.
Right.
Would they care
We should
if we
underdid our
stole
strength.
slaves?
Yes, that's obvious.
Yeah, but they don't believe in
I don't
it.
think we should try and make off with him while we're still in the city, unless we have a decoy, which I think we've established that we don't. Right? Right? Am I wrong?
We don't have a decoy.
We don't have a decoy. Okay. So if the plan is still to steal this guy, I think we should do it as we're on the way out.
I think it's all a terrible idea. I'm not kidding. I'm not even joking.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we steal this guy,
Mm-hmm.
we're signing our deaths. Because we have an entire fucking city of killers that are just gonna come after us.
Maybe.
This
Sweetie,
guy's
I've already proposed that we just leave and leave this guy behind, and I got mocked and laughed at and said, no, this is not an option. We have to do something for this guy. So
we're in an impossible position. I don't see a way out where we're not getting fucked. Do we try to fight our way out? Because that's effectively what we're gonna end up doing. Sure, we may not be in the city. We'll be half an hour away from the city before they realize it.
Maybe. Or a little more.
So what if we give him a merciful death? How do you feel about that?
Let him choose. If he wants to die, he can die. It's his choice.
So that's what this comes down to, is if I walk in there and it's like, okay, they can eat you, or I can kill you.
Or we can free you. Present him all the options, and then he can choose.
I wonder which one he'll pick.
Yes. And hence why.
I really prefer to be eaten.
I can get him out of the prison.
Okay.
How?
I have shaped stone.
Okay.
And if this is real orky style kind of building,
Isn't the building metal?
right, can I finish?
Okay.
No.
I can shape stone
Uh-huh.
that it's sitting on
Yeah.
and just a tunnel underneath the wall,
Okay.
just and just give him
Okay.
a way to walk out.
Okay.
So,
But then what?
but knowing the way these fucking games are, no, actually, they somehow were able to plant the metal 15 feet down into the stone.
Into animantium.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, but no, I have
Anything
shaped
goes
stone,
blackish.
so we can do that.
Okay.
We don't have to disintegrate walls or anything like that. And
But what's the difference, I guess?
Okay, I sign on to that with the stipulation, once he is free,
I don't know.
he's gone.
What?
He does not travel with us.
Why?
Because then we have deniability. If they've seen us leave the town
He's
and
gonna
he was
get
left
ate.
behind,
What was the point?
the point is satisfying him. Okay, we've set him free. We've given his freedom back.
this is your fault.
We set him free and then we let him just get killed. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, we get him out of
We set you free and then we slit your throat. We say you're free, so it's fine.
No, we're setting him free outside of town to he could return to the city he was
But he
enslaved in, or you guys are literally talking about, hey, let's set a guy free and mark ourselves for every step we take from this point on. If we run across any of them, they are guaranteed to have to fight them now.
No,
Mhm.
no, I have an option. We come across some more of those people, then we just stuff him back in the bag, then he's not even here.
Doesn't work like that, dude.
Yeah.
It could.
That's not to.
You see desert dwellers. Quick, get in the bag.
Basically, if we let him just loose in the desert with no
He's
gear
gonna
or
get-
anything,
yeah.
he's just gonna get eaten. That's
He's
just
gonna get eaten.
basically saying I kill him
Yeah.
once they set
But
him free.
we're giving him a fighting chance.
That's not much of a
Yeah.
fight.
It's not
Yeah.
much of a fighting
And
chance.
also,
Then give him a weapon. You
And
guys
al-
said he's a lieutenant. Give him a weapon.
and also, he's probably going to be the new party member, effectively. Right?
But I think it's a horrible idea to have him as a party member.
You're just saying that because he's part demon.
No, because she doesn't want
No.
Thad to play with us anymore.
Well, outside of the metagaming aspect,
Yeah.
that it may or may not be another party member.
Right.
Fundamentally, the counter to that is I will provide him with some character-specific background information.
Yeah.
He may choose or not choose to share with the group.
Yes.
including personal missions, etc.
Yes.
So, to the cleric's point, having this drow life slave in the group may be a drawback.
Yeah.
And the Erdefan, naturally, if they know that you guys have
Sprung
released this guy,
Yeah.
are not going to be super excited about that.
Yeah.
So, having the proof with you is probably a bad thing.
Sure.
Thank you.
I do disagree with it.
Well,
Now, is there a solution? I don't know.
None of those things are. I was factoring all those things in.
Yeah,
I'm
my-
still willing to spring this guy.
Okay, and my basic point is choose the least bad option.
I have an idea for that. So you can change your form into any race to appear like it, correct? When you're breaking them out, change into a drow. And a drow broke him out.
Just run around as a drow going.
No, it's more like
Screw you, Erdefan.
we're doing a fly in, zap the wall, and break him out. Instead of just us presenting, we're us breaking him out, be a drow. A drow flies in there, rescues the prisoner, and runs out.
That actually
That
would
is
make
not a
sense.
terrible idea.
Yeah. Then we won't be for blame.
What the fuck is that spell called?
Humanoid form.
What are 10 minutes?
Things can
Okay,
cast
and
on
we
other people.
We
So I
still
can use
have-
invisibility twice. Hold on.
Go
So
ahead,
I can use
sorry.
invisibility twice a day. We use invisibility.
You can use it more than that if you use a higher level slot.
No. Velvet cloak and boots together allows you to use invisibility twice a day.
Right, he can't cast
Oh,
invisibility.
you can't cast it? Okay, I can cast.
I could.
Yeah.
But I don't want to use a spell slot. So here's my thought. I use invisibility once.
Mm-hmm.
You and I fly in.
Mm-hmm.
Cast humanoid form on me to turn myself into a drow.
Can you cast humanoid form on me?
No, I don't think so.
Self-only.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're both there. We're both invisible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a drow.
Okay.
When I do my shape to stone, or better yet, right? I expose myself to the guards.
Go on.
Back to the dick swing.
You're wearing a trench coat. He's just running through the
It's a drow trench coat.
He's freaking his quad.
I should have said reveal.
You're killing poor Robin.
She's not gonna make it.
Even the dead guy.
Even the dead guy looked up like.
You'd be a good comedian, Dad.
He's the comic relief now.
Yeah.
Okay, so after you expose yourself to the Erdefan, what do you do?
So that they see that there's a drow there. I put my hood back up, go invisible again. And while that's happening, you get him out.
Okay.
And then I leave. I try to get out as well.
Okay.
Here's my
Do you-
problem with this.
Do you fly away?
I can fly.
Okay.
So, my problem is this. We know they're very magically adept.
Yes.
So,
And we know that they have flying mounts.
and they have flying mounts. What if they have very easy ways of seeing through invisibility?
That would be bad.
Well, what you can do is you can do it on the guards that are at the entrance. But presumably they're not spellcasters. They're one of the grunts.
I agree. And there's probably the two guys sitting there just guarding the prisoner, probably the same way. And that's what I was expecting, right? But if they see that I go invisible, right? They sound the alarm. Hey, there's an invisible drow running around. Then the 3 witches or whatever they are start casting spells. The shamans, all that shit that are involved in this culture. I mean, dude, they were pulling out scrolls and pulling out huge demons out their ass.
Do you have any weather control?
Oh, I'm a druid. Of course I do.
What if we made the area? What if we did a sandstorm? We kicked up the winds everywhere.
I have stuff like that, but it's all very localized. It's meant for combat. I went through all those spells, and everything is small and meant for combat. Nothing is like cover the village in a sandstorm.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a spell specifically for that, for creating sandstorm type shit.
I mean, I have that too. Control sand.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe just keep people from flying after us.
I think your idea is a good idea.
Sure.
I mean,
It was your idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes perfect sense that Drow would try to get their slave back that has information about them.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
I just don't think it'll work.
I think it'll work.
I think it's the best plan we've got so far.
Yeah.
Is your idea with the sandstorm cover and visibility?
Just to if so,
Strict
the
chaos.
appearance of a drow attacking the spike.
Spike Hill.
Yes, Spike Hill, Spear Hill, whatever it's called,
Spear Hill.
will probably mobilize the entire camp, including their aerial cavalry, and we're gonna have to put down someplace, right? With
Right.
with me and this guy invisible. And I just want to be able to hide him somewhere, someplace that he's not going to get seen, and grounding them a little bit.
Okay, keeping him from flying.
Yeah,
and so forth.
yeah.
Okay.
I just want him to be able to mobilize super quick to find this guy.
Well,
Okay.
then you'll be also inhibited from flying because that will also inhibit you.
Maybe. I mean,
Maybe,
depending
so.
on if I'm friends with the spellcaster.
Okay,
or
so
not.
your basic plan is to change self to look like a drow, go in with invisibility active, cast whatever spell it takes to open up the back door,
Yeah.
get the guy out,
Yes.
reveal yourself to the guards as a drow to blame them,
Expose yourself as a drow.
right?
Yes.
And then you're gonna fly off invisible with a visible.
No, I'll cast invisibility on him.
Okay, make him invisible and then fly off with him.
Because I can have at least 3 invisibilities.
Okay, and then you figure out your own way out.
Yeah, basically.
Well, you can,
Okay.
You said you could fly too. Why don't you just fly near him? Or, well, no, you can't see him. So.
Right.
Yeah, I have two usable invisibility spells.
Yeah,
You
you
can-
cast one on yourself, he casts one on himself and the prisoner. You reveal yourself, then you use your other invisibility to recast him.
That is exactly what I
Yeah,
said
that's
10
what he
minutes
said.
ago.
That's what he-
I
saying.
would probably time it so it's like the spell is running out. So you're like peeking around the corner, all of a sudden the spell comes out, you act shocked, and then you reactivate it again. So it's more like you just don't put the hood down and then you put it back up.
Yeah,
Thing.
that would be a little awkward.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. So
And I
assuming.
have very high stealth skill.
Okay, so assuming this is at least the preliminary plan, you guys are all going to memorize spells and then leave town first? Or do this while you're still in town?
I think the idea is that the rest of the party's out of town.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, then we make a rendezvous
that
point
was-
outside of town.
That was the plan I had in my brain.
Like an hour or 2 north.
Hey, I gotta step out for just a minute. I'll be back in a few
Okay.
minutes.
All right.
But you've been so helpful.
I think the rendezvous.
Well, I
would be
made
an hour
lots
or
of
2
comments
north.
about exposing oneself, but I had myself on mute. so-
That's probably a safer thing.
Yeah, that's fair. Do we count as outside for spells that require you to be outside?
Yes.
Nice.
So, sandstorm, this,
Okay. invisibility specifically will last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Is that enough time to get from the edge into?
Depends on your mode of travel.
Okay.
I assume you're using fly.
I have melded into stone as well.
How does that help you?
I can just melt into the fucking ground
And then what?
disappear at that point.
Okay.
So fly gives you a flying speed of 20 or your speed.
My speed's a little faster than that.
Okay, so 25. So you go 75 feet in a round. 10 minutes is 100 rounds. So plenty of time to get from the outside of town to the center.
Okay.
Probably take the majority of those 10 minutes, but you can do it.
Okay.
Because you wouldn't want to go up to the wall and then go invisible.
That'll time well with the sorting out of the invisibility, reappearing yourself.
Right.
Right.
So I could see ways that process would work, subject to the randomness of some dice.
Mm.
So you're probably all dead.
Oh yeah.
So the rest of the group, or the whole group, heads out of town. Are you bringing the hunter with you?
I think we decided no, right?
Good
Yeah.
now.
Okay, so you turn down the offer of the hunter.
Yes.
Okay. You guys head out of town. I think I heard about an hour.
Yep.
Hour and a half, I'd say.
I think the goal was maybe like a rendezvous an hour away. So it's like our group is still heading away if they look at our group at a quick glance. Our group's still heading away while this whole incident's happening. So we're an hour or two at the rendezvous point away from town. So then they don't suspect it's immediately us.
Yeah.
Okay. So the group is continuing on, and a short distance out away from the mesa, the two of you go invisible and then fly back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys want to wait until it's dark before you guys go back?
We're in a cave.
It's always the same light.
That's right. Sorry, desert.
Maybe you
My
want to
brain
wait until
desert
maybe you
someplace
want to
else.
wait till the sun comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the sun's up down.
My bad.
Good thought, though. Okay, so you guys turn invisible, expending a part of your cloak, I guess,
Yeah.
and you're going to use one of your spells.
Yeah, I have a cloak and I can prepare 2 invisibilities.
Okay, so you're going to have that.
What
Is
level
that
is
what you?
invisibility?
Hmm?
What level is invisibility?
2, I think.
Just wondering if I have it.
Dun, 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 dun.
What type of spell is it?
Well, the whole thing
Illusion.
is
Good.
if they immediately
I
kill
don't
him after his use is done, or they live and then
Arcane?
Yeah, you
or
guys are gonna
occult?
go in there and he's
Yeah.
not gonna be
Yeah,
there anymore.
maybe.
Find a bowl of soup.
Yes, it is a level 2 spell.
Ooh. Yeah, I could get rid of that.
Well, I have humanoid form too. I could also be a drow if I wanted to.
So I can't fly.
Can you be?
Oh no, I can fly. I can't.
Turn and you don't have an extra invisibility,
No.
but can you turn into something small and obsequious?
I thought insect form you did, but you actually turn into a medium battle form version
That's,
of.
That's the pest form. Is the
Pest
Is it
form
pest
is the small one.
Yeah, I can turn into pest.
Yeah, just turn into a bug or a bat and fly away.
Yeah, like a little bat.
It doesn't give you fly.
4th level feat. Once you hit 4th level spell and cast, you
At higher level you can? Okay.
Yeah, I can hide it to 4. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, let me do that.
Okay, so you invisibly you're going to stealth back into town.
Yep.
You're going to rescue the prisoner, make him invisible. Then the two of you are going to fly away, and you're going to reveal yourself as a drow, and then turn into a bug and fly away.
Sure.
Is a basic plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I invisible transform and then fly away? So I'm
Yes.
a flying invisible bug.
Yes. Because that's not an offensive spell, so
Okay.
that's fine.
This is a very complicated plan.
It is very complicated. It's taken
Yes.
quite a while to
It
develop.
took 3 hours to develop.
Yes.
Not
That's
quite,
why
not
you-
quite that long, but
Yeah.
it took a while. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'll give you an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
you
why I
guys
won't survive round one.
you guys turn
He's
invisible
already been eaten.
and
Yeah.
fly back to the place with an agreement to rendezvous somewhere about an hour out of the place,
Yeah.
assuming that it'll be easy enough to find them.
Mm-hmm.
You guys return into the town.
Pause.
No,
I'm sorry. Pause. I want to do something before we really get into this. I have
He's already
life beacon. I think it's life beacon that I specifically set aside because I want to cast it on him.
Rewind the tape.
Life connection, level 3 life connection. I'm gonna cast it on him so I understand
what his state is.
what his status is.
Okay, that's fine.
What's
He's
his name?
excited.
That's fine. But if he starts getting the shit beat out of him,
Well, he heard you're going to expose yourself as a drow.
Yeah, yeah. We're going for it again.
Okay, so you guys fly back into town without much difficulty.
Yes.
The bats are serving sort of as sentries on the walls. You can see in the stone towers, there's Erdofan also looking out over the place.
Yeah.
None of them seem to have any visibility or awareness of you guys flying in fairly quietly through the air. You reach the back of the prison cell area without any difficulty, dropping down into the alleyway. You have maybe 30 seconds or so left on your invisibility currently, if you want to take advantage of the invisibility.
yeah, I'm gonna run up to the front. I'll
Okay.
not run, but I'm going to. Yeah, I'll run up so I make kind of some noise.
Okay.
Right. We'll run up to the front, and I'm going to.
Did you open the hole yet?
No. I thought you were going to disintegrate the wall.
Okay, I can just interrogate the wall.
Yeah.
I just thought you were going to use your lower level hole making skills.
No.
Yeah.
That's what druids are good for, is digging holes.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to run across. I'm going to try to time it so that as I'm running across the street, it
Goes away?
Goes away. And so I'm going to stop and look at the Erdofan that are guarding it, and then I'm going to keep running into the next alleyway. Right. So like, imagine
Okay, running away from the prison?
I'm going to run away from the prison and be like, oh, and I'm going to scream something
Okay.
and run across. And as I'm running across, I'm just going to keep running. And as soon as I break line of sight, put it back up.
Okay.
Just learn
What-
a swear word from Undercommon.
What are you using to open up the back door?
Disintegrate.
Okay. So you cast Disintegrate without any difficulty. Bit of crumbling metal and everything dissolves away, opening a sizable hole in the back of it. You see the prisoner. He looks up.
He's leaning against the wall now.
The Erdofan chewing on his leg doesn't seem to react.
Yeah.
No, he seems alone in here. He stands up. The chains next to him fall to the ground.
Yeah.
He looks a little bit surprised. Stands defensively somewhat.
It's a jailbreak.
Okay.
Invisibility for me, invisibility for him.
Okay. And then what are you gonna do?
And I'm gonna,
Out front, you can hear a bunch of shouting at this point.
yeah, I pick him up. We're flying out of here.
Okay. And then you fly off invisibly.
Yep.
Okay. That part all works just fine because there's nobody here, whatnot. Meanwhile, you go tearing across the front courtyard. As expected, about halfway across the courtyard, you feel your visibility fade.
Right.
You pause. You look around. You see some guards. What language you yell out in?
Like you
What
said,
what? Okay. What language do you yell out in?
in Undercommon.
Okay. What are you yelling out?
Fuck!
Okay.
Literally, that's all I want to say.
Okay.
Just a single profanity of surprise.
Okay. Give
And-
me a deception roll.
Would performance work for him?
Yes.
instead?
I'm fine with performance.
Let's see which I suck at.
Intimidation for
No.
yelling
Yeah.
at customer.
No. Intimidation will not apply in this case.
Okay. This is another day, right? This is a new day.
Uh huh.
Okay, then I'm going to use my Fey ability on this.
Okay.
So, deception.
Or performance.
Let's see, that was a 27. We're going to go with the 27.
Okay. So you roll a 27. They seem startled to see you, and a bit surprised as you appear right in the middle of it. Almost immediately, they start out shouting out alarms and calling for assistance and so forth. They're calling out in Abyssal. Do you understand Abyssal?
Not at all.
Okay. That seems to be more of their default language when they get really excited or upset. And then immediately give chase. So you said you were running across the way into the other alleyway, which you do, with guards rapidly approaching.
Okay.
What would
They're
you like
running
to?
faster than me?
They are running equivalent to you, not necessarily faster. They are maybe a round behind you.
All right.
Turn into a bug. Turn into a bug.
Yeah.
Then-
I'm gonna
Go pest form.
go pest form.
Okay.
Like a little
So
ant.
you
Or- no.
and then what? Try to fly away. Try to hide. Try to bite him in the face.
No, I'll. Well, have I broken line of sight from
Yes.
this?
Yeah. You dive into the alleyway.
Oh yeah. First
Cast
I put
your
the
cast
hood
your
up.
spell. Well, that takes an activation. As far as takes time to do.
Okay. One. Yeah, but that takes one action.
One
right?
Okay.
action to be invisible, and then two
Two
to
to
be a
cast
bug.
pest form, right?
I
Into a
think
bat.
so. That's fine.
Or something
Okay.
So
small.
I'm an invisible bug.
Sure.
And
Okay, and then fly away. Okay. You see below. They start searching the alleyway. Other Erdofan are coming from other areas, including several of the spellcasters and everything. Starting to search the area as you fly away.
okay.
Okay. And
you line is straight out the city.
okay. You guys get out.
Literally D line. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys get out maybe 500 yards or so away from the city before your invisibility and your flights fade and your bug form.
Hopefully I'm on the ground.
Yeah, and the three of you are there. What do you do at this point? You're still well within the sight of the city, up on the mesa, and you can hear on the distance shouts and cries and so forth.
Does invisibility.
You can see from the trail at least the direction the group went, so you know what direction they've gone, is whether or not you can get to them fast enough, etc.
How long does fly last?
10 minutes
10 minutes.
at most.
At most.
Might be less.
1 hour.
I guess I was assuming it was 10 minutes. It might be less. Fly lasts 5 minutes.
Okay. I have another fly. I can
Okay.
I'll just fly again.
Yeah, I have an actual fly spell memorized.
Okay. So you guys fly over. Yeah. Now technically, it doesn't make you go any faster. Just doesn't leave any
I
trail.
just don't want to be.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Right.
These guys are desert trackers. And,
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
look, the footsteps converged right with the other.
yeah.
I also don't want to be like silhouetted against the sand at all.
Probably good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You fly off. Hour or two later, you meet up with the group. At this point, doesn't seem to be any pursuit, or at least anything else beyond that.
Yeah.
Do we have any type of cloaks or anything that we can put over this tiefling to?
You have the bubble thing. Put a bubble thing on and put them in the bag, and we just walk up and mind our own business. So if they fly by as a patrol looking for the dude,
Yeah.
we're just walking past.
That's a good idea. I mean,
Yeah.
let's get it a couple days away or as far away as we can before. But either way, we're gonna have to have him in some type of concealment.
Get in the bag.
How long does this bubble last?
What's in the box?
I forgot to pull my bubble card. Hold on.
You shouldn't have seen that
Bubble,
movie.
bubble, bubble.
Bubble card.
He hasn't seen it.
Good.
What
No.
movie?
I know it's email.
What movie?
Question while I'm looking for the bubble card. Since we've rested again, does that mean our last level of doom is faded?
Yeah, it's fine.
So we are.
Bubble
back in
lasts
faded?
for 1 minute.
Oh, that's not particularly
It
useful.
does not last very long.
Are you done with your?
I'm completely done with the character.
That's not enough time to make a full character.
Yes, because my character can physically grow wings.
No, he cannot because he has no wings.
Yeah.
That's what I said. You are subject to the character limits of the scenario. You have a regular looking tiefling that has horns.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no special talents like that other than what wouldn't be visible.
Yeah.
So if you
Physical-
like dark vision is perfectly fine because they wouldn't know one way or another. The fact that you had or do not have wings would be abundantly visible. Which one I would have described it as a tiefling with wings.
What I meant by that is, fiendish wings. You you shrine to call forth bat-like wings or otherwise fiendish wings for your back.
Okay, so it summons them.
Yeah, it summons them. Effectively, I
Okay,
sprout wings.
What's your character?
that's
class?
viable then.
Ranger.
Rangers don't have to be ranged, also. They're pretty capable malegians.
Yeah.
too.
Oh no, that's fine. I was just looking at him because I'm like, ooh, you got competition now.
You could be a dual
Yeah.
two-sword guy.
Was that what you decided to go with?
Two-sword guy's cool.
Okay.
Scimitars.
Oh, weak, dude. Everyone.
They're
Scimitar?
tieflings. Tieflings use scimitars.
No.
No.
I
Not
literally
necessarily.
looked up what tieflings use. Swap them.
Falchions.
Doesn't matter. I'm not really worried about it.
Okay.
Okay, so what are you guys going to do, if anything, to conceal your trail? Since I gather that's a concern for you guys.
I'm not going to. There's no need to.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, the only thing we have to conceal is our little friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just carry him so there isn't an extra footstep trail.
Well,
And are you still bringing the kobold, or did you leave him behind?
I think we kept his body. Did we not?
I'm pretty
No,
sure we
it-
kept.
Well, we still have his body, but at
Yeah.
this point, his
He can stay in the
Just no
back
use.
because he.
He doesn't need to breathe, granted,
Right.
but
well, but
it doesn't stop him from aging.
this is the third day, guys. I can't rest him
Yeah.
out.
Just give me an honor. Give him an honorable.
Well, we should still play
Give him-
along
give him
with
back to
we're
Shackle
carrying
Dude.
we're carrying the dude or whatever.
Yeah.
If we all of a sudden abandon the body or whatever,
Mhm.
when there's this big break or whatever, they might find that a little suspicious all of a sudden
Yeah.
when we have one less body.
Best case scenario, we use his corpse to distract Warren.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
The ghost whispers. No. I don't want to end up like the
Okay.
witch.
So with that, each of you go ahead and level up to level 15.
Let's go.
Okay. Before your character comes in, William,
Yeah.
I need a Hero Forge design from your character,
I've got it pretty much done.
and I need to review your full character to make sure there's nothing else that doesn't apply.
Okay.
And your only equipment is what the group provides.
We might just give him the barbarian's weapon.
Okay.
If that's something.
You do not have scimitars
Yeah.
or whatever it is you picked.
Because we didn't get your gear out.
He never had gear.
Oh, well.
Shackles.
I assumed with a lieutenant it
Doesn't have shackles. Those were shackled to the pole.
started
I have a
to take the
backpack?
shackles.
Yeah.
What's
I
that?
have to go
Do I
back
have
for
a
the
backpack?
shackles.
You have nothing. You have a ripped up piece of rags that you're wearing on your body, and that's it. And lots of scars from a life of slavery. So whatever equipment the group can outfit you with is what you have, and that's it.
Give him the deck of illusions. That's all we get.
Let's
So you
see.
like this that much?
Yeah.
I start.
Use your character with it.
I shuffle the cards. Let's see what you get. You get a wall.
What does you guys speak of?
Yeah, whatever equipment the group can provide you is what you have right now. So no other equipment starting otherwise. Now, as I understand, if you have the kobold, you have all of the kobold's equipment.
Yeah.
So whatever that you wish to hand over to this guy, that's fine.
Not a terrible loadout for a ranger if they're melee, because
It's not horrible. Yeah.
We'll find you something. Don't
Okay.
worry.
The whole thing is if
Well,
it's
he's-
deck space or
he's
strength
got
space.
his-
That's
he's-
the difference.
He's
Well,
got
but-
his character
but
sheet in front of him.
He
Why
was
don't he just go ahead and
using
take
dex
those moves
based
off of his
melee
own
weapons.
That's fine.
before.
Well, again, subject to your guys' determination, because maybe there's something he has you
Well, yeah.
guys prefer.
That question was expressed more to the group.
Mhm.
He has his character sheet right in front of him. Do you guys want him to just go ahead and filter off of the cobalt's
Oh, of
body and
course.
see
Well,
what he
yeah.
can find?
Yeah.
Doesn't get
Of
to.
course.
Yep.
All right, William.
I like my stuff.
They throw out a corpse for you. Take what you wish.
Yeah.
I don't want his armor.
You don't want his armor?
Like I can't use his armor.
Then don't take it.
Don't take
That's
it.
what I'm saying. Let's just, for starters, here's all the cobalt's crap. Can you use any of it?
I'm done leveling up my character.
It's very easy. It's very easy to level up at this point.
I
Yeah.
believe I can use a
I know
rapier
for Warhammer leveling up.
really well.
It gives
Yeah,
you so
well,
many
that's
choices.
probably going to be really useful.
You can spend XP to increase your career, or you can spend the XP that goes
Okay.
somewhere else.
We got level 8 spells now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
As soon as you
really?
rest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to level up.
My spells are
Okay. Now, you guys are currently south of the city, Spear Hill.
That was the right way, right?
Andy, are you back with us?
It was. I assume he is.
Dude, being a magus is rough.
Yeah, I've been here. I'm sorry.
Being dead is
Okay, just checking.
I'm here for the breakout.
Now I have 7s and 8s.
Yo. Yikes.
Yeah, you lose access to all your other spells.
I mean, I don't lose access to them. I just don't have slots. So if I
Well,
You can always heighten them.
yeah,
You can
you
always
can't.
heighten
Yeah,
them,
use them
yeah.
as higher level.
But yeah.
I mean, I also spent a ton of my gear's worth of stuff on buying more spell slots effectively. I spent 2 feats on it. I spent a lot of magic items on getting spell slots, and I have a staff.
Ben, I think you should inherit my guy's ghost shots. They're crossbow bolts that apply the effect of ghost touch.
Well, it's a good thing I don't use a crossbow. I use a bow.
How would I have known that?
I get Juggernaut. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
gives.
I think I get greater juggernaut actually.
Yeah, I get mine later.
Just greater weapon specialization.
That rocks.
A lot of people are very
That's
juggernaut.
why you have a 20.
At this.
I'm just a regular Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Trials might be greater
I
Juggernaut.
think he is.
Juggernaut's
Juggernaut's pretty cool.
Juggernaut's pretty annoying.
That's what I was.
Yes. From a DM, I can imagine it would be annoying.
Pass. So I critically pass. Greater juggernaut. If you fail, you pass. If you pass, you critically pass.
Yeah.
Okay. Different illusions.
You either crit fail or succeed, or crit
It's-
success. There is no fail.
Yeah.
That rules actually.
Oh, yeah, it's real nice.
Second illusion.
It's what is it for rogues? It's
Evasion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evasion for fortitude saves.
A champion's dice because I get divine will and juggernaut. So I get that for both will and fortitude.
All right, it starts to eliminate the saving throw effects against you
Yeah, the
because you just can't be killed then.
Yeah. Well, it gets rid of like save it or suck it.
15.
Yeah.
I want sneaky motherfucker.
But of course, then if you
Um,
fail it, you
my
lose
new
your character from the
perception
soul
is
sucking.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
My new
yeah.
initiative is 29.
Okay,
So it's
I'm not worried about it right now.
Right.
There you go.
I was way more successful than I thought.
You're an expert.
There's no slave background.
No, servant was the closest one I could find.
Okay.
If you go into the filter options, there's a lot more options in the filter. Like you choose all, and it will have every single
I
thing
was on
possible.
I think.
It's kind of a hidden thing. It kind of just generic backgrounds, but if you do that, it gives you every single, I think, every
Okay.
possible thing.
I'll check.
Oh, that's cool. All right.
I can't believe that actually worked.
Are traveling across the desert. What the fuck are you doing? Go away.
I'm waiting for.
Sean's reviewing his character, sweetheart.
Damn, dude, that was rude.
Sorry.
Traveling across the desert won't be a problem for us anymore.
Are you sure?
Wind walk. I can take the whole group, right?
Mm-hmm.
You and up to 5 creatures. Never mind. We have more than 5 people.
Have one person sit on the other shoulder.
Yeah.
No.
Reed urchin.
When you cast a spell, each target transforms into a vaguely cloud-like form and is picked up by a wind moving in the direction of your choice. This goes on for 8 hours at 20 miles an hour.
Oh god.
That would be nice.
Yeah. All right, and we're at the big bad end guy.
What spell list is it? Is it a what
It is transmutation, air. It's primal,
just primal?
I believe. Let me look. Well, fuck, I don't know.
Can you change the wind?
It doesn't say.
Okay.
This doesn't say.
For your general feat, you can do hireling manager, which would be a good fit for currently since we got a hireling.
Mm-hmm. See, they make that for.
I can't believe that actually succeeded. Like, I can't believe we actually managed to get the
Yeah, it's
prisoner
primal.
out.
Mm-hmm.
Just
And we
primal.
probably aren't even gonna get killed for it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, if they
Prisoner's
start,
another good one
yeah.
for background.
This game will not let me play my character right. The one time I actually played my character right, I got killed. And I had to start a new character.
Was it right if you got killed though?
Yes, I got my soul sucked out in a single turn.
Trained in the stealth skill. Experienced smuggler. That's not very cool.
We can smuggle him. That's used for experience smuggler.
My few choices are done. I don't get new spells. I don't get any of that.
I do get 8th level spells, and that's pretty cool. The arcane spell list is so good.
I chose expert.
It has a lot of the damage spells.
I can literally turn into a purple worm now.
But yeah.
Oh,
Seriously?
nice.
That's why I was asking if you could or not, because I know that's an option for druids.
Okay, William?
Level 8. Yeah, level 8 spell.
So we can ride you?
No.
William. William.
I'm going to.
Yeah.
What?
You better buy me a drink first.
Okay, so I made some modifications to your about page.
Yeah.
Of note this, this.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool. And cool.
And,
What's the name of my character?
Of your name? Same thing it was.
Oh god.
What?
Boil blood.
Yeah.
It could have been useful in town. Kufar.
Give you the foe's blood.
Khufar.
Takes 10d fire damage. 10d10 fire damage.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I'm not
I
a
will
big
also
picture with
provide
blood
some
in its
other
body.
background
Could be
information
effective.
for you. Like I said, other philosophies, edicts, anathema based on your character's background that you'll be required to
You say
follow as
clone
well.
Companion.
Okay.
Okay?
What?
No, I don't think I have that.
Do you want Do you want my phone number so you can just text me?
I can literally
I'll get
clone
it from you at some point.
one of the
I don't need it
party
right now.
members,
Mhm.
And that clone does everything that they do.
That's cool.
Health, everything.
That would be
It
useful
can't be
for me.
healed, but like I could clone you, and now we just have 2 monster tanks. In the,
Or 2 Trozes.
yeah,
do
that's what I was
damage.
just about to say. Or
Jeez.
2 damage dealers.
Target. 10 doses of stress.
Or you could clone yourself, and then that clone could clone someone else.
Each time I do a command action, both the companion and its duplicate gain 2 actions. So I spend 1 action, and you and the clone get 2 more actions that turn.
Correct. Normally they only get 1. The clone only gets 1 because it's a summoned creature.
Yeah, but it would give him 5 actions a turn, and
No.
why not?
Because
That's what it says.
someone has to sustain it. I think it's probably the cloned party.
You create a duplicate. I'll read it exactly how it says. You create a duplicate of your companion, and the duplicate fights alongside its twin, mirroring the original's actions. The duplicate appears adjacent to your companion and has the same stats. Each time you command your companion, both your companion, goddamn, and its duplicate gain 2 actions. The duplicate always acts immediately after your companion and must use identical actions to the ones your companion used in exactly the same order. However, it can use the actions differently, such as striding to a different position or selecting a different target for a strike.
It's called clone.
Clone companion. The duplicate isn't truly alive and can't be healed in any way. If the duplicate reaches 0 hit points, it instantly destroyed and clone companion immediately ends.
Okay, and that the reason why where you're misleading it is the term companion. Your companion is your familiar. Your familiar only gets 1 action to begin with. If you command them, you get 2.
Oh,
you get
then
3
why don't they just fucking say familiar?
because it says your companion. Companion is an official term as far as your familiar. because some people have familiars, some people have eidolons, some people have other things.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a player
No,
companion.
it's not an ally, which would be a player companion.
Oh, no, that's fucking lame.
Well, then
No,
let's
it
make it like a
it depends.
20.
At
If
level,
you're an Eidolon character, sure, because the Eidolons
Or
are
if
really
you're
strong.
a druid with that spec'd everything into their
companion
dire
bear, or,
tiger,
yeah, or a hunter with a companion.
Garbage.
Well, I think you may have
Nah.
been a little bit misled by.
Savannahs.
Yeah.
I don't. Not
They
to be
they
mean, but-
they have a lot of potential.
Yeah.
I looked through quite a bit, and they did not scale well at all.
The only difference is the companion's really good. You're as a player or not. Your
Right.
actual character is
yeah.
not.
Yeah, it sacrifices your own abilities
Okay.
because you have to put feats into it to make them decent.
Fine, I'll just turn you all into one giant monstrous creature, and then
Sure.
all is one and
Conglomerate of party.
Turn us
Yeah,
into
it's called
that.
all is one and one is all. And basically everybody goes and then back out to their normal people, and then I can distribute health points.
Just turn us into the shark off.
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
When you cast a spell, any targets, including you.
Yeah, you
My level
refuse to be a
is
shot.
Okay, some of you are nice and simple.
Okay, yeah, I'm
Yes.
I'm done. I was just
Okay.
monstrosity
That would've been
form of
awesome.
burning blossoms.
And you said you had the ability now to transport people?
I can. No, yeah, but not enough, so I'm not going to take it. I can only take me and 5 other people.
Windwalk?
Mm-hmm.
Can you cast that twice? Then all of us can just go.
Sure, I guess.
I mean,
If we're
just
doing-
I want to use up all of my level 8 spells
Well,
for the day.
if we're doing nothing but travel, then once we get to the location, we stay like an hour away, sleep, respect your spells.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. That's fine.
Yeah, Windwalk takes 10 minutes to cast,
Ooh.
lasts 8 hours. Everybody transforms into cloud-like forms, moves with the wind. You can change the wind direction with a single action. 20 miles per hour.
So I can go 100, we can go about 160 miles in a day.
Can you cast them both without going?
That's pretty potent.
Yeah.
Um,
So I can get us basically to where we
you
need to
and
go.
5 creatures.
So that's
One,
there's
two, three, four,
2,
six. We have
4,
seven.
6,
Six,
7 total.
Mhm.
So I'd have to cast it twice.
Mhm.
But that seems 160 miles is a long way to go in one
And
day.
especially since the Cradle Worms is 145 miles away.
Yeah, we can get us right there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's give it a try. Fuck it. Andy, you okay with that? You want to be
it'll
turned into a
cover our
cloud?
trail. It'll also cover our trail. But that's
That was actually what I was thinking when I first thought of it. Was like
yeah.
that would suddenly just we have no trace left.
Yeah, but literally just the wind.
You okay with that, Andy?
What have we got to lose?
Our
Thad?
lives.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad.
And the
That was
Yeah.
a question, guys.
Are you
not the
okay?
answer.
Are you okay with this plan?
Yeah.
What's the plan?
You use Windwalk, transform us both, all of us into wind-esque
Yep.
creatures.
All right. That's what we're doing.
Okay. So you guys walk as far as you can that first day. And then the following day, use Windwalk. And the space of 6-7 hours, you guys rapidly cover 100 plus miles down to the south over here.
Ooh.
And
I wonder how
will.
much shit we just bypassed.
Probably a lot.
Sean's like, all right.
Well,
scroll down a bunch of pages.
along the way, you guys cover quite a bit of distance. There's no sign of Erdofan settlements along the path. I mean, functionally, you can see what's there. There is. You do see occasionally roving bands of purple worms and other creatures, but it legitimately bypasses the majority of areas around there. Okay, you guys settle down just at the edge of the forest, or the jungle, and I will put you over here.
And when we get into
Okay.
the jungle, we will need to keep in mind of the
And-
ambushing spiders.
Okay.
I am
Yes.
going to, hopefully, let me see if this will work properly. No. Okay, let me add a couple wall sections here to give you an overview.
Dad's like, darn it, all the prep I just did
Nope.
for the last week.
I
is
feel
gone.
bad. I actually feel really bad. Well, here's another thing. What if we're supposed to be like another 2 levels before we get here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a huge problem.
Or
for
what
us.
if we go? What if we should have gone to Strain first?
Yeah.
But why?
I mean,
We're here for a reason.
we got attacked by the Erdefons
Yeah,
first,
get
which
in and
pulls
get
us
out.
pulls us into Spike Hill, and then the
Erdefan show up and then pulls us there.
yeah, and Kyrgyzstan told us to go to the Hole of Worms.
Mhm.
So I don't feel like we're totally off course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm worried about
We
is
just
that we
skip a
just
couple.
missed a whole bunch of XP by just.
Well, we just went up to
Skipping
level
that.
15.
We're where we needed to be. Like,
Okay.
In
what was
7
probably
hours.
what was probably gonna take us several more game sessions. We're at the like where the
Cradle is.
the ball is
The
supposed
goop.
to be.
Oh, okay.
We're in the goop.
Yep.
Correct. Okay.
That's why we keep a druid in the group.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you can walk us through this cave jungle.
Actually, you
Druid.
should probably just do that again, and then we don't have to climb down,
Hold on.
right?
Why didn't that update?
Sounds
Don't know.
like
Negative energy damage.
I don't think we should help the Earthon.
I don't think we should help anybody down here.
Well,
Let's just get the damn
Yeah,
orb
we
and
get the
leave.
we get the ball and get the hell out of here.
yeah, we just
Agreed.
stuff the ball in back, then you cast your spells, and then we're just gone. Poof.
Polar ray.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it yet, but yeah, that's on my
What's
list.
polar, right?
10d8 cold.
Jeez.
And it drains people.
Yeah, it is drained.
Okay.
It's not as exciting as this kind of.
So you guys are on the northern end over here.
Okay, here's a thought I have. So now that I have, I'm gonna phrase that.
Uh-oh.
So I'm assuming since he used that fancy new spell, we've rested, we have access to our new set of spells, or
Nope. You guys reach it by the end of the day.
Oh.
Okay. Now, he has used his 2 level 8 spells. Up to you if you choose to go into the jungles at this point or rest overnight. You are at the sand gives way to a rocky outcropping, a rocky ridge that sort of runs around the perimeter of it. Looking down into the valley, you see lush jungle.
I say we stay here.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Rest
do
up
that.
for the night.
Now, the other piece that George mentioned earlier, we completely glossed over in the escape attempt and everything. One of the things the Erdefan gave you was a small piece of green stone worn on a necklace that absorbs the effects of the radiation. Okay, if you so chose to take it.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean you turned down their hunter, so
If anything, we
We're-
just
we're
sell
check their-
them
and then
for
stole
that.
their food supply.
Oh, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that idea to turn the whole mound into flesh, so then they have a whole bunch of food, I feel like was a
Well,
good idea.
you know, now that we just turned level 15, I have earthquake, and I could like. wreck the entire-
You could shake the Jello mound. Turn it to turn it to flesh.
Yeah.
Shake it and
Shake
break it open. Swallow the Erdefan
Yeah.
buildings in a mound of flesh.
Ew.
And probably with all that flesh, the Shargoth gets attractive.
Yeah.
With all the earth.
There you go.
I believe genocide is the word you guys are looking for.
Okay.
Evil demon worshipping creatures, yeah.
Yeah.
Under the alien starlight of the Blightburn crystals in the ceiling of the vault, there's the jagged, miles-long valley known as the Cradle of Worms. The slopes and edges of the valley floor are bare, covered with the same desolate sand found throughout the rest of the Black Desert. A few miles inward, however, grasses and weeds emerge from the earth. Further still in, there's shrubs, trees, and other leafy plants springing from moist sand. At the center of the valley, the terrain is thick with vegetation, massive trees creating an impenetrable canopy upon a sprawling jungle. So basically, it looks like a valley, rock all around it, and down beneath, lush jungle.
Point of question.
Mhm.
Once we're under the canopy, will that canopy count as a ceiling? A hard ceiling for spells? Okay, good.
They're trees.
The there's no other source of lighting other than the. in
Correct.
this-
Yeah,
in
that
this
hasn't
going-
changed anything.
Okay. So it's a terrifying twilight jungle.
Correct.
But
Yeah.
hey, you got me. I'm
Oh,
always shiny.
That's right.
okay.
I'm like a nightlight.
Yeah. I'm more upset by the fact that there's all this vegetation growing with no
Sun?
discernible source of sunlight. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's the
Well, that's
Aeon Stone. The Aeon Stone basically provides life, and I'm guessing it's like contained in this valley
Can I cast
I-
locate? We're gonna rest. I'll get it back in a little while anyway.
or something like that.
So
Yeah, no sign of it
no.
within your range.
Okay.
Now keep in mind, it only goes like 500 yards
Yeah,
or so.
it's 500 feet.
Okay,
500.
500 feet, even less.
Yep, you find a mound right next to you outside of the lush jungle.
Try to trip over it. Oh,
Nice.
Here it
While
is.
While we're on the edge, can I see any temples, structures, anything like that in the forest below?
No.
Any smoke from fires or
No.
any of that? Okay.
Okay, guys. Once we rest, and in the morning, once I get my level 8, I did get discern location.
What's that?
It's the next level up for locate. It means I can, since I've seen the stone, I can tell you exactly where it is.
Is it a straight drop into the canopy? Or is it
Or
like
just
a
back in
curve?
that couple
It's
of bones?
it's not a straight drop, but it's a pretty steep climb.
Okay.
It doesn't look impossible, or I mean, really, even for adventurers at your level, particularly hard. But it's not like just flat terrain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
okay.
not easy, but it's not that hard.
Yep.
What's you guys' goal here? Why are you down here?
We're trying to recover the Aeon Stone.
A magical artifact of immense power that should not be in the hands of either the Erdopons or the Drow.
But it should be in the hands of us.
Yeah,
Yes.
be totally
Right.
responsible.
Yeah,
cool
because the
guys.
group has proven their trustworthiness and
Yeah.
responsibility.
Watch, when we get back, the druids are just going to kill us and take the Aeon Stone.
Yeah, we did just take the druid's word on it on stuff
Yeah.
pretty quick.
And you guys thought it was awkward walking around on the surface with an angel. Wait until you walk in with him. This is gonna be interesting.
Oh, there are tieflings on the surface.
Are there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're a tiefling.
No,
No,
well, she's an
she's an
opposite.
She's not?
She's an ASMR.
Oh. I thought she was.
They are kind of, people do thumb their nose at them. Like,
Mhm.
ew,
Ew.
not nasty.
Half-blood.
Well, yeah, they're kind of racist.
And they have a corrupted background, is the theory.
Yeah,
I'm a mudblood. Yay!
yeah. The whole, you know,
Yeah.
Okay, so we're resting? Is that the decision we're
Yeah, we're
resting?
going to
I think
rest
so.
for the night. He's going to get his 8th level
Are we
spell back.
aiming
And
at
then,
7?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be wrapping up shortly.
and then, yeah.
You're worried 'cause I got homework, huh?
Yeah. Well, that and dinner.
I'm back to school again.
Last semester.
So, looking out into the valley, you see lots of jungle. Where are you guys planning to go? What are you looking for?
Jungle?
You have the fancy new spell. How long does it go? How far?
I don't think it actually has. I know it lasts for 10 minutes. You learn the name of the target's exact location, including the building, community, and country and plane of existence. You can target a creature only if you've seen it in person, have one of its significant belongings, or have a piece of its body. To target an object, you must have touched it or have a fragment of it.
Why don't you go ahead and do that, and then we'll figure
It
out.
doesn't have any limitations as far as away, how far away.
Why don't
what
you
if
go
it
ahead
just
and
tells
test
us it's
that?
in the cradle of worms?
I totally expect it's going to be in the hands of the barkeep back on town.
But yeah,
It's under. They've got it in a little box underneath the
yeah.
register.
It's a paperweight.
Yeah. Yeah, why
Okay.
don't you go
It's
ahead
one of
and
those
do
snow
that?
globes that glows.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and cast that spell, then we'll rest, you two get your spells back, and then...
She doesn't have that
down
spell
there.
currently.
Oh. Okay.
We have to do our. That's what we're supposed to be doing right now. Is resting.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys rest for the night. Burn through another day's worth of food. Following morning, you cast discern location. Is the plan?
Yes.
Okay. And which specific object that you've touched before are you trying to locate?
stone?
Okay. There is
This isn't gonna work.
there is one on the surface in the southwest end of the Swordlands at the Tower of the Forest.
Yep.
So,
What was
you
the
really didn't think that through?
stone called? Which tower was the one that had the stone missing? Which tower was that?
Technically, I haven't touched the missing stone.
Or
The specific stone that's
stepping
missing.
stones? Or rolling stones, something like that.
So yes, correct. With your discern location, you have to have either touched it directly or have a piece of it to be able to do that.
Our very determined location isn't gonna work yet, so we're not close enough.
Yeah, if you happen to get close to where you believe it is, it might be able to pin it down for you.
Yeah.
But that won't help you otherwise.
Well, I'm not gonna use it yet because we used it last night from our current
Is
location. It
is
didn't do
there
good.
any part, like when studying the canopy and stuff like that with the green glow,
Mhm.
is there any part of the canopy that's less dense than the others, than the rest?
No.
Okay.
Is there any part
From the
more?
ridge line, were we able to get a good view on
The terrain?
the valley?
Yes.
Can you talk to trees?
And there were no discernible structures, I would imagine.
Nope.
Yeah.
There looks like several mountains and hills. There's a lake in the center with a
Yeah.
river that runs through it.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
following the river might be a good idea, but I'm sure it's also filled with all manner of opulence.
You two literally just had that Batman Aquaman moment. Do you talk to fish?
Because you
But-
talk to a tree, that tree talks to the next tree, which talks to the next tree, and so on and so forth.
One of us
Yeah.
could
But
always
but the information gets consistently worse.
Yeah.
one of us could always just stay up.
No, I have wild empathy.
What are you talking about?
Are we trying to find a place to rest?
I can
No, we've
make
already
impressions on animals.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to figure out.
I
before
didn't
we
know
go
if you had like
rummaging
tree
through
talk
these
or something like that.
jungle,
There might be a spell
which
for
has
that.
never worked out well for everybody.
You
But
can
I-
turn it
Figure
into
out
a
a better
tree
way
and
to
talk
do
to the tree.
I'm just
Yes.
hoping there's normal jungle
I still remember
animals
seeing anything
down
like
there,
that.
not like giant monsters.
I know
Hey,
there's
is all we're trying to do right now determine where we want to go?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like the location
I know there's
of the
tree
ants.
shaping where you can walk
If
through
you
a
find
tree and then
that
exit
and
through
they'll
another tree
make
somewhere
our
else, but
job
I didn't know if
way
we could talk to
easier.
trees.
What level spell is that? 'Cause that's awesome.
It's a teleport type spell, so it wouldn't help here in this situation, but it's what I know it's a druid spell.
Now, from the looks of the jungle, the size of it, I mean, it would take you months to search the entire place
Yeah.
carefully, and honestly, no sense that you'd necessarily be able to find anything reliably.
Oh, we can use that spell again. You can make
Question,
the wind
John?
like
Uh-huh.
we could
Um,
go really
if you have a
fast
staff,
through the jungle.
in order to cast the spell in the staff, it has to be under spell list, right?
I
Correct.
don't.
It specifically in the staff rules, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
and,
fine with that. That's interesting for this edition, but okay.
However, if
That's
if I have a staff and it has a spell that someone else on their spell list could use, and it has the charges remainder, I've done its charges for the day. Could I hand them the staff and then they cast that spell and then hand it back and it's just
No,
No.
because it takes investment.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Only one person per day can use the item.
Because you can only invest in one staff per day.
Is it
That-
true?
Weird
yeah.
limitation on staffs.
It's
Yeah.
it's part of the
If you
second
go in-
edition
if you
theory
go
that they're
into
trying
the
to
rules for
minimize
staffs,
magic
Mhm.
items.
It says
You
can
get
only
10
invest in
invested
one
items
staff
max.
per day,
Well, the invested items,
and you have to
I
invest
get
in
that. That's not
stuff like that.
unique to Pathfinder, but the idea
Oh,
that you have to inherently know the
It's-
spell,
That
It's
I don't
really
know if I
finicky with
buy.
the Staffs,
I
but
don't-
it also gives you so much benefit also.
Hey,
that
Dad.
seems weird. Otherwise, then the only people that can use stabs are people that can use the spell anyways, and all it basically turns into is just a bank,
Is extra
as
spell
opposed
slots.
to
Well, you can also
Yeah.
you
It
can
functionally
also
is.
take the, you can
That's
also
what my
take
healing
the
staff is for.
feat, use magical device,
and you do a check based on which type of lore you're trying to use, and if you succeed on the level DC, you can
Yeah,
cast that spell.
The main
How overly retarded and complicated for something that has been so inherent
Well,
in all of these systems for
it's
40 years.
It's because their new mechanics and definition is wands, staff, scrolls are all just batteries to empower your own knowledge and your own abilities.
You can
And
cast a spell from a staff only if you have that spell on your spell list, are able to cast spells of the appropriate level,
Correct.
and expend a number of charges from the staff equal to the spell's level.
It's a spell slot battery as opposed to previous editions that we're used to. It has X number of charges, and anybody who can use a divine wand can use a wand of healing.
I think this is why I didn't do the whole darkness thing, the valley or the black
The
desert
wand of-
staff.
No, because you couldn't buy it because it's
Yeah.
a campaign specific thing.
Yeah, and Evan grabbed it.
Because I mean, I've got that staff of fire, but I know all the spells inherently on it anyway.
Well, the nature of the spells are such that they're a lot more generic too,
Yeah.
as far as what spells you know.
Yeah.
You know every primal list.
Yeah,
or
like
spell.
his level 8 spells, and my level 8 spells have a lot of crossover.
Yep. And it just has to be on your list. You don't necessarily have to be able to know how to cast Fireball. As long as Fireball is on the arcane list, it's valid.
Yark.
So do I see the Shoggoth, the giant
No.
transparent thing anywhere around here? Because
Knock.
it is like the size of a skyscraper.
It is. It's also mostly invisible, and no, you do not see it currently.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
It
Did
does see you, however.
Did we even see it while we were traveling
No.
laser fast
No.
across the desert?
No.
These are fast.
It's not that
20 mile an hour, dude.
Yeah,
A
but,
little bit slower than
yeah,
a
but
laser.
Pathfinder is really fast.
You guys were traveling pretty fast. No, you have not seen it.
No, it's as fast as a decent horse.
Yeah.
At
I mean-
gallon.
For 8 hours.
Yeah, for 8 hours.
Yeah.
Boy,
Which is longer, I think, for a horse to continue.
just wait till you're driving. You're not going to think 20 mile an hour is fast.
Yeah,
Question, Sean. That requirement for staffs. If you have the feat trick magic item, which normally allows you to trick a magic item into letting you use it when you don't have that tradition, would you allow that feat to be used in order to cast a spell that would not be on your spell list for a staff?
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly what the purpose is.
Okay.
It tricks your primal caster into pretending to be an occult caster.
Right. Okay. Well, we have to know where we're going in order for this to be useful, but I could use the Wanderer's Guide off of the staff, which would remove penalties for traveling through the rough terrain of the jungle, potentially.
I also have a spell that does that.
You probably have that spell because it's... Oh, actually, no, you don't, because it's Divine and Occult.
I have a different spell. It's called Unfettered Allies or something like that.
Okay.
Let me see.
Unfettered Pack.
I have lay on
Unfettered
hands.
Pack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a level 7 spell, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I have lay on hands that can do 49 points.
Yeah, Unfettered
48
Pack.
points now.
So, but it's only an hour. But an hour is not too bad if you're unfettered through a jungle.
Wanderer's Guide lasts all day, though.
Okay, we can do that.
Right, but you still have to have a sense of where you're going.
Yes, we have to have a destination.
Okay, so let's make an assumption that I think might actually be a pretty safe assumption. Is this valley pretty circular?
No.
Well, that's not really gonna work then. Is the growth in the valley even?
Do we see the mountains poking out, or is that something we do not see?
You see the mountains poking out.
We could go to the center of the circle of mountains.
Are the mountains at a higher elevation than the ridge line that we're
No.
on? Okay. So they come up basically to the same height that...
Correct. There are various mounds that come up out of the valley,
Yeah.
and there looks like rivers that come down from a few of them,
Mhm.
gather, and then head out to the lake.
Yeah.
The idea that I was thinking was that the Ion Stone or
It's in the
Aeon
lake.
Stone, huh?
It's in the lake.
Well, no, not necessarily. That its influence would be unidirectional,
Correct.
right, or omnidirectional, and
Go towards the center of the vegetation.
exactly.
Yeah.
But now looking at the map, that's not necessarily gonna work.
I mean, it's not. Doesn't look that bad either.
Yeah, it's not that
Well,
bad.
the center would be pretty much where the lake is at. Or
Yeah.
pretty close to the lake.
I mean, it makes sense that an sandstone that
Does any
gives
of the
life would
mounds
be next
seem
to
to
a
be
lake.
more architecture based
Somewhat.
No.
instead of okay?
We could just burn the jungle.
Is there an island in the middle of that lake? Is that
Yes.
what it's looking? Okay.
It's probably
That's a
there.
good place to
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that or in the center of the ring of mountains.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
make it. Let's go to the center of the ring of mountains first, since it's closer.
Here.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Just go up the river.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
Yeah.
And your plan is
That's the
to
source of
walk.
the Nile.
Or
I don't think flying is a legitimate. I don't think we can get everyone to fly for the appropriate duration.
I can elevate fly.
Can you
Or-
get
or I
everyone
can-
to fly?
or another option is you just cast that
No,
same
I
wind
can only
spell
do-
again.
If only you guys had some clues as to what you might be looking for.
Oh yeah, did you guys get like a riddle?
There was a traveler's notebook who the druids gave to us.
That was like, if you can see the peaks of the mountains, there was like the giant something. Oh, Dad, you wrote it down. You wrote it down.
Okay, let's
Let's pull out our
somewhere.
notebooks.
Quickly, we must take notes.
There's some notes on the back.
He turned it
How many times does he need to turn it around?
That's a bad fucking sign.
That's the level of notes he takes.
Oh boy.
Fortunately, our Warhammer game, we have another guy who takes
Yeah.
pages and pages of post-it notes. The problem is they're post-it notes and they get jumbled.
Yeah, and they're.
and he can't even read his own handwriting.
Half the time he can't read his own writing.
And it's late at night, and he just writes whatever he thinks. Like we met this one NPC was describing how fat he was in the beard. He wrote beard fat because he was thinking of beard. He heard fat and beard and just wrote that down.
Hold on. I have an odd note here.
Uh-oh.
I have 3 notes written down: the Azure Eye,
Yep.
the Sunken Titan, and the Crown of Teeth.
Crown of Teeth is the mountains. Azure Eye, I would assume, is the lake because it looks like an eyeball.
These are unconnected things, isn't there? Wasn't there like a?
Hold on,
a
they all
parable?
point to see it, but not completely, is what I wrote down.
What?
Fuck, I don't know. This was months ago.
Sunken Titan, Azure Eye, mountains.
And there's something about a Cradle of Worms, which is west.
Well, this
Did
is,
we go west to come here?
Southwest.
Southwest. Okay.
So this is obviously the Cradle of
This
Worms.
is the
As the
Cradle of
druids described, it would be something you would obviously be able to tell is different.
Yeah.
That's a pyramid, right?
Excuse me.
In the far in the
That's part of the mountains.
southwest.
It's part of the mountains.
Sunken Titan.
Mountain.
There.
Okay.
That's where we need to go.
So from where you guys are at, the what are the 3?
Well, there's a pyramid called Zalkandar,
What's the 3?
the Azure Eye, the Sunken Titan, and the Crown of Teeth.
Okay.
We
From
have hints
from a
that-
distance, this pond in the center
Mhm.
looks sort of like a blue eye.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Okay.
Right there.
The hand over here, you can see even from this distance across the way, a massive hand stuck in the ground.
Which would be the fallen titan.
It might be a
You buried the lead on that a little bit.
it might be a delete. It might be a aspect of rock formations, etc.
Uh-huh.
But from this distance, it looks like a gigantic hand.
Okay.
And then the third one is
The Crown of Teeth.
crown of teeth. Looks like this rock formation up here.
Right. See it, but not completely. Is
This X.
Sure.
Okay, if you guys want to try for another clue, I'm gonna cast Read Omens. And the
cryptic
event
message.
is finding the Ion Stone.
Wait, see it but not completely.
The
So
idea
it's in
is,
here.
at least from the riddle or the background notes, each one of them can see a portion or some information regarding the locations of Zulkandar, but you have to visit multiple ones to get all the pieces.
Okay.
Okay.
We're tracking. I'm tracking. Okay, so let's go to.
And you wanted to read omens?
Yeah.
Let's go to the Crown of Thorns
That's
first.
what I
To
was just
see
about
if
to
we
say.
could get
Crown
another
Seas.
hint about its location.
We'll skirt around the edge, right? Go to the Crown of Teeth. Get whatever clue might be
Sure.
there. See what we cannot see.
Yeah.
Read omens. You peek into the future, choose a particular goal or activity you plan to engage in 1 week, or something you might expect to happen within 1 week. You get a cryptic clue or piece of advice to help with the chosen event in the form of a rhyme or omen.
Ooh.
Doubtful to be a rhyme.
You either work on your brain.
I know.
Yeah.
So
Did you just make
you're going to take the 10 minutes, cast the ritual, and throw the chicken bones on the ground?
Okay.
Man, we have bones.
Well,
You got some cobalt
technically
bones,
they're
What?
cobalt bones,
Oh,
Yeah.
but
It's like
yeah,
we have bones.
you got a
use
few.
that as a decoy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you throw the cobalt toe bones. You shake them around and throw them on the ground, reading the omens. And what are you trying to accomplish within the next week?
Find the ion stone.
be specific?
The cryptic piece of advice you get is the ion stone will not be where you expect it to be.
So
Thanks, gods. That's not really useful.
It's a cryptic piece of
Yeah.
advice. So,
in our belly.
Not very useful.
That's unexpected.
you said you wanted to go along the northern edge to
Sure.
the crown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never played Resistance, maybe.
To find the stone, your spell slot is blown.
You didn't make
Try again
grind.
tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Okay. Crown of Teeth. Okay. Along the edge of the crater area, amongst the landscape of black dunes, there are 3 curved rock formations shaped like carnivores' teeth rising from the sand. Their tips coming together more than 600 feet above the ground.
Holy shit.
Okay. Everywhere near the rock formations, the surface of the desert is perforated by gaping tunnels.
Oh no.
Between the tunnels, large swaths of sand have been flattened, as if something huge just crawled on its belly across the surface of the desert.
Yeah.
This should be fun.
You see this from a distance.
How long does it take to get over there? Couple days?
No, maybe a day.
Oh.
The scale on this is quite a bit smaller.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought each one of those was like.
On the other map, it's every one is 30 miles. On this one, it's more of
Like a
like
mile.
10 miles or
Oh.
something.
We could check the purple worm dens.
Okay. You are at a distance, sort of looking down at this area, taking in what you see. Give me a nature lore check for anybody who has nature.
Oh,
Actually,
No,
I'm not sure I
not
do nature this time.
Yeah, no, not my thing.
You have to have nature if you're a ranger. I refuse to accept.
I
Natural 20.
doubt it.
Okay.
Natural 20 with the 41.
Oh, yeah, I have 17 nature. Surprisingly.
Woohoo!
This looks to be
27.
purple worm nesting chambers as far as the areas. Although from the look of the tunnels, they are significantly larger than purple worms. You suspect possibly a different variety. You won't know until you see one of the worms.
Ooh, red worms.
Hey, Druid, do you know of any worms that live in the Black Desert that are much bigger than purple worms? I basically tell him this knowledge and see
To-
if he
to
recalls
me,
any.
It
Any
just looks like
creatures.
oversized purple worm nesting area.
Yeah, it's not like he has any particular knowledge about this area.
It's called grubs, pink worms, purple worms, black worms, which are called leeches, and other stuff like that.
You're closer. You slap him.
I want
I'm
to.
gonna try and recall knowledge about what type of.
Did you roll already?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then
Okay.
what'd you
got
get?
the highest score.
What did you get?
27.
27.
So,
Okay.
no.
No. You've never been here. You don't know anything about this.
That's my +1 nature skill right there.
Can I roll again
Fine.
to attempt to identify what worms?
No, you
That's
don't.
what you
You've
just
never
said.
seen one.
Okay.
They're big tunnels. You think they're created by gigantic worms, larger than a purple worm, but similar in concept.
Okay, Ranger, you have tracking.
Yes.
All right. Why don't you look to see if you could identify a pattern or a path by which whatever creature that is, creatures, use to either
Yes.
leave the area, come into the area, patrol the
Want to
area,
chicken bones again?
see if we can find a way around
Can't do
and
it more
avoid
once.
using
Make it
the
do that.
It's effectively another day.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
You do a chicken
Does the
bones
new
on
tiefling character have any knowledge
Yeah.
about the worms?
No.
Nope.
what specifically do you want me to ask
He
them?
apparently skipped that in slave school.
Hey, Dad. When you survive,
I
would
say we
you
kill him and
attempt to
leave the body.
identify paths that these
I will
purple
burn you.
worms use to exit, leave, enter
They
the
seem to,
tunnels?
from the look of the trails and where the dirt is packed down,
Yeah.
they seem to be common in this general area. Like they cover most of the space.
So we can't use his tracking ability to avoid the.
You
obvious
can. I mean,
areas?
he can tell you where the perimeter is, where they generally. I mean, most of the perimeter of the valley is rock. The
Mhm.
purple worms can't dig through the rock. So most of them are going to be heading out into the desert. But there's a section where there are tunnels and everything around these gigantic pillars. And that's where they seem to be congregated, where all these other tunnels in the rock actually exist.
So these giant pillars, from where we're at, and I understand we're still probably quite a bit of distance.
Mhm.
Is it possible to see any type of stairway or
On the pillars,
on
no.
the pillars themselves?
They appear to be curved rock formations. They don't appear to be crafted or created as such. They stretch 600 feet into the sky. There's quite a bit of space at the bottom, and they're massive, maybe 50 feet or so across. And then as they go up into the sky, they sort of narrow and come together at a point.
Okay. Is this something that we could physically climb, or are they smooth rock?
No, you can physically climb them.
Well, we have fly. We can just go up there.
Mhm.
I
Well,
don't know that I want to bring the slot, huh?
We have
that's my thought.
we have the highway wind to take us.
It doesn't actually say. Well, yeah, it does say fly, so because we can all go up there. We don't need to though.
I'll burn 3 charges from my staff and airwalk up there.
Okay, does that get you high enough?
How
Okay.
will we get down?
That's easy.
I'll airwalk back down.
Yeah. You can
Getting
ju-
down
you-
is easy.
Yeah, you can jump down. That's easy. Okay, you climb up over, or you fly up to the top.
I sachet.
Yes. At the top is a relatively flat rock. As you get closer, it's a little bit more visible, basically connecting the three.
Interesting.
Maybe 20 feet in diameter.
Okay.
It looks like it's a separate rock lodged between the three tips.
Interesting.
Okay, so picture a sort of like a squat stalactite with a flat surface and coming down, and it just sort of perched between the three tips.
Perfectly between these.
Like
Yes.
this is my-
Yeah, Ben, he knows. You don't need to re-describe it. I just did. Okay. The upper surface of the rock, as you land on it, is carved with pictures and text.
Interesting.
Majority of it, you recognize Draconic and Undercommon. Do you speak either or both?
I speak Undercommon.
Okay.
I don't know. I also speak Dwarven, Common. I don't know if I have Draconic or not. I don't think I have Draconic, but I do have Undercommon.
Okay. You can't speak. You can't read the Draconic. The Undercommon seems to be related to cave worm mating habits. including notes about breeding seasons, tunnels, egg chambers, etc., referencing a creature called a crimson worm.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any nature skill?
I do.
Okay, give me a roll on that.
Where I need you to transform into a really sexy.
Shake
20, what your mama gave
30,
you.
35.
35?
I can actually transform into a purple worm.
I know you can.
That's the worst part.
35.
But it needs to have like a big Minnie Mouse bow on top.
Okay.
Make the difference.
Assuming it comes up. You have heard of crimson worms. They are the granddad of the purple worm type thing. That's all you know. You don't know any other information.
They're bigger, I presume?
Oh yeah, far bigger.
Cool. Great.
And enjoy fire.
They enjoy fire.
Yes. Like
Okay.
they have a fire element to them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Gotcha.
These seem to be their breeding ground type
Great.
area. Okay.
Great.
Now, amongst the writings,
Mm-hmm.
you find one carving, one carving in the rock, on top in a yes. That's the crimson worm.
Oh,
Be
yeah.
scared. She's obviously
How rude that was. To
she's
Sean.
obviously distracted here.
Jesus Christ, Robin. I'm not getting railed by some giant purple worm from you.
There is a single sentence in common that stands out. The carving looks fairly recent compared to the rest. The rest it seemed fairly worn down.
Yeah.
The 7 embrace the 8. I came across this phrase while studying ancient scrolls. I knew it referred to the legendary Zulkandar, but I never understood its meaning until I looked east.
If I look to the east, okay, I see 7 vaguely rock-shaped things.
Correct.
The 7 embrace the what?
Embrace the 8th.
The 8.
8 stands for the chronicle, for the mountains. 7 stands for the mountains on the left.
I don't.
There's 7 over here, 8 over here.
Okay, I guess. Gotcha. Do I have linguistics as a skill? Is that even a thing anymore?
Yeah,
or is
it
it
is.
just to say?
It just gives you extra languages.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't let me check against something I don't actually know.
Yeah.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Well, I learned about worm mating habits. Is
Very
there
good.
anything that's like, things that would allow me to avoid them or to not agitate them?
The worms?
Yes.
Yeah, for the most part, they are they have tremor sense,
Mm-hmm.
and walking on the ground
Yeah.
causes them to get enraged,
Great.
especially during mating seasons or other times, which this happens to be within that time period.
Of course, yeah.
So yeah, you generally don't want to make any noise or otherwise disturb their nesting area,
Great.
which as long as you can fly, doesn't seem to be much of a challenge.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Nita, well, I guess I will descend.
It talks about how they will heal as long as they're in contact with fire or a body of magma. They can't be paralyzed, slowed, or stunned. They can throw off naturally any adverse effect, including polymorphs and spells and things like that. Basically just negating it due to their bulk.
Okay.
They can burrow, travel particularly fast, very poisonous, can breathe fire,
Yeah.
likes to swallow their prey like most worms. And
Like wear top hats.
yeah, they're fond of top hats. Yeah, I don't see a size as such other than gargantuan.
Right.
So really, really big.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably magma down there.
Maybe.
That's probably why they nested here.
They have a penchant for burrowing through volcanic regions, giving it a supernatural link to the elemental plane of fire. Molten heart of an active volcano is their preferred lairs, as well as sprawling fields of bubbling magma found in the Darklands.
Okay. Neat.
Yes.
Very neat. All right. Well, I guess I'll send the spikes back down.
Okay. Just airwalk back to the group.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll
They
inform
are.
them of the cool biological information about crimson worms, and also there's some other writing in Draconic that I could not identify or read, and the cryptic message in common: the 7 embrace the 8.
Did you copy the draconic symbols on a piece
Well,
of
I
paper?
guess I could do that. I don't have paper.
It's
There's a
almost
lot
like
of
we
them. They
got
take
rid
quite
of
a while,
the
too.
only-
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a
First
20-foot
creature
disc. It
draconic
looks like the
is-
whole thing has been marked with carvings and so
Okay.
forth.
Yeah. I don't want to be scribing a book.
You okay, man?
Okay. I don't have draconic, so.
Does anyone have Draconic?
It's almost
Do I
once again,
recall
it's almost
anything
like we
about crimson
took and
worms?
No.
used the bones
Yeah.
of the one creature that could have spoken.
No one speaks Draconic here, I guess.
I guess not.
Okay.
I think the kobold did.
Yes.
Rough. It's too bad.
Throw the bones.
Yep.
We could have. we
So-
could summon its spirit.
With that clue, would we conclude that the 7 mountains, well, to us, which way is east right now?
To the right.
Right.
Cardinal direction.
Let's go to the hand.
I agree.
Let's do the
Go
hand.
give it a high five.
Yeah. It is asking for it.
Yeah.
Give it a
Seven
high
submit
five,
the,
the world like lifts up.
The 7 submit to the 8.
Set embraces.
He comes back and just like.
What's
Well, we have to embrace the hand.
It's like a
The
hug.
7
Gotta
embrace the 8.
slap, give it a high five.
Okay. So you guys said you wanted to head to the hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you travel around the pit
Yep.
I think it needs a helping hand.
and over to said hand.
Mm-hmm.
That takes most of another day. As you guys come up upon it, there is a massive clawed hand built from stone rising from the black sands of the desert, encroaching on the edges of the lush valley. The surface of the stone monument is marred with cracks. Looks as though the hand was once part of a larger statue. So think Lord of the Rings, massive statue type things.
Yeah.
That sort of scale, except just a hand.
Yeah.
So we going to the top?
Okay. There are tufts of purple and brown grass growing in patches near the hand.
Purple and brown.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't like those.
Go to nature check the grass and see if
Yeah.
it is
Dainty.
dangerous.
Okay.
It's the
If I
flash
just
gets.
brown grass.
That
No, it
flash
didn't say.
gets.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to
Glided,
be
didn't
anything
realize.
of note, just
Avenge me,
vegetation.
brother! 37.
Okay. Yeah. Just looks like normal vegetation. Nothing unusual.
Would you like to fly again?
39.
Would you like to fly again?
39.
Would I like
It
to?
looks like normal vegetation. I already said that, Ben.
Why is everything got to be repeated specifically for you?
I keep saying it.
Yeah, I can go back up.
So can I.
I want to go with him this time.
I'm gonna go with him too.
Oh Jesus Christ!
You can't fly.
Yes, I can.
He's got wings.
Oh.
But how often and how long can you use them?
Red Bull gives you.
Once per day, I think, for 10 minutes.
Why don't you bank that?
That'd be fan fucking tastic. You get
Yeah,
up there. All right, we'll see you later.
Yeah.
Catch up when you can.
How
tall is this fucking hand?
Fiendish wings.
Let's
Once per day, you call?
see.
It's just
The hand itself reaches up like this. The palm maybe 50 feet up.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, not too bad. From the scale, you estimate if it's attached to a statue would be maybe 300-400 feet tall.
Maybe it's a giant rock Gundam.
Sure.
Just
Yeah,
find
I
a
airlock
control.
and I go up to the palm.
I'm not even gonna bother. I'll just let him do his thing.
Okay. And you said you're going to go with him?
No.
Okay. You fly over there. There is similar to the other rock, there are phrases written in what you recognize as abyssal and undercommon.
I know I should have gone up there.
Do you read abyssal?
But you not.
Okay. Most of the carvings are simple, noting directions or mocking the now fallen statue. They reference the Zolgath statue and the Zolgath Empire. There is a sheet of durable leather wedged between two of the fingers.
Okay.
When you remove it, it has some writing on it, referencing the pteranodons of the jungle nest on the tallest tree in the cradle, but elsewhere there are none. An ancient scroll claimed that visitors to Zulkandar were greeted by shrieking dinosaur birds that glided over that place, so Zulkandar must be within a few miles of the tree.
So the largest tree in the area. I wouldn't know who would be tall enough to see that.
You are unaware of any of that.
I know.
Okay. And when we did our first peer over the rim, would we be able to discern the variation in tree heights from where we were looking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do I have a sense from my memory or from my current vantage point where those largest trees would be?
There are several large trees that sort of stand over the area. It's hard to tell from this particular location as far as what the tallest tree would be, because you have to see the ground,
Yeah.
unless you want to narrow it down in some way to the general area.
Okay.
Okay? I mean, looking around the valley, there's maybe a dozen or so you think might be the tallest tree.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. I just send back down and tell everyone that.
Okay.
The leather, that's all the leather had on it?
Yes,
Okay. And it's just a strip of leather with
with some writing on it,
some
yes.
writing on it. Yeah. Okay.
Looks like it might have been part of an old journal. The paper decayed away.
Okay. Gotcha. I just send down and I inform everyone of that. I say also there's some writing in abyssal up to the top. At the
Yeah.
top. Let's see. Can I?
You want me to go up there?
Sure, if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
go fly up there.
Okay.
Okay.
Use my ability to where I have 10 minutes of flight for a day.
Okay, now
For every.
you can fly over there without any difficulty. Looking around is going to use up your flight. Your 10 minutes. That's not something you turn on and off and get 10 minutes
Okay.
total per day. It's activate and wings are out for 10 minutes and then they fall off.
Icky.
Is he pretty heavy? Would I be
Yeah.
able to carry him?
He's like any normal
Oh, yeah,
person.
How often do your wings pop out?
I can do it once a day for an hour.
Oh,
Wait, an hour?
Gotcha.
Really?
Hmm?
I thought Celestial Wings only did 10 minutes too.
I have boots of flying, and I can read abyssal.
Go for it.
How long do those last?
I have a feeling 10 minutes.
Probably.
I
Okay,
have a
yeah, he's
decent
right, 10
feeling
minutes.
it's
Yeah.
10 minutes.
So.
I mean, from your impression, the undercommon and the abyssal looked like it was all graffiti. You could only read the undercommon, but the only thing of real note was that leather piece you
Piece of
have.
leather. Yeah,
Now,
I
if
might
you're
be-
concerned there's something else you're missing, then by all means,
Yeah.
somebody else can go out there, but
Right.
Can you make fly potions?
not
These-
currently.
These are things that can be made, but I don't think anyone has the ability to do
Was that
right
your
now.
old character?
I could never. make
No,
potions.
my old character just bought fly potions because they're always handy.
Because money.
Okay.
That's why I buy scrolls of mirror image, because they're dope.
I say we move on into the eye.
Yay.
Okay. Into the jungle.
But I thought what you said, I thought we wanted to find the highest tree.
Well, yeah, but there's several candidates, and it's not immediately clear which
Yeah,
one.
amongst the valley, you guys looking out can see, like I said, a dozen, 20 or so. Now, if you have a particular region within the valley,
Yeah.
you could narrow it down.
Kind of, if we get to the correct hex that the pyramid is in, then we can probably narrow down the actual location of the city with the location of the largest tree.
I
Correct.
think he's right. I think it's that hex, the one that has some mountain that looks like a pyramid.
Oh, well, okay, to the eye.
Sure.
Ooh,
the
he is there,
eye.
right?
What was the message about the eye? The azure eye.
They can all see partially.
The Azure Eye, the Sunken Titan, and the Crown of Teeth see it, but not completely. They can
Okay.
see the I'm guessing the pyramid because I have the pyramid written right above it. This is all Kandar,
Okay.
and
Okay. Well, let's go to the lake and see.
a note actually paid off. Maybe.
Probably.
Okay. How are you guys getting there? Because that's in the jungle.
Yeah.
You guys have a means to fly there, or are you going to walk across the jungle?
It's 701, guys. It's
Yeah,
usually a
we're-
good place to stop. So.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
we have methods by which to reduce our travel time, but I don't think we're going to
I'm not
fly
part of
because it's
level
too
eights.
expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not part of level 8s at this point. If we run into anything, we're gonna need big spells.
Probably.
So
Yeah.
But a level 3 slot from my staff can cut our penalties moving through the jungle.
Right. Now,
Yeah.
functionally, the idea here is that the more information you have, each one of these landmarks gives you some bits of information to locate
Right.
it. Now, with one, you don't really have a whole lot of detail. With two, you have enough you can start narrowing it down. I mean, obviously, the first one referred to the 8 mountain peaks.
Yeah.
One of those 8 is one of the locations.
Yeah.
With that, you can narrow it down to the tallest trees.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can go to the lake and pin it down even further, which would minimize your search time, or you can go there and
let's just go to the lake. I'm curious to see what's up the lake.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I feel like if you have an
Okay.
ancient civilization, and you have like
Okay.
an island in the middle of a lake, you put something there.
yeah.
Yes,
No,
effective
that and-
hard to
and-
get to.
Generally speaking, when you're tomb raiding, you want to find as much information as possible before you set off the curses.
Yeah.
Find as much loot as possible.
So.
Also that.
We're going straight to take
If we